Imagine, you find yourself in a world where everyone gets power, but you are given the most useless class, the priest. No damage done, without protection, just support. And even those you're supposed to be saving look at you like trash. Girls, they choose heroes, not weak support. And everyone has already decided that you will die first. But there is one problem. His skills work the other way around. Treatment kills, buffs destroy. And now, the very girls who were laughing, they begin to look at him differently. Because the weak priest, it becomes the most dangerous disaster in this world. At the first professional academy of Jiangcheng, the instructor informs students that they have finished all theoretical studies at the academy. Today marks their opportunity to unleash their talents and also explore the dungeon for the very first time. He addresses the students using their IDs for talent awakening sessions. Having endured many years of helplessness in this world, our protagonist Lin Yi eagerly anticipates the awakening of his talent. The most favored professions are swordsmen and mages, followed closely by warriors and others. However, due to limited healing advantages, inadequate mobility, and minimal offensive potential, priests rank at the lowest level of the professional hierarchy. Other professions, except for priests, can solo instances thanks to strong equipment and skilled talents. Priests can merely rely on the team, accumulate experience, and recover, rendering the role trivial. Sumumu inquires whether our hero has made a decision regarding his profession. However, our protagonist informs her that pondering it is futile, as he will discover the profession that fits him once he awakens his talent skills. The other students begin to weep regarding Mumu's stunning appearance and become upset when our hero strokes her head. The students are frustrated with him for considering himself superior and are curious about what talent he will reveal. Wang Shui begins the awakening test and reveals a rare, powerful level talent. Wang Shui's exceptional talent leaves the surrounding students in awe. Nonetheless, Wang Shui eagerly anticipates our hero gaining Mumu's approval. Mumu questions why her friend consistently disregards others' viewpoints, and he replies to her that his sole focus is on becoming the strongest. Next, our protagonist is summoned for the awakening. He approaches the stage, and his spirit is abruptly moved to another dimension. When the blue and red dragons materialize from the light and merge with him, he is astonished to discover that he has unlocked the mythical talent, reversal of heaven and earth, a phenomenon that has never been witnessed before. Thus, our hero opts to conceal them. The system indicates that the reversal of heaven and earth talent enhances and amplifies all of our hero's abilities. Upgrades can alter the essence of his skills. The ongoing strengthening effect leads to a 10% decrease in blue consumption. The existing transformation effect turns gains into debuffs and vice versa. Can be enhanced once the personal level hits 10. The protagonist contemplates his legendary level talent that can negate all impacts on himself and can activate or deactivate at will, understanding that foes can never eliminate him. Nevertheless, if he relies solely on basic, non-skill attacks or allows the priest to heal him, it may harm him. He now realizes why abilities may remain concealed. Once the announcer discloses that our protagonist opted to conceal his ability, everyone assumes he has developed a worthless skill, leading Mumu to mistakenly overrate him. Next, Mumu sets out to discover her talent. As our protagonist approaches the statue of the goddess to select his career path. During this selection, our protagonist believes that his almost unbeatable ability is a godlike skill, and to enhance the talent's strength and address its weaknesses, he selects the priest vocation. Our protagonist affirms his vocation and changes into a priest. The hero employs his reversal ability. His healing spell transforms into a life-draining power, diminishing the enemy's health by 50 points. Our protagonist understands that the ability is characterized by diminishing life, indicating that defensive armor won't withstand it. Our hero understands the combat strategy, yet he realizes the importance of being cautious about his teammates' healing or buff abilities. In a reversal state, the buffs from allies would ultimately harm his body. The crowd erupts in laughter at Linya for selecting the priest profession, believing he prefers to hide behind his teammates. Meanwhile, Mumu awakens a legendary talent, Tears of Biogenesis, enabling her to summon otherworldly souls to fight alongside her. Instantly, everyone is captivated by Mumu's prowess and speculates about her chosen profession. They mock Linya again for possessing a lackluster talent compared to their goddess. Mumu opts for the mage profession, and it's clear to all that it's a wise decision, as it opens the door for her to join the professional alliance. However, the teacher is more intrigued by Linya's voluntary choice of the priest profession. They are intrigued that he decided to become a priest of his own volition. Mumu rushes to our hero to share details about her job and requests to accompany him into the dungeon. Linya declines her offer, explaining that he has different intentions. The system notifies that the beginner trial dungeon is now accessible and recommends that all students form teams. At that moment, Wang Shui approaches our protagonist and requests his assistance in speaking with Mumu to persuade her to join his team, offering to include him in his team as a reward for his help. Nonetheless, our protagonist declines to ally with them. The principal enters and warns them that battling a group of monsters necessitates collaboration. He encourages our hero to let go of any grudges. However, Linya reassures him that he holds no resentment. He merely aims to tackle the dungeons alone for greater experience. The principal believes a priest cannot tackle a dungeon alone and warns Linya not to gamble with his life. He warns our protagonist that he might perish in the dungeon. However, our Linya guarantees him that he can handle it alone. The protagonist aims to tackle dungeons solo to rapidly level up and keep his mythic level talent hidden from others. The principal is puzzled about the source of the student's confidence. The system warns our protagonist not to face the trial solo, yet he ventures into the dungeon regardless. The hero steps into the dungeon. The Forest of Wolves presents a tough challenge for new students. Yet, if they collaborate effectively, they can avoid casualties, with a B-level rating being the highest achievement possible. In the center of the dungeon lies a healing spring that rejuvenates health. While it safeguards inexperienced trials, it simultaneously diminishes the abilities of priests. Yet, if an individual acts carelessly and brings the wolves along instead of clearing them, or ventures too far into the forest's forbidden era, they will meet their demise in the dungeon. As a legendary tier talent awakener, our protagonist is unhappy with average ratings. Thus, he chooses to venture into the mythical forbidden realm. In the heart of the Forest of Wolves, Linya faces the wild wolves. The wolves' bite ability activates the bleeding skill, inflicting ongoing damage for 3 seconds. Our protagonist employs his healing spell in reverse, inflicting 50 damage points on the wolf, eliminating it immediately. While the wolves leap toward him and nip him, their bite ability is reversed, granting an additional 20 points to his health, along with a continuous 2-point health increase from the passive bleeding skill. Our main character subsequently flips the universe once more. He employs his imprisonment skill to bind the wolves, depleting their mana and rendering it ineffective. As the wolf collapses, our protagonist understands the spell's potency against lesser creatures. The wolves persist in their assault. He employs the reverse healing spell once more, eliminating them immediately. Noticing that each minor monster yields 10 experience points, our hero thinks he can reach level 4 by defeating all the creatures. His objective is the concealed final boss, and even with just a 1-level disparity, Linya is sure he can succeed. The healing spell diminishes, and our hero casts it once more. He keeps overcoming the wolves and leaves the combat standby mode. He disables the universe reversal effect and the clarity spell, then assigns the 2 attribute points to intelligence. The main character possesses the power to heal without suffering damage and to regenerate mana continuously. He aims to allocate all his points to attributes, convinced that this strategy will enhance his damage output and enable instant kills. At the same time, the principal notices Linya approaching the restricted area and understands that he plans to confront level 5, the concealed Dark Wolf King. The principal believes that our hero's concealed skill is likely at least legendary or possibly even surpassing legendary status. However, as the talent remains concealed, the principal chooses to concentrate on the other students. His colleague wagers with the principal that our protagonist is capable of breaking the record. Upon encountering Mumu, they perceive her as ambitious yet inexperienced. In the dungeon, Mumu confronts the wolves. Her ice solidification spell astounds everyone, showcasing the extent of her power. The ice breaks apart, instantly killing the wolf. However, additional wolves charge towards them, and she gets ready to flee. However, Mumu understands that her goddess-like image will be tarnished if she takes off. She steps aside, protecting her team, and employs the concept of biomimicry. Conversely, our hero advances to level 3 and once more assigns his points to intelligence. At that moment, he detects a sound nearby and spots the concealed boss. The Dark Wolf King, as a concealed boss, is considered a taboo in the Academy archives. Numerous young talents suffered serious injuries or disabilities while battling it. Future heroes were mercilessly slain by it. Consequently, the Academy has deemed this forest a forbidden place. Our hero remains vigilant, watching the Wolf King from afar. The wild wolves are often near him, yet at times they behave normally and occasionally depart to seek a suitable location. Instead of heading straight back to their den after resolving an issue, the wild wolves sometimes roam. Observing their frequent departures, our hero understands he can eliminate them individually. Our protagonist persists in defeating the wolves. The young wolves enhance his skills, equipping him for the Dark Wolf King. In this manner, our protagonist can diminish the count of concealed bosses and increase his level. Following the defeat of the wild wolves and attaining level 4, our hero confronts the Dark Wolf King. The system discloses the hidden boss's statistics. Its health and attack strength are 50 times greater than that of a typical wild wolf, easily overwhelming a new adventurer. Yet, our protagonist is far from an ordinary adventurer. While the wolf assaults our hero, his well-being improves. Linya is self-assured after conquering the hidden boss. The cooldown concludes, and he casts the reverse healing spell immediately, reducing a portion of the Wolf King's health. The Dark Wolf employs his claw attack, yet our hero evades the strike. The Dark Wolf King subsequently unleashes his rage. The hero recalls that all his allies have vanished. As the concealed antagonist lunges to strike him, he casts the reverse healing spell once more, swiftly defeating the Dark Wolf King. Upon vanquishing the hidden boss, our protagonist earns 1,000 experience points and attains level 5. As a reward for completing the trial, he obtains a bronze chest. By finishing the hidden achievements and defeating the final boss, he earns a silver chest as an additional reward. Nonetheless, since a healing reversal spell was not considered damage, Linya suspects he may not have reached the SSS rating. At the same time, the system indicates that a student has successfully completed the trial with a SSS rating. The entire academy is left stunned. The principal is astonished by the extraordinary occurrence, and realizing that the concealed accomplishments were revealed, he understands that only Linya ventured into that restricted zone. The remaining staff is equally astonished and cannot fathom how the trial was completed without incurring any damage. Mumu is left astonished as she barely escaped with an A-level completion, pondering who this genius might be and contemplating the capabilities of her friend. The main character unlocks the silver chest, acquiring a unique skill book, Catastrophic Ailment, 5 bonus attribute points, and the silver tier weapon, Dagger of Shadows. The Dagger of Shadows boosts his attack strength by 50, armor penetration by 10, and grants a 5% chance to inflict bleeding on the opponent. The Divine Healing ability grants allies within a 10-meter range a sacred aura that restores 100 health points and offers a steady regeneration effect, healing 20 points each second. The Devastating Affliction curses all foes within a 10-meter range with a malevolent aura. It drains 100 health points and inflicts a persistent bleeding effect for 10 seconds, resulting in 20 health points of damage each second. Our protagonist acquires both abilities. While they have extended cooldowns and require significant mana, this isn't a concern during the initial phases. Their impressive damage output and area of effect burst establish them as the most powerful skill in the early game. When paired with a clear mind, the cooldown is minimal. Our hero has successfully completed the strongest mage class. He plans to sell the dagger to affluent second-generation players to fund his future needs, as he prefers not to rely on his uncle and aunt's financial support. The greatest reward is the 5 attribute points, as they are extremely uncommon. Aside from the 2 points earned through leveling up, they can solely be acquired by finishing particular tasks, challenge instances, or discovering hidden chests. If the initial completion of a dungeon does not achieve an S rank or above, attribute points will not be awarded. However, for achieving a SSS completion, the additional 5 points serve as a reward. Our protagonist chooses to invest all his extra attribute points into intelligence, transforming him into the ultimate mage and the most powerful catastrophic priest. When the portal activates, the students eagerly anticipate the arrival of the SSS team. Their enthusiasm shifts to disbelief as they witness Lin Yi emerge solo. They continue to believe the real team is following. Mumu inquires if it was indeed him. Wang Shui continues to underestimate our hero, believing he hasn't accomplished anything. At that moment, our main character draws his dagger to offer it to the assassins, leaving everyone stunned by the silver-grade weapon. They begin to offer their prices, and the maximum amount reaches 50,000. Our protagonist relies on the offer to 2. Then a bid of 100,000 alliance coins is made. In contrast, the yearly earnings of an average family amount to 10,000 alliance coins. It would require them a decade of abstaining from food and drink to accumulate that sum. The bidding price leaves everyone astonished. Our hero sells the dagger to the highest bidder. The other explorers surround him, bombarding him with questions. They are astonished that he ventured alone and successfully completed the dungeon with the top rating. The academy instructors are skeptical that our hero completed the dungeon with such an impressive evaluation. At present, no professional at the pinnacle in the beginner phase can meet the criteria for a triple SSS assessment. Wang Shui becomes furious, believing that our hero must have found a way to cheat, as no priest can possess such power. The leader announces to everyone that they are now apprentices with remarkable skills. In 30 days, they must face the most significant challenge of their lives, the professional examination. In the future, the fate of the players returning as regular individuals or becoming heroes battling the demon surge hinges on, based on their results in the evaluation a month later. The principal recommends that everyone utilize the low-level secret realm dungeons to reach level 10. The team must complete the professional test together. Our protagonist has chosen his companion. He understands that Moo may seem aloof, yet she cares deeply. She is highly devoted and easily tricked. Despite her considerable talent now, our hero continues to wish to safeguard her because that's the commitment he gave to his uncle and aunt. He invites Moo to accompany him to the outdoor dungeon. The Hidden Realm Stone Cave dungeon features a standard difficulty level where players must defeat the Poison King. Next, a challenging difficulty level requires our hero to defeat the Scorpion King within a limited time, or he risks succumbing to a frenzied state. Challenge dungeons can be chosen based on their difficulty, which escalates with the dungeon level. Greater difficulty results in tougher monsters, increased requirements for completion, and a larger group needed, but it also offers enhanced rewards. Beginner dungeons usually feature normal, hard, and nightmare levels, while the Stone Cave dungeon consists solely of normal and hard levels. Watching our hero select a challenging difficulty, Moo fears that she might hinder his chances of achieving a SSS ranking. However, Linya informs her that this dungeon offers a class to bypass monsters and successfully clear it. The dungeon's monsters and environment remain constant. By organizing materials left by previous adventurers, our hero discovered that it is feasible to skip class. Moo is impressed by her friend's ability to deduce. She has always recognized his concealed talent. She frequently observed him analyzing different dungeons and creatures, assessing various data. Yet he would scarcely pass any theoretical exam, leading others to believe he was an easy target. Nonetheless, Moo is confident that her friend will emerge as the world's savior. Within the stony cave chambers, Moo is captivated by the radiant crystals. Linya cautions her that this dungeon poses greater risks than the earlier ones. It compels underqualified team members to join other teams, requiring them to be vigilant against monsters and rivals. A blast occurs, causing one of the players to strike the wall. Wang Shui finds himself repeatedly overwhelmed by the monsters, coming to the realization that this dungeon is significantly more challenging than he anticipated. The system indicates that the venomous sting from the demonic beings will immobilize its victims. Wang Shui begins to shake and notices our hero approaching. He reminds Linya of the Academy's mutual aid treaty and requests assistance. Nevertheless, our hero chooses to abandon them and flees to tackle the dungeon alone. The main character informs his friend that scorpions fear water and lack a long-range attack capability. He instructs her to obey his orders and guarantees that she will not be poisoned. As Moo makes a sound, Linya notes that scorpions are quite responsive to noise as well. A massive scorpion blocks their path. Our protagonist employs his looting method and swiftly defeats the scorpion. Moo was astonished. Our protagonist clarifies that the essential condition for avoiding class is to evade the monster's watch by choosing an unusual path. They arrive at the dungeon spring to confront the bug. Linya and Moo leap toward the spring and swim to the opposite side. Our protagonist grabs a stone and hurls it to provoke the monsters. Every scorpion redirects its focus to our hero, and he deliberately attracts them to himself. The scorpions converge at the spring, and Linya casts his spell, swiftly eliminating all the scorpions and earning 2,000 experience points. Wang Shui's entire team is astonished to witness him effortlessly eliminate the monsters that had challenged them all. Moo casts her ice condensation spell, eliminating the remaining scorpions. She earns experience points, advancing to level 4 after defeating all the small scorpions. Our protagonist concentrates on the Scorpion King. As a boss monster, it overcomes its fear of water and swims through the spring. Moo's ice condensation spell inflicts merely 10 damage points on the Scorpion King. Moo is taken aback by the boss monster's frightening defense and fears she could err in her actions. Our protagonist informs her that the vulnerable spot is located on the second segment of the scorpion's abdomen. Out of nowhere, the scorpion lunges, but they evade it. Our protagonist instructs Moo to continue making footholds. He subsequently employs the looting method, inflicting 150 points of damage. He subsequently gestures to Moo. She employs her ice condensation spell. The Scorpion King reveals its vulnerability to take action. The protagonist delivers a decisive blow, inflicting 1,000 damage points and instantly slaying the Scorpion King. Moo is astonished to witness her friend effortlessly defeat such a formidable monster. Upon finishing the dungeon with every achievement, the protagonist's rating elevates to SSS. He gets a golden treasure chest along with 5 free points. Wang Shui and his companions kneel down, pleading with our hero for their forgiveness. Lin Yi advises them to maintain confidentiality about today's occurrences if they wish to avoid potential repercussions and exits the dungeon. The protagonist steps into the teleportation area to privately access the treasure chest. He unlocks the treasure chest, acquiring a growth-type poison bubble skill for the mage class, golden grade gale shoes, a silver grade hunting greatsword, a silver grade emerald ring, and 5 bonus attribute points. The hunting greatsword boosts attack by 200 points and strength by 5 points, featuring a shield breaker passive effect. The gale shoes enhance agility by 10 points, improve movement speed by 30%, and possess a passive ability known as Ghost Step. The poison bubble skill book is a golden tier skill that creates a poison bubble, inflicting damage on contact and generating a damage zone upon detonation, with a chance to induce a 5-second poison state on the target. The emerald ring decreases the cooldown of all skills by 10%. Mumu is astonished by the treasures within the golden chest. The 2 golden grade items are exceptional for the early game. However, the most significant prize is the silver grade ring for our hero. This ring holds the same worth as free attribute points and could fetch our hero 1,000,000 coins at auction. Our hero gives the poison-based skill book to Mumu. Having relied on ice-based abilities before, she believes she cannot utilize the poison-based skill book as mages are unable to acquire skills from different attributes. Yet, upon her touch to the book, she unexpectedly reveals the concealed talent 5 Elements Master. Mumu is astonished to discover this new ability as she had never encountered it before. By combining abilities from various attributes, she gains surprising benefits. This concealed skill has now turned into Mumu's secret weapon. Mumu, she inquires with her friend about his plan for the 5 attribute points, but he replies that his approach isn't right for her. Outside, the players are anxious about failing the wilderness instance. At that moment, our protagonist and Mumu teleport, immediately captivated by Mumu's presence. They chatter about Linya's skills and his alleged accomplishments, and suddenly, a vehicle enters. Huang Xiaofeng exits the vehicle upon spotting the girl Lao Zhao mentioned. Mumu takes her friend's hand and rushes to go. She despises Xiaofeng for leveraging his family's influence to resolve situations and toy with girls from less privileged backgrounds. Xiaofeng approaches Mumu and expresses a desire to become acquainted. All eyes quickly turn to Xiaofeng as people begin to speculate about his chances of becoming the top scorer. Mumu turns down Xiaofeng, stating she has a boyfriend already. Xiaofeng spots his target. He inquires with Mumu if she's dodging the guy. The protagonist pushes the playboy aside. Xiaofeng becomes furious and chooses to engage in combat, using his charge skill to strike our hero. Yet, upon landing the strike, our hero employs the reverse plundering method and Xiaofeng endures the damage personally. The playboy becomes furious, believing his rival employed a tactic. In a babyish tone, our protagonist explains that he did nothing, as he is a priest. The onlookers are left stunned at the sight of Xiaofeng lying on the ground. Xiaofeng swings again, filled with rage, and once more injures himself. Our protagonist was merely experimenting with his reverse healing on experts and now understands that the looting method can also harm professionals. Despite enduring a tough battle, Xiaofeng dares our hero to a duel, confident he can force his rival to submit. He reminds his companion that professionals must refrain from using awakening skills during private matches. He's astonished that a priest can inflict significant harm with just a touch and high-quality gear. He knows the school forum is discussing our hero completing the dungeon solo and achieving level 5, yet he refuses to accept that it's feasible. Xiaofeng realizes that Lin Yi has likely awakened a formidable talent. Therefore, he expresses his apologies to Lin Yi on behalf of his friend and guarantees that he wishes to avoid any disruptions in class. Xiaofeng yells at his friend for choosing to apologize instead of fighting. Zhou Qihong raises Xiaofeng and warns our protagonist that his friend may likely create problems for him down the line. He gives a card containing 50,000 and recommends that our protagonist skip school for a month. He encourages Lin Yi to join him in the dungeons to gain experience and stay ahead before the exam, while also advising him to steer clear of Xiaofeng for some time. The protagonist is intrigued by Zhou Qihong for his desire to trade a favor rather than engage in combat. Lin Yi prefers not to disturb anyone, yet he is curious about how many individuals Xiaofeng can attract to annoy him, as this would provide an opportunity to evaluate his combat skills. Mumu gazes at the cave dungeon guide crafted by our hero, contemplating whether it will fetch a high price on the forums. Our hero reassures her that no one can resist the allure of extra free attribute points. Outside the cave, a team of experts gazes at the guide, questioning its authenticity. One member chooses to purchase it for a trial, and at that moment, a person purchases the guide for 5,000 alliance coins. 3 minutes afterward, a professional exits the portal, astonished that he has truly achieved the SSS rank. He submits a review on the guide, and shortly after, an increasing number of individuals begin purchasing the guide. The forum becomes filled with favorable feedback. People are astonished by the effortless class skipping. The requests keep pouring in. Mumu's eyes shine golden at the sight of so much money. However, the guide is beginning to attract interest from various agencies. They seek the individual responsible for it, but our protagonist employed a hacking method to obscure his identity. Their investigation traces the IP back to Jiangchen College. Their superior is curious if anything noteworthy has occurred at the academy recently. Meanwhile, our protagonist secures a buyer for his magnificent sword at 80,000, and the transaction goes smoothly. Mumu is astonished by the amount of money our hero has earned, but Lin Yi is eager to explore more dungeons. While the silver tier graduation weapon is the top early equipment, Lin Yi believes it will eventually be superseded. Even having high-quality equipment but lacking combat awareness renders one merely fodder in the trials. Mumu questions our protagonist about his decision to create guides for money, despite having ample time before the test and already experiencing significant growth. Lin Yi states he is acting to safeguard his loved ones, as they have been his protectors throughout the years. In a previous existence, our protagonist was a parentless child who lacked a family. This world has been his blessing, as he was raised by parents who cared for and safeguarded him. Yet, a decade after the demonic tide ceased, his relatives showed him cruelty and hoped for his demise to claim their share of his parents' fortune. The main character recalls moments when his family debated his fate and who would inherit the wealth. They schemed to treat him like a pet while bickering over larger portions. With no means to oppose their plans, he ultimately chose to escape. His intention was to endure and make his relatives suffer, but his uncle and aunt welcomed him into their home, treating him like family. They supported him gradually and assisted in recovering his parents' inheritance without asking for anything in return. The avaricious relatives were taken to court and received their punishment. Absent were his uncle and aunt. Our protagonist would not have had the opportunity for an education or the life he currently leads. Generating income is his way of expressing gratitude to those uncles and aunties. For him, gaining strength means safeguarding the three most significant individuals in our hero's life and ensuring history does not repeat itself. First-year student Bai Ji approaches our protagonist and inquires if he is indeed the legendary swordmaster. Noticing her unparalleled look with the username Muscular Man Brother, Linya believes she's participating as a proxy transaction. Bai Ji maintains that it's genuinely her. Our protagonist contemplates whether the young girl possesses innate super strength or has allocated all her points to strength. He advises her to thoroughly inspect the item since refunds are not permitted after sale. Bai Ji takes the sword and swings it effortlessly, leading our hero to realize that it's her own power. Nevertheless, Bai Ji is still astonished that the magnificent sword is priced at only 80,000. Only one of that quality is made in her grade, and when she checked the external market, the hunting greatswords were listed at over 200,000. Observing her complete lack of awareness regarding equipment prices, our hero suspects she's a wealthy individual. As they complete the transaction, he suggests she look into prices before buying in the future. Once the transaction is finalized, our hero's balance surpasses 1 million, granting him gold card membership. As he departs, something strikes him and the system indicates that he has obtained a unique enhancement known as Gaze of the Lucky Goddess, which will elevate the loot box tier for every dungeon he completes. Bai Ji expresses that it's her skill and inquires about the possibility of joining his testing team. The protagonist is astonished to discover that Bai Ji possesses a natural lucky buff, a talent more uncommon than certain legendary abilities. Observing her, he concludes she isn't fabricating the claim of it being upgradable and understands it could be deemed nearly unbeatable. The use of this skill is expansive, and with this buff, one can unlock legendary or even mythical treasure chests. Linya inquires Bai Ji whether she has informed anyone else. She claims that she hasn't. Additionally, she explains her restrictions. It can be utilized a maximum of 3 times weekly and can only be granted to one individual during each instance. The main character warns the young girl to keep it a secret, as it could draw unwanted and dangerous attention. He warns her that her buff is incredibly valuable and rare, and once exposed, it could draw the attention of malicious professionals. They might even confine her, robbing her of freedom and future opportunities. However, Bai Ji becomes intrigued, believing the professional alliance is where everyone is meant to be. This global organization spearheads humanity's battle against encroaching darkness. Linya elaborates on the intricate dynamics between the various factions, highlighting ongoing power struggles and frequent assassinations. He invites Bai Ji to become part of his team, assuring her that he will look after her well-being. Bai Ji is taken aback by the invitation. Our hero meets his new teammate once again. A short while later, Bai Ji encounters Mumu. They exchange greetings and introductions. Bai Ji is captivated by Mumu, who thinks she's adorable. Our protagonist treats both of them to a meal and insists they must proceed with the dungeon. The next dungeon our hero plans to explore is the terrifying Goblin Underground dungeon level. To secure freedom points for all, our hero chooses to enter solo initially and devise a plan for his companion. companions. The nightmare level represents the utmost challenge, with golden level loot boxes as a minimum assurance. Nonetheless, the creatures within that dungeon possess improved traits, and an inexperienced player could quickly meet their demise if they aren't cautious. Mumu becomes increasingly protective of her friend, insisting he cannot embark on a suicide mission. Despite the protagonist's attempts to convince her he will be okay, Mumu insists that even seasoned adventurers can face dire consequences at nightmare difficulty. She yells at him, pointing out that even players above level 10 have suffered serious injuries, and that no one has dared to try it in ages. Frightened by her anger, Ji flees the scene. Our protagonist concurs with her and promises to tackle the difficult level dungeon instead, proposing they head home for dinner beforehand. Mumu consents and warns that she will inform her parents if he violates the agreement. Yet secretly, our main character plans to sneak out and tackle the dungeon alone. In the meantime, a picture of our main character is shared, captured at the Academy's dungeon teleportation point. The discussions in the forums revolve around the feasibility of solo dungeon clearing, with some debating whether the highest score must indeed originate from the Jiangcheng Academy. Mumu keeps scrolling on her phone, and Linyi takes it from her to invite her out for dinner. During dinner, the entire family discusses the challenges they've faced. The uncle respects our hero's determination and advises him not to exhaust himself. It appears Mumu had voiced concerns to the uncle regarding our hero, and they attempt to persuade him to adopt a healthier and more stable lifestyle. Lin Yi makes a lighthearted joke before reassuring his uncle that he will stay within his limits. The uncle hands a card to our protagonist. Lin Yi attempts to decline, assuring them that he is doing well financially. However, his aunt insists that he accepts it. The protagonist expresses gratitude towards his uncle and aunt for the life they have provided him. For them, he believes he must grow stronger and makes his way to the nightmare level dungeon. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng yells at Zhao Qihong for his betrayal. Qihong attempts to explain that he was trying to help, insisting that without him, Xiaofeng would be in the hospital. Xiaofeng berates his friend, labeling him as worthless. As he storms out, Qihong hurls a glass at him, shouting for him to leave. Qihong spins around and informs him that he merits a beating, ending up so wretched that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. But then he chuckles and tells Xiaofeng that he doesn't even have a mother. Xiaofeng, upset, declares their friendship over. Qihong realizes the serious situation Xiaofeng is facing. Lin Yi could effortlessly harm him without employing any active skills, and whispers circulate about someone clearing dungeons solo. Additionally, a burgeoning figure is marketing strategies, drawing attention from many and amassing a following among students. The proximity of both individuals in the same city spells trouble for Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng summons his henchmen and instructs them to assemble more individuals and provide them with top-notch equipment to give an arrogant student a lesson. Our protagonist explores the Goblin Underground Dungeon, known for being one of the toughest dungeons at this level due to its lengthy duration and high requirements. Even skilled professionals tend to steer clear of it. Nevertheless, within this dungeon, he can discover exceptional golden chests, and with the lucky buff, accessing platinum-grade lower chests and acquiring more than 10 attribute points should be straightforward. The timer begins as our hero confronts the goblin soldier. The aim this time is to evaluate his speed kill technique. To attain an SSS rating in this dungeon, you must defeat the secret realm boss and eliminate all monsters without utilizing any special items. However, there are two distinct aspects to consider. The initial goal is to finish every floor in less than 10 minutes, and the second objective is to eliminate the Goblin King, the leader of the hidden realm, while fending off goblin assaults. At the 5-second mark, goblins converge at the entrance. Within 30 seconds, our hero swiftly dispatches the goblin soldier. In 2 minutes and 5 seconds, he plunges deep into the first floor of the underground and confronts the goblin captain, just as he had anticipated. Upon reaching the gate, our hero, he employs his healing ability, efficiently finishing the first floor in less than 4 minutes. Our hero's divine healing skill advances to level 2, and the bronze door to the second floor swings open. Completing the first floor in merely 5 minutes suggests that the monster's path for the first floor is feasible. Even if the damage falls short, there remains a 5-minute opportunity to accomplish the task. Our hero swiftly ascends the second, third, and fourth floors, ultimately arriving at the 5th floor, teleporting directly to the Goblin Palace. The Goblin King, irritated, occupies his throne, displeased with our hero's intrusion into his palace. Our hero is astonished to confront the final boss without battling any minions beforehand. The Goblin King initiates the battle using a broad area skill, Earthquake Split. Our hero understands that agility alone won't suffice. He considers swiftly moving to the side to evade the impact area. He then lies down to lessen the damage from the sweeping shockwaves following the goblin's landing. Nonetheless, he opts to undo the harm caused by the earthquake fissure and spear attack. The main character recovers some health and then counteracts the earthquake's range shockwave. He subsequently assaults the Goblin King, inflicting 200 damage. The Goblin King employs the Dragon Spear skill. The reverse ability restores 200 health to Linear and boosts his attack power by 40 points. The Goblin King employs a different skill, only to discover it remains ineffective against his adversary. He enters a frenzy, believing he has identified his foe's vulnerability. The Goblin King summons his followers. Our protagonist is astonished by the nightmare-level boss's strength, yet he believes it isn't the appropriate moment for the final attack. The Goblin King commands his minions to assault our hero head-on, without employing any skills, believing that only the abilities are inadequate for our protagonist. The Goblin warriors begin their assault on our hero, yet he evades, and the strikes they succeed in delivering ultimately work to his benefit. The Goblin King becomes increasingly enraged as he witnesses him endure attacks unscathed. The gaze in our hero's eyes angers him even further. The main character employs his reversal ability to absorb the Goblin King's damage. The Goblin King becomes enraged with our hero and dares him to a fair duel. Our hero halts and faces his opponent for a confrontation. As he lowers his staff and channels his energy, the Goblin King stands astonished, witnessing the power of the demonic god in his grasp. The energy cascades from above, flowing into every part of the palace, swiftly eliminating all the goblins. The Goblin King's health dwindles to 1%, and his will to retaliate diminishes. Our protagonist employs his reverse healing plundering ability and defeats the Goblin King. Upon defeating the Goblin King, Linya earns 5,000 experience points, advancing to level 7. He achieves a triple S rating, and the gold chest transforms into a platinum chest due to Baiji's luck buff. Our hero is amazed by the luck skill, and the dungeon's duration permits him to attempt this instance again. He unlocks the chest and obtains several items. Our protagonist is captivated by the benefits. The brilliant glow offers an extensive zone for collective healing and minimizing damage. However, when the effects are inverted, it results in an expanded damage range and elevated immediate output, simultaneously lowering the adversary's damage mitigation and amplifying damage. With this, any creature can be swiftly defeated. Our hero celebrates his newly acquired strategic group skill and first learns Stellar Radiance. Regarding the Holy Light, he plans to master it as it doesn't seem particularly remarkable. He subsequently assigns all 15 attribute points to intelligence, resulting in a significant boost to his stats. When Linya exits the portal, Mumu has caught him. He pretends to be clueless, but eventually confesses that he has completed the nightmare-level dungeon. Mumu shares with him that she just had a spontaneous thought and wished to explore this dungeon. As they wait by the portal, Xiaofeng ultimately discovers them. He informs his subordinate that our hero has been seeking a confrontation. Yet the subordinate declines to proceed due to his fear of our hero. Xiaofeng chooses to handle it on his own. The protagonist lists the Holy Light skill book, the Sandstorm Bow, and the S-rank guide for the nightmare-level dungeon for sale. The users are amazed by our hero's skill in conquering such a challenging high-rank dungeon. Rumors circulate in the forums that Linya, the vendor of the Great Sword and the one who solo dungeons at triple S rank, are the same person. Yet many comments begin to mock the conspiracy theorist for believing that Linya could be a highly skilled professional with exceptional talent. The guide begins selling, and Linya gets a request to buy a Holy Light skill book for 100,000 coins and the Sandstorm Bow for 150 coins. He gets 500 Alliance coins in total, which falls short of his expectations. The main character believes that his guide lacks a perfect completion of the Goblin King encounter, leading to a lack of buyers. However, the issue is that even if he were to create such a guide, no one would be able to complete it. Nonetheless, the nightmare-level dungeons enhance his gear, with monetary gain being a secondary consideration. With 15 hours remaining on the luck buff, our hero opts to rest, regain energy, and prepare for the next dungeon. While our protagonist takes a stroll, a vehicle approaches him and he spots Xiaofeng inside the vehicle. He brings to Xiaofeng's mind the last incident, but then his subordinate menaces his family. Our protagonist becomes furious and consents to a duel if they refrain from complaining about it. Xiaofeng becomes furious with his subordinate and instructs him to stay out of the conflict. He is certain that his high-end equipment will assist him in battling our hero. However, he quietly instructs his subordinate to carry out the initial strategy. Our protagonist realizes that Xiaofeng has gathered additional allies. He waits in his vehicle, urging his rival to engage in combat. Xiaofeng menaces to force our hero to crawl like a dog, but Lin Yi plans to make him long for death. Xiaofeng pushes his rival into a jungle. The main character is astonished by the large crowd and inquires whether they prefer a one-on-one match or a group battle. Xiaofeng challenges for a one-on-one duel. Feeling assured of his ability to defeat his rival, he summons a diamond-level shadow sword. As all the combatants rush toward our hero, he calls his team and jumps backward. The subordinate is astonished by his nimbleness. He keeps running them in circles. Xiaofeng's subordinate employs the assault / Our protagonist chooses to harness his reverse destiny ability. The subordinate begins to laugh at him and abruptly begins coughing up blood. He was stunned to witness his adversary penetrate the golden tier armor without launching an attack. He regains his balance, believing his adversary is merely an average priest. He summons his friends to launch a coordinated attack. The fighters assemble around our hero. Lin Yi employs his reverse all-star divine radiance. The chains gather around, immediately holding everyone. The subordinates are stunned to discover they were defeated by a single shot. At that moment, Xiaofeng proudly talks about his diamond-level armor, purchased for tens of millions at an auction. The diamond-grade armor set boosts all attribute values to 100. The subordinate is astonished to witness the Huang Group's only air-donning armor purchased from China's premier auction. Xiaofeng threatens to force his rival to kneel. As Xiaofeng confronts his rival in his gleaming diamond-tier armor, he believes Lin Yi would feel intimidated by him. The protagonist reminds him that inner weakness persists regardless of how costly his equipment may be. Xiaofeng becomes enraged and charges at his rival. Our hero jumps high, surprising his adversary. As Xiaofeng battles Lin Yi, his subordinate looks on in disbelief. He struggles to comprehend how our hero swiftly overcame all the opponents in one move and how his damage could reach such heights. The underling sensed that his adversary had lost their humanity. It seemed more like a creature born from the demonic tide. Watching his opponent dart around with such speed, Xiaofeng believes he has invested all his points in agility. He brags about his high-end equipment and is confident he can defeat our hero with a single blow. Nevertheless, our protagonist informs him that his fundamental attributes are simply insufficient. Xiaofeng takes a swing. However, our hero evades and chooses to make his move. In a single strike, our hero inflicts 1,000 damage points, obliterating the armor shirt and the diamond grade set. Xiaofeng is astonished to witness his diamond equipment sustain such significant damage. He activates his slash charge, then executes a triple slash and sweeps through 1,000 soldiers, yet our hero evades everything. As Xiaofeng attempts to rise, he unexpectedly begins to suffer damage. He writhes on the ground in agony and our hero restores him. Lin Yi informs him that his strikes can effortlessly penetrate his armor. He subsequently requests that his rival relinquish his diamond-grade gear and vow to refrain from causing any further disturbances. Xiaofeng, however, declines to comply and sustains damage once more. He becomes furious with our hero and chooses to execute his ultimate move. Our main character sits fearlessly on the floor. Unexpectedly, Xiaofeng's bones begin to fracture. Our protagonist rises once more and restores his rival. However, Xiaofeng intimidates his rival by invoking his wealthy father's name once more. Our protagonist despises threats and drains his adversary's health once more. After depleting his health, he recovers. Xiaofeng once more and then depletes his health once more. He keeps tormenting his rival as the subordinates absorb a lesson. As the protagonist reveals his real strength, Xiaofeng's followers are alarmed and anxious that their leader could be defeated. In the meantime, a camera captures the entire fight. Viewers begin to log into the live ranking stream, sharing the latest gossip circulating in town. As the audience grows, they start talking about the famous second generation, Xiaofeng, questioning if this confrontation was meant to occur without any fanfare. As the fight unfolds in the live stream, anticipation builds as viewers see his newfound skill. They wonder where Xiaofeng discovered the bravery to employ such a technique. Suddenly, Xiaofeng speaks up and curses loudly. The public narrative changes rapidly. Audiences start criticizing him for his severe demeanor, expressing surprise that he would display such an attitude, particularly given his standing. As Lin Yi starts to employ his mage abilities, the crowd's focus shifts entirely to him. They commend his talent for both healing and inflicting damage simultaneously, highlighting the unusual nature of a priest directly engaging a warrior clad in diamond-grade armor. The stream clearly shows Lin Ye's face, prompting viewers to identify him and inquire if he's from Zhang City's professional academy. They reference the recent conflict and remark on Xiaofeng's unfortunate luck in the situation. Two commentators noted their acquaintance with Lin Yi from school, stating he was the first individual to solo a dungeon, supporting their belief that he possessed a top-tier talent. Audiences swiftly explore his previous dungeon logs, despite them not being from major professional instances, and begin to talk about his remarkable collection of SS-graded items. The documented transactions only amplify the excitement. Baiji attempts to redirect the audience's attention, yet individuals remain captivated by this new opportunity for priests and start creating Lin Yi fan clubs. Numerous individuals begin to openly back those who are oppressed while condemning Xiaofeng, claiming he behaves arrogantly to win over women. They argue that he has a disdain for ordinary people and that his status as the eldest son of a large corporation is at odds with his conduct. The discussion rapidly intensifies, leading to him being labeled a Naipo baby. Before long, viewers shift their focus to his father, Tianqi Huang, alleging that he consistently protects his son. Protests against the Huang Corporation soon erupt, branding the company as worthless. The company's share prices begin to drop. Mumu displays the live stream to her parents, urging them to discipline Xiaofeng appropriately. Her mother, however, declines. She believes Xiaofeng's character is already warped and that life will inevitably show him the consequences of choosing that direction. When Mumu attempts to debate, her mother cautions her that getting involved will reflect poorly on them, similar to Xiaofeng. She comforts her by stating that Lin Yi can manage this situation independently. In the meantime, the leader of the Professional Alliance inquires if Lin Yi has made an official debut in the field. He remarks that Lin Ye's recently uncovered ability could swiftly elevate him to legendary status, expressing regret that such promise is squandered on his role as a priest. A rare, extraordinary genius, he contends, ought to operate directly within the professional partnership. Other alliance members express their backing for formally including Lin Yi. However, the conversation quickly puts Xiaofeng's father in a difficult position as they inquire about his plans for his unruly son. Chairman Huang guarantees that he has finalized the compensation and has expressed apologies on Xiaofeng's behalf, assuring that he will address the issue with seriousness. On the battlefield, the individual dispatched by Xiaofeng's father arrives and pleads with Lin Yi for compassion. Xiaofeng, upon hearing this, bursts into frantic laughter, claiming his father will kill him. Lin Yi inquires with the assistant if the chairman is applying pressure, stating that if the chairman wishes to discuss matters, he should do so in person. The assistant promptly explains that the chairman dispatched him to extend an apology and offer compensation for Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng exclaims in shock as Lin Yi assesses his choices. Shortly after, Lin Yi speaks with Chairman Huang, who offers another apology. Lin Yi responds that it's alright. The chairman subsequently states he is prepared to reimburse Lin Yi for all the items he lost, anything he can manage, and inquires if Lin Yi could transfer Xiaofeng to them for appropriate discipline. Recognizing a valuable chance, Lin Yi asks for 3 sets of unrestricted diamond gear, 1 preset, 1 mage set, and 1 soldier set, along with 5 million alliance coins. He inquires if Chairman Huang can handle such compensation. At the other end, the chairman is taken aback, speechless, questioning whether Lin Yi is serious. Upon hearing Lin Ye's outrageous demand, he becomes immobilized, pondering why he is unable to locate 3 unrestricted diamond level sets for various classes, despite searching throughout the entire nation. Following a brief moment of silent anxiety, he informs Lin Yi that it could take several days to find the 3 sets, as they are not available in his current inventory. Should he be unable to obtain them, he assures that he will personally gather the sets from exclusive dungeons, and the Alliance is ready to allocate extra resources to expedite the process. As he talks, the chairman observes something unusual. His son is inadvertently revealing information about him on the private jet. He readjusts his glasses and utilizes his detection lens to locate the camera source. The assistant moves closer and speaks directly to the live stream, informing the audience that the issue has been resolved. The chairman has issued an apology and a compensation plan is in place. Lin Yi, conversely, reflects on how the Alliance has unexpectedly recognized him. He ponders if they have already uncovered his unique ability. The chairman persists in his discussion, detailing that he can grant Lin Yi entry to all the concealed dungeons in Jiang City. He reveals that there are 50 dungeons throughout the region. A few uncommon ones feature entrenched disputes among groups, locations where only the bravest experts are willing to venture. Lin Yi responds coolly that he can finish those dungeons within a month. The chairman pauses, inquiring whether that would genuinely be adequate for a new professional. He doesn't disclose that he provided dungeon access solely to later assist Lin Ye's teammates, quietly aiming to strengthen their bond. He requests Lin Yi to include his teammates in future visits. Lin Yi consents, stating he will address the rumors on the professional forum and will live stream their dinner in return. The chairman commends his consideration. With that, Lin Yi concludes the conversation. He gives the phone to his assistant, noting that he will release Huang because of his genuine apology. The assistant remarks that the professional world is tough, and such stress frequently drives individuals to extremes. The following day, the trio enters a 5-star restaurant renowned for its exceptional service, featuring chefs hailing from various countries around the globe. Every team is assigned a dedicated service staff, guaranteeing the best experience whether dining solo or in a group. Mumu cautions Lin Yi that despite Chairman Huang's apology, he must remain vigilant at the dinner. Lin Yi comforts her, believing that the chairman's apology seems sincere. He recognizes his potential and aims to build a lasting professional relationship. They enter their exclusive service room, where Chairman Huang welcomes them inside. He invites Lin Ye's teammates to sit down and once more apologizes on his son's behalf, stating it was his responsibility for failing to raise Xiaofeng correctly, resulting in such shameful shameful conduct. Mumu and Baiji are astonished. How can the Huang Association's chairman be so modest and gracious when his son is Xiaofeng? In the meantime, Lin Yi reflects on Chairman Huang's willingness to humble himself significantly for the benefit of his ungrateful child. He grips the chairman's hand, assuring him that past grievances are forgotten and that he will release Xiaofeng. Eventually, the equipment is presented by the chairman. Lin Yi evaluates the items to check for compatibility with his existing gear, but the equipment solely boosts his healing, enhances survivability, and doubles his damage resistance. Content: Lin Yi agrees. Baiji expresses heartfelt gratitude to the chairman. Mumu believes that acquiring such equipment is typical for affluent families and appreciates his kindness. The audience following the stream shares this sentiment. They believe the chairman's apology is sincere, as he wouldn't intentionally forfeit such a significant amount of money on costly equipment unless he genuinely aimed to fix the situation. Numerous viewers adjust their views and concede that his release is just given the compensation he provided. The group peacefully enjoys their meal. Prior to departing, the chairman warns Lin Yi that reporters will probably be outside. He subsequently provides Lin Yi with a pass for the nightmare level dungeon, the Land of Bones, allowing the group to proceed. As anticipated, as soon as he exits, reporters surround him, inundating him with inquiries regarding his new abilities and if he can tackle any dungeon alone. Lin Yi effortlessly navigates the crowd, leaving the reporters bewildered and without any information. Xiaofeng remained alert in his hospital bed while the deity manifested above him. He inquired with irritation about the being's identity. The deity serenely revealed that he was Mei Gui, an abyssal master and furthermore, a high-ranking demon of pure lineage and extraordinary strength. Xiaofeng laughed derisively, expressing that he believed a remarkable individual had come to see him, only to discover it was someone ordinary. He mentioned that after he healed, he would personally return him to the abyss like a swarm of insects. The master squinted, considering that Xiaofeng was quite vocal for someone who had become a national joke. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he felt compelled to defend his position. He asserted that the incident was simply a tactical withdrawal by their team, nothing beyond that. He began questioning Xiaofeng about whether he was truly fine with all that was occurring around him, including his humiliation, his decline, and even his father's decision to ally with Lin Yi and bring him such disgrace. The master moved in closer and whispered that he need not suffer such disgrace. He could strike a bargain with him, one that would ensure unmatched power, potent enough to obliterate all who had scorned and betrayed him. Xiaofeng dismissed the offer without a second thought, forcefully shoving the master away and telling him to leave. He stated that it was his final warning, as he sought no compassion from someone as insignificant as himself. The master's claws moved subtly, and for a moment, it appeared he might take his life on the spot. Yet he held back, retreating slightly and fixing a fierce gaze on Xiaofeng. He mentioned that if Xiaofeng ever reconsidered, he should call out his name, then disappeared without saying anything further. On the opposite end, deep within the Land of Bones, there lay a dungeon rated as nightmare difficulty. Upon entry, players were immediately encircled by a legion of inactive skeletons. Mumu inquired of Lin Yi about the frequency of his special talent usage that week. Lin Yi responded that he had only utilized it once, and advised Baiji to allow her own abilities to rest after utilizing them twice that week. He elaborated that even the finest drops wouldn't significantly impact them since they all possess diamond-level gear. The Huang family had granted them exclusive access to the Catastrophe level, enhancing their potential even more. Lin Yi started drafting their strategy. Their primary objective in this dungeon was to earn free attribution points, subsequently obtain a platinum weapon, and ultimately secure an SSS grade strategy for the nightmare level. Mumu assured him with confidence that they wouldn't disrupt his fight. Achieving an SSS rating in this dungeon, participants had to defeat the final boss, eradicate all undead skeletons, and accomplish this without utilizing the dungeon's designated weapon, the Holy Sword. Baiji noted that the challenge wasn't significantly different. They simply had to utilize the Holy Sword to overcome it without overthinking the situation. Mumu gestured reassuringly and assured her not to fret, as they would indeed celebrate after selling all the precious treasures they acquired from this dungeon. Lin Yi attracted the skeletons by using his own blood, deliberately diverting their focus from the Holy Sword. He expelled blood due to the exertion, causing his attributes to decline significantly. Mumu swiftly handed him the relief herb pill to alleviate his physical discomfort. Lin Yi persisted in his struggle for survival while the skeletons pursued him, confirming his previous belief. The skeletons were drawn more to the aroma of living blood than to any task they had been assigned. Baiji observed him with increasing concern and inquired whether it was truly acceptable for them not to assist him. Mumu once more assured her that Lin Yi was capable of managing everything alone. Lin Yi ultimately arrived at the boundary of the Land of Bones and employed his healing technique. The skeletons were startled by the sudden energy surge. They halted their pursuit and attempted to withdraw, grasping the circumstances, but Lin Yi unleashed a reverse divine damage upon them, as if a fallen hell had descended. Their bones started to separate as their bodies melted away into oblivion. The trio arrived at the brink just in time to hear a voice from within the cave questioning why they had disturbed him. The skilled undead knight of platinum rank emerged, weapon in hand, ready for action. The awakened beast, the undead knight, unleashed its vengeance upon sighting them. Lin Yi understood that it was a restorative healing technique, and employed his looting method, which reduced the knight's health by 500. Lin Yi understood that he was more delicate and not as powerful as he had believed him to be. He relentlessly struck the undead creature with the same looting assault until the system notified him that the knight was in a critically injured condition. His altered state activated his passive skill, Undead Fury, boosting the knight's abilities. The knight blinked awake, calling forth his skeletons, and before long all the undead rose, which took Lin Yi by surprise since he didn't foresee his attack rebounding. The knight deemed him foolish, pointing out that he was at a dead end and instructed him to speak his final words. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi merely chuckled. Mumu remarked from the sidelines that foolish beings like the knight lacked mathematical understanding. With the revived creatures possessing merely 100 health points and Lin Yi yet to wield the holy sword, it would take him merely 3 seconds to eliminate them. And just like that, Lin Yi activated his abilities, and as anticipated, the health points of the revived creatures diminished, leading to their demise once more. Leaving the knight stunned, Lin Yi instructed the knight to convey his final words and employ the plundering technique of reversal healing art, reducing his health by 700 and conquering the boss. In an instant, he finished the dungeon. The system assessed his task completions and elevated him to SSS grade rank. He obtained the gold and platinum chests, advancing to Catastrophe Descends level 2 via Fallen Hell. Mumu and Baiji applauded him, but the system interjected, informing him that upon finishing the dungeon, while safeguarding the holy sword and vanquishing the undead knight, he had obtained a special reward. The stone sword key can unlock any single-use dungeon gate in the Land of Death, provided all conditions are satisfied at the maximum difficulty of Catastrophe level. He inquired whether he had heard correctly as the system prompted him to decide if he wanted to open the chest. Lin Yi explained to the girls that the unique item from this dungeon differed from those in standard dungeons, noting that all rewards vanish after using the key. He also shared details about the dungeon hierarchy. The standard levels with difficulty Nightmare are apparent to newcomers, followed by Calamity, Disaster, Catastrophe, and Epic challenges. Baiji inquired whether the rewards from this dungeon surpassed those of the standard dungeons. Mumu confirmed that the dropped rewards were one of a kind. Lin Yi inquired whether any of the professionals were able to maintain their health at 100%. Mumu advised him to cease dwelling on others' failures since they possessed a chest to unlock. He received the Blues Massacre and Iron Fist from the gold one, while earning attribute points from the platinum chest. He chuckled at how none of the items were appropriate for a priest and inquired if Mumu required new weapons. Mumu timidly agreed. Lin Yi provided her with the equipment or sword and guided her on its usage. She inquired about their next destination. He instructed them to mimic his actions, remove the bones from the area independently, achieve their S rank, and earn experience. Baiji declared she was fine with that when abruptly, Lin Yi felt a threat and shielded Mumu while gazing forward as a massive man gripped Baiji, his knife pressed against her neck. He inquired whether he had taken the stone sword key. The muscular man, keeping Baiji captive, warned Lin Yi to relinquish the item they sought if he was wise and wished to ensure the girl's safety. Before long, a crowd gathered around the man, including a mage, a priest, and 2 warriors who encircled the assassin with Baiji. Conversely, Mumu, a mage, and Lin Yi, a priest, remained there observing the situation. The assassin instructed him to once more surrender the sword. As Baiji spun around to confront the assassin, she inquired why they would commit such an act. The mage across attempted to inflict harm on her, but she resisted his spells and collapsed. The mage commended her abilities. Observing the situation, Lin Yi warned them to release Baiji if they wished to avoid death. The fighters began to chuckle and challenged him to give it his all, as they enjoyed a tough fight. Lin Yi stepped up and struck them with agonizing spasms. The mage and assassin fled, abandoning the warrior to face Lin Ye's mercy alone. Baiji got to his feet and dashed towards him. The defeated warrior inquired how he managed that at just level 10. Mumu released her bionic tears that restrained their priest. The 3 gathered, settling into their spots. Lin Yi instructed them to retreat, claiming they lacked the courage to attempt a robbery against them. Their mage returned, cursing them, warning they would rue their ignorance once they witnessed hell today, and began casting his spell. At that moment, the assassin began to move like a puppet, and the mage commanded him to eliminate Lin Yi, as the girls lacked his strength. Mumu observed the strange situation and questioned whether the mage mage was indifferent to his own allies. However, Lin Yi cautioned them in advance, commanding them to retreat as he detected the aroma of magic tides surrounding them. He understood that those before him were all fallen beings who had chosen to strike bargains with the abyssal demons, forsaking their innate abilities, resulting in them acquiring abyssal powers far superior to their original ones. He warned the girls that they had forfeited their humanity and transformed into foes of humankind. Without hesitation, Lin Yi activated his recently acquired skill, Reversal Divine Healing. Catastrophe descends, releasing a surge of fiery energy directed at them. However, the mage across countered his magic successfully. He chuckled, labeling Lin Yi as weak, claiming he was unable to cast a spell alone. He directed their assassin to seize their gear, as it appeared to be costly. The assassin approached him, yet Lin Yi thrust his hand into him, igniting a fire within, leaving everyone in disbelief. The mage summoned the healer, instructing him to tend to the assassin, but the healer declined, informing the mage that the assassin was already deceased, rendering healing ineffective. The mage went pale, questioning how a level 10 user could possess such immense attacking strength. Wasn't achievable unless he had struck a bargain with the demon of the abyss. However, he quickly understood he was up against Lin Yi, an individual who was far from an average professional. He informed his team that Lin Yi was not a human and that they should flee. Lin Yi announced that none of them would survive following their alliance with the demons, and assaulted them with starlight brilliance, and hell's descent fell upon them. Their health reached nil. Mumu contended that defending themselves could lead to a similar fate. Baiji inquired about the bodies, worried the guild would discover them, but Lin Yi clarified that the guild wouldn't care, as the deceased were not recognized by any organization and had acted independently. He searched for valuable items among the fallen ones, until he obtained a calamity level pass for a dungeon. He remembered the dungeon appearing in the professionals test due to its nightmare difficulty, yet no support team managed to complete it. The second boss of the dungeon, Darkhurst Knight, turned into a true nightmare and a significant hurdle for students aiming to become professionals. Nevertheless, all the students pursued it, not for elite gear or experience, but to secure the drop following a perfect first-time completion, which was essential for the Catastrophe level dungeon, the Forgotten Nest. He held the pass and decided it was a tale for another time and advanced to their new dungeon quest. Mumu identified it as the Forest of the Giant's Downfall and inquired about visiting. However, he mentioned that after Baiji's talent cooldown finished, they intended to explore this dungeon to obtain the pass for Forgotten Nest and to reach level 10 within its depths. Baiji quietly inquired whether they should incinerate or cut the fallen, yet remnants of them would still remain. Mumu let out a sigh and remarked that having a summoner among them would simplify things, as they could simply offer the bodies to someone else. Lin Yi gazed at them in disbelief and carried the fallen on his back, informing them he would toss them into the dungeon to cool off within its depths. They began pulling the bodies, both convinced it was a wise decision. Following their strenuous effort, Lin Yi recognized it was time to head back to the academy for rest and to balance their leisure. After Baiji's aura settled, they would proceed to the location that could guide them to the catastrophe level. A day went by while the three of them sat together enjoying dinner. Mumu highlighted that they lacked time to unwind after discovering their abilities. Lin Yi reassured them that they continued to earn allowance coins and suggested returning here whenever they sought relaxation. Mumu informed him differently, stating that as she was no longer a child, she needed to save her allowance coins for gear, piquing Baiji's interest. As Baiji savored her meal, she proposed to cover the bill this time. Lin Yi chuckled at her and summoned the waiter. The waiter told him that someone had already settled their bill. He spun around to discover that individual as his gaze fell on the head. The individual rose and identified himself as Yen, an official representing the Professionals Alliance and the leader of Lin Ye's sect. Lin Yi presented himself alongside his fellow teammates. Yen merely smiled, indicating he recognized their identities, and formally extended an invitation for Lin Yi to join Lin Yun's sect, granting him early access to the Professionals Alliance. The proposal equally stunned all three when Lin Yi revealed that he had not yet completed his test. He contended that agreeing would lead others to believe he relied on special connections rather than demonstrating his own strength publicly, complicating the Alliance's efforts to evade suspicion. He ultimately decided against joining, stating he had no intentions to do so and assured them he had his own strategies. Yen acknowledged his perspective, expressing eagerness to meet him at the Alliance. He extended his assistance whenever needed and mentioned that once he joined, a fair duel would ensue. Lin Yi agreed, contemplating fresh opportunities. They gathered outside, channeling their abilities as he gestured to Baiji. The system granted them a unique buff, and each time they broke a dungeon, an upgrade would occur. He unlocked Giant's Demise Forest with the key and a gateway leading into the forest. The challenge presented by Calamity indicated that this area was its domain. The terrain, steeped in death and destruction, offered no endpoint in view. Mumu highlighted that this this dungeon was distinct from the vast secret dungeons, and given its level of difficulty, no other dungeon could match it. Before long, the foes within this dungeon, ghostly fallen warriors, began to emerge wielding unique abilities like leap, strike, and thrust. Moo stepped up, informing Lin Yi that she could manage these minor ones on her own. She applied her bionic tears to the fallen soldier, but the assault had the opposite effect on her health. Lin Yi swiftly snapped his fingers, initiating healing art, instructing her to be cautious and only unleash combos during attacks. He guided her movements and mentioned the benefits of the new gear. With Lin Ye's assistance, both girls successfully navigated the obstacles. As an odd odor began to waft toward them, Lin Yi cautioned them to stay alert as he detected the first boss's approach. The initial boss was the White Spirit Knight, a level 13 entity with platinum aptitude. Lin Yi swiftly employs his reversal magic radiance on the knight and subsequently unleashes his fallen hell upon him. Mu inquires whether it has passed yet. He observes the abrupt shifts caused by the wind and asserts that the knight remains alive. He instructs the girls to be mindful of their positions. Their main objective is to deplete his health bar, allowing them to concentrate on other matters. The girls take their positions as instructed and merge their powers to create bionic tears and poison bubbles. This combined ability relentlessly assaults the knight, reducing his health to 800. The system refreshes yet again, triggering its bleed debuff. Enduring relentless damage, all of his attributes rise significantly as the knight remains upright. Then his components begin to disappear. Moo appears puzzled, inquiring whether this is his permanent skill to become invisible after 1/4. Bai Ji screams, proclaiming that this boss is tougher than they had anticipated. Lin Yi states that this should be his final ability until he returns as undead. He promises the girls he will manage it and instructs them to continue drawing his aggro. He searches for a hiding place where his sight is unobstructed and the distance is ideal. He believes that the potential for this to be professional relies on his strikes, which will be long-range like a javelin. The system enhances once more as the knight receives a protective shield around him. The knight perceives Lin Yi nearby and launches his strike like a javelin. Yet the wind moves aside. Lin Yi steps outside, utilizing reverse heaven and earth, enhancing his defenses as he moves forward. The knight gazes at him in bewilderment, yet in an instant, Lin Yi rushes at him, simultaneously initiating his reversal healing plundering strike. He conveys to the knight that his ranged assaults are ineffective against him and anticipates that a charge skill will be employed next, or the knight will reclaim his weapon. As anticipated, the knight employs a charge attack by harnessing spiritual energy, and Lin Yi protects himself with the Clarity Art Confinement method. His abilities receive an immediate boost as he acquires the skill's active points for the first time. The knight attempts to retreat to his original position, yet Lin Yi grins, aware that it has fallen into his snare. As soon as he crosses the blink, his health immediately declines, his abilities begin to weaken, and his skill duration expires. The knight continues to attempt escape. However, Moo seizes the moment, questioning whether he still has the courage to escape. Ultimately, Lin Yi employs his divine healing alongside fallen hell, and falls upon the knight. The system indicates that he triumphed over White Spirit Knight and advanced to level 9. Baidu reached level 7, while Moo progressed to level 6. The upgrade was exhilarating, and Lin Yi asserts that the challenge's difficulty demonstrates it cannot be completed solo. He guides them on their next steps by adhering to the signposts that will direct them toward the second boss. Yet, as he gazed upward, he saw no markers to guide him. At that moment, long ropes resembling vines emerge from below, ensnaring them and dropping them into a pit. He advises them to roll upon landing to prevent injuries. The trio reaches the next stage safely, while Lin Yi patiently anticipates the arrival of the fabled cursed instructor. Before the girls could alert him, Lin Yi is unexpectedly ambushed by the Moonlight family. As the alert appears, indicating a new monster has emerged with perilous abilities at level 15 and a diamond aptitude, it approaches Lin Yi. Lin Yi yells in fury, revealing that he learned about it from the students, which explains the monster's high kill count. He arrives without even giving them a heads up. As it strikes Lin Yi with such speed that he cannot respond, Lin Yi cries out in alarm, urging Baidu and Moo to not merely evade it but to confront it head-on. When one of them is struck by its slashing attacks, Moo scoops her up in her arms, grateful that they accumulated enough points to heal. She fears that without Lin Yi's powers, they won't be able to receive healing from him. As Lin Yi launches another counterstrike, Moo is astonished that, despite Lin Yi's threefold badass power, he fails to inflict any damage on the monster's health. When she opts for 2 lethal and icy assaults, diminishing the monster's assault by as much as 1/3. Lin Yi strikes him with the third slash and then descends gradually to the ground, saying, "The girls believe that the cursed teacher possesses immense power. He must remain concentrated." As the monster rises once more, empowered by his Dark Knight curse and enhanced mana, when the girls notice this and become concerned for Linyi. He shouts for them not to fret and to adhere to their plan. He assures them that he will do everything possible to protect Baidu and Moo from the monster. He states that even if it resembles a tank, he will exhaust the cursed teacher monster, depleting its mana as it chases after him. He employs his looting method once more, slicing and weaving, evading its strikes. When Moo mentions that creatures like this are the ones they battle during the upheaval of life and death, he claims it's the final counterattack from bosses, creatures capable of absorbing this level of skill damage. He beams with a knowing smile. He reflects that even as a tank and supreme power boss, they are currently powerless. They simply need to stall for a little longer. Out of nowhere, a notification appears indicating that aggro is being moved and the cursed teacher monster's health decreases to 950. Linyi smiles and tells the creature that he is the cursed teacher's adversary, vowing to render their assaults ineffective. He yells, unleashing his looting strikes on the creature, commanding it to perish, and throws him to the ground. The creature tumbles to the ground as a notification appears, informing them that they have unlocked the cursed teacher. The enormous Black Knight curse has vanished from the fortress, and their mission has been fulfilled. Upon witnessing this, they exchange joyful glances when Baiji mentions that they can utilize the cursed teacher in dungeons to assist with cleanup and support their efforts. He places his hand on her hair, expressing that their victory is a shared accomplishment, which is why he enjoys battling these bosses who haven't been challenged in ages. He mentions that defeating such bosses yields significant achievements, and when they are overcome flawlessly, the rewards are abundant. As Moo interrupts to mention that the system messages are still arriving and not finished, she wonders if something even more incredible could occur for them. As another gold-plated notification appears, announcing their access to the Catastrophe level dungeon, the Forgotten Nest, another message follows, stating that the original simulation server, the Gatekeeper, will now grant them entry to the Forgotten Nest. He grins once more, informing them that they realize how defeating a boss perfectly grants them rewards like unlocking the gates of the Forgotten Nest. Yet, as he contemplates finishing the task, obtaining the entry pass, and modifying the entry setup, he questions how others will perceive this. As they begin to enter the dungeon, Moo becomes captivated by the glimmering butterflies. Baiji inquires if anyone has concerns and whether they plan to assist those inside. She reassures them that the cursed teacher monster is no longer an issue since they have completed the task. She beams with confidence. When Linyi questions if they are all training to be professionals, he quickly dismisses it, suggesting they proceed deeper into the dungeon. Eventually, after completing the majority of their tasks, they reach the edge of the forest. There is only one inhabitant, no others around. The arrangement of the giant boss's lair appears rather unsettling, as he stands alone now. The ultimate antagonist may resemble Godzilla with world-destroying abilities, yet he remains nothing more than a foolish brute regardless. When Baiji requests that the instructions indicate to adhere to its left foot and cut its nails, Linya agrees that is what they must follow. When he arrives, a colossal creature resembling Godzilla, moving on all fours with elongated claws. Moo yells out the plan, and just as she prepares to strike, he declares that they will not adhere to the previous strategy. He grins and declares, let the cursed teacher handle the tough tasks here, and yells, calling forth the cursed Dark Knight. He emerges from shadows. Linya yells, commanding the knight to strike. The colossal boss roars, executing the Moonlight Slash. It reduces the Dark Knight's HP. The Dark Knight bellows, unleashing the giant's barrage against the colossal boss. They strike at one another relentlessly, each landing powerful blows. Linya instructs Moo to activate her ultimate and directs Baiji to enhance them with her enchantment abilities. Moo strikes using Flame's Word Chi, and Baiji strikes using Bionic Tears and Poison Bubbles. When Linyi stares directly into his eyes, he declares he will complete this. By casting the spell Fall in Hell, they ultimately conquer the enormous boss. Upon seeing the prompt that Linyi reached level 10, Baiji felt exhilarated. To level 7 and Moo at level 8, they all embrace joyfully. Baiji exclaims to Moo that she has never heard of anyone being upgraded twice consecutively. She shouts that it's incredible. She hugs Moo, calling her a good luck charm. When Linyi reviews the stats, he comments that this is why he included her in the team. Upon opening the diamond chest, they acquire diamond tier skills and platinum grade gear, along with 15 complementary attributes for every member. They receive the White Knight Platinum Plate, the White Spirit Knight Spear, and 3 Marawash. A core of massive portable gear, along with the giant's proficiency that provides a shield lasting 5 seconds. They also possess shield-breaking capabilities for weapons and lightning paper. Lastly, Rising Tide, the exclusive skill for priests, heals all allies within a 2-minute time frame. He observes it, stating that this ability is quite impressive. He mentions that his reversal talent does not enhance these, but resembles more of a boss control skill set. Upon reversal, the spear-like weapon will further debuff and restrain him, while Rising Tide will also assist him, and he needs to master Rising Tide as well. He reflects that the transformation of heaven and earth is evident, and it can even alter the fundamental nature of a technique. He later informs the girls that he needs to notify the Shangguan Academy regarding the missing curse teacher and the lower difficulty level in the dungeon. He grins, claiming this will create quite a commotion. The following day, in the principal's office, he yells, in shock, questioning them whether Lin Yi had defeated the giant in the dungeon. He pounds his fists on the desk, demanding details regarding the giant classified as Calamity Level 5 and SS rank. The other individual verifies this, explaining that after clearing the dungeon, Lin Yi contacted him to relay the information, which was also confirmed by the authorities. He adds that Lin Yi has obtained the entry pass for the Forgotten Nest as well. He then clarifies that merely 73 human experts have ever accessed that nest. Out of those, 34 made the ultimate sacrifice and did not return. They cannot try again. The bespectacled man states that Lin Yi must enter while remaining at level 15, unable to progress to level 16. He believes Lin Yi is a highly promising asset for the Alliance, but once inside, the outcome will depend solely on him. The elderly gentleman claims it is wonderful, truly wonderful, and that all the institutions should be grateful. He insists they need to organize a commendation ceremony. He mentions that he had earlier proposed sealing that dungeon, but it faced opposition from everyone. The glasses man emphasizes the importance of quality over quantity, asserting that weaker students must be removed. Otherwise, the Alliance will not provide support. A girl bursts in, slamming the door, and apologizes to the principal. She displays her phone, explaining there are issues with Lin Yi's team. Following the altercation, the media exploded, labeling Lin Yi as a demon. Some individuals recorded him in detail, asserting he possesses an unmatched talent. She acknowledges that Lin Yi is an excellent student, yet believes they must act, as he represents the pride of their academy. They ought to take action to safeguard Lin Yi's reputation. The principal informs Sumumu that he empathizes with her emotions. The man with white hair promises her that he will check everything right away. People began to speculate that Lin Yi is a fallen one. The glasses-wearing man claims Lin Yi is merely a student. Why, then, is everyone so quick to pass judgment on him? The man with white hair states he will accompany Su to confirm everything. Upon Lin Yi's arrival, he states he requires a test. He asks for a demon aura test, which is how the information spread. The man with white hair and the man in glasses signed the approval documents. Upon his arrival, people are astonished that he personally asked for the demon aura test. When he talks, everything, silence descends, and tension envelopes the atmosphere. He claims that if they are this fearful, they shouldn't pursue a career in reporting. A girl urges a female reporter to raise her voice and questions her sudden silence. Another adds they were merely probing the Alliance. So why is everyone silent now? As the audience thins, the demon aura assessment commences. They instruct Lin Yi to enter the sacred chamber. He removes his jacket and steps inside, exclaiming, "Here we go." His friend, clutching his jacket, reflects that Lin Yi shouldn't have to endure this, as judgment from others is inevitable. Lin Yi expresses that his concern isn't for the general public, but for those who have faith in him, wishing for their trust to last indefinitely. The test reaches 15%. They anticipate a favorable outcome. Ultimately, it concludes, and the demon aura assessment indicates no contact with demons. His friend cheerfully announces that he will print the report immediately. Individuals shout in disbelief that there was indeed 0% demon contact. The audience erupts, chanting that the night god is invincible and reliable. Huang Feng discreetly follows Lin and notices him with snacks he purchased for Sumumu and Baijue. He quickly begins to criticize him, believing Lin has grown overly complacent and indulgent. As he grumbles, he abruptly notices that no one is nearby, and, at that moment, our guy gives him a gentle kick from behind, causing him to stagger. Feng behaves overly surprised, but our brother highlights that eavesdropping on someone is far worse. Later, Feng asserts he arrived to deliver a caution, claiming Lin must have encountered the sinister being that lures humans. The main character minimizes it, stating he merely encountered some tainted individuals who attempted to offer him something. Feng charges him with feigning toughness and asserts he intentionally let Lin win by a narrow margin to draw out the true demon. Additionally, he insists that our protagonist notify the Alliance to assist in tracking down that entity. In response, Lin uses sarcasm, suggesting that Feng is the intended target of the demon but chose to surrender voluntarily. Certainly, Feng boasts loudly about his superiority in every aspect, and states those beings don't deserve to impact him. Our bro reflects that Feng's demeanor requires significant improvement, yet his capacity to withstand corruption is truly remarkable. Our guy mentions that he shares no fascination with those shadowy entities, asserting that his abilities extend well beyond their reach. Upon hearing this, Feng becomes agitated, expresses his disbelief in Lin, and declares his intention to make a report. Lin thinks about informing Huang Tianji about the previous incident, but before he can proceed, a fan group from Zhang Cheng's inaugural professional academy messages him with enthusiasm, claiming they've identified an individual spreading falsehoods about him. Our protagonist inquires about the person, and he discloses it's Chao Yuan, a peer who covertly utilized Lin's dungeon strategies. He modified them for profit and disparaged him in private conversations, with screenshots as evidence. Subsequently, our bro directs them to cut off all resources to Chao Yuan and requests proof for him to issue an official statement on the Alliance forum. A few students express a desire to confront Chao Yuan in person, but Lin advises them against jeopardizing their future for someone insignificant. He elaborates that the most effective consequence for a cheater is to deprive them of the resources that aid in their development. He also presents a reward. If they deliver Chao Yuan to the academy, they will receive an exclusive dungeon guide that hasn't been made public. Upon hearing this, the entire group buzzes with excitement, inquiring if such guides are genuine. Lin confirms he can offer tactics for any dungeon they desire and urges them to report anyone who purchased those illegal copies. Those individuals will be permanently excluded from accessing his future materials. The team quickly concurs, and our protagonist subsequently presents a sneak peek of a guide to a skeleton land. Astonishing all with his ease in explaining the resolution of highly challenging situations, the students commend him and request additional insights. Ultimately, Lin directs them to inform others that anyone purchasing or distributing pirated copies of his guides will be permanently barred from receiving his authentic versions again. The group buzzes with conversation concerning opposing piracy and hurrying to execute his commands. The organization declares a stringent new policy stating that effective immediately, all individuals must eliminate any duplicated copies of Lin Ye's dungeon guides. Furthermore, anyone discovered to be stealing or concealing such content will face a lifetime ban from accessing his strategies. Certain students express concerns about saving money, and some even support Chao Yuan. However, others swiftly dismiss them, reminding everyone that Lin Yi dedicated significant effort to create those guides. They highlight that individuals seek high-quality outcomes while offering minimal compensation, which is unjust. When an individual questions the quality of his forthcoming releases, the team references the New Land of Skeletons truancy guide, claiming they have already seen a preview. This instantly thrills the crowd, prompting them to plead for access. The moderators caution that any attempts to defend the rule violators will result in those accounts being banned from future content as well. Numerous members swiftly erase their pirated versions and pledge their allegiance to Lin Yi. Some even propose substantial sums to gain entry into his exclusive group. A constant influx of newcomers joins the fan group, all eager for his official guides that comprehensively address every significant dungeon and are regularly updated. The main character is astonished by the rapid growth of the group, yet he realizes that a strong stance on piracy is more effective than physical confrontations. By establishing explicit repercussions, he safeguards his earnings and prevents others from undermining him. Once stability returns, our protagonist assesses his present condition, noting his priest class, level, and both physical and mental attributes. He enumerates his top-tier gear, which includes the Demon Emperor set, tools for movement and teleportation, and a protective ring. His exceptional awakened ability enables him to invert power levels, while his skill set encompasses recovery techniques, moves that sap enemies, spatial control, ally support, and large-scale damage across the battlefield. The protagonist reflects on his awakened talent, which allows him to alter the nature of any ability that impacts him. At this stage, healing spells transform into attacks, offensive techniques become restorative, beneficial boosts turn into detrimental effects, and weakening abilities are converted into enhancements. Moreover, he has the option to activate or deactivate this ability at will. It also reduces the energy required for his abilities and decreases cooldown durations, apart from constraints linked to equipment. To enhance it further, he must attain level 20 and vanquish 10,000 creatures utilizing this reversal ability. He observes that the skill appears to be evolving in a highly destructive manner, yet he opts to delay the upgrade until after his significant exam. Thanks to his recent advancements, his intelligence stat approaches 150, and he intends to elevate that base figure before enhancing his other attributes such as agility, spirit, and durability. Even at this stage, these supplementary stats already rank him among the top in his class. Lin subsequently reaches out to Zhao Chuhang to buy premium priest equipment. He asks for gold-tier items like a weapon, shoes, a pendant, and a necklace, subsequently providing detailed specifications. Zhao clarifies that acquiring items above the gold tier is challenging, so only gold tier alternatives are offered instead. After reviewing the available statistics, benefits, and prices, Lin chooses a priest staff, a bone necklace, and a jade pendant, concluding that none of the shoe selections meet his requirements. The total for these items amounts to 350,000. Lin submits a request for upgrade materials to improve multiple pieces of equipment to level 10. Zhao cautions that an upgrade at this moment might not be effective, yet our ally insists. The overall cost, factoring factoring in all forging fees, totals 2.4 million alliance coins, which our hero covers. The purchases he makes offer significant advantages. The bone necklace enhances his durability, improves health recovery, and strengthens both magical and physical defenses. The white jade pendant increases intelligence and spirit while summoning a protective white bird that absorbs a substantial amount of incoming magical damage. The priest's unique staff enhances intelligence and provides a temporary attack increase to those impacted by his healing methods. After all is set, Lin starts enhancing his equipment. Lin completes upgrading all his gear, elevating every piece of his regalia set, healing staff, bone necklace, and jade pendant to the utmost enhancement tier. With each enhanced element, he is assured that this configuration will suffice to achieve the highest score in the Island of Death. Aware that the rewards from dungeons can range from outstanding to underwhelming. As he contemplates this, our guy notices a sound in his house and shortly observes Mumu quietly in his room. The protagonist is taken aback that she came in unnoticed. Later, Mumu clarifies that she used his bathroom since the hot water in her room isn't functioning correctly. Lin is willing to assist, but she promptly declines. She asks if he has a moment, as she wishes to talk about something. Before she proceeds, he advises her to dry her hair and wear something warm to avoid getting ill, hurrying to change while he remains patient. 5 minutes later, Lin inquires about Mumu's topic, prompting her to awkwardly mention Baiji. She elaborates that Baiji confided in her about feeling uneasy with the great sword class and continues to face challenges when tackling dungeons solo, despite having enhanced her equipment. The main character is taken aback as Baiji never brought it up, yet he believes the class is doable and suggests that if they locate the necessary item for a job change, Baiji might transition to a role that fits her better. Following that, our guy intends to inquire Wang Tianqi regarding it, and states that Baiji must determine for herself if she genuinely desires a new direction. Mumu experiences relief, yet as she attempts to exit, Lin halts her, sensing she has something intimate to share. After a moment of hesitation, she confesses that the gap between them has widened since Lin discovered his talent and achieved level 11. She remembers their close bond from childhood, anticipating they would continue as the closest allies post-acquiring powers. Now she feels eclipsed, thinking the protagonist no longer depends on her, since he can achieve rare rewards and capture everyone's focus independently, while she is left with only minor responsibilities. As they progress, she increasingly senses that she's hindering him rather than adding any real value. Our protagonist advises Mumu not to worry excessively. However, she contends that he fails to grasp the discouragement of lagging behind someone she looks up to. Additionally, she emphasizes her desire for independence from him. Upon hearing this, the protagonist resolves to encourage her progress and informs her that she must adhere to a strict regimen from now on. No more unhealthy snacks, no late-night meals, and early morning workouts at 5 a.m. unless they have a dungeon to conquer. Additionally, our brother clarifies that the training will enhance her speed. She wonders if statistics solely define agility. He notes that she hasn't invested sufficiently yet. Overcome, she starts to cry. Lin presents her with a unique item, the Heart of the Giant, stating that it is the ideal support tool for her at this moment, particularly because her cloning skill enhances its efficiency. Later, he motivates her, stating she possesses great potential. Upon hearing this, Mumu promises to quit snacking and put in more effort. Lin internally sighs, reflecting on how practical gifts inspire her. She abruptly announces her desire to test her mimicry skills and confidently enumerates her skills: massage therapy, culinary arts, and housekeeping, cautioning him to anticipate her complete dedication, leaving Lin perplexed. Baiji arrives. Mumu feels thrilled upon seeing her, while Lin expresses gratitude for completing the task. Following that, Baiji inquires whether our protagonist intends to venture into the Land of Death immediately without taking a break. Suddenly, Lin obtains a short-term blessing that enhances any chest he acquires in a dungeon for the following day. The protagonist then assures the girls he's okay and encourages them to unwind instead. Additionally, he proposes that Baiji and Mumu take some time off to enjoy a movie, as balancing rest with work aids in better recovery. Meanwhile, he employs the stone sword key to unlock the portal to the realm of death and selects the toughest difficulty. Mumu freaks out upon discovering he chose the disastrous difficulty, yet Lin enters nonetheless. The dungeon is portrayed as a perilous area teeming with undead beings that consume all living things. To his astonishment, the entrance is more tranquil than anticipated. Yet as he advances, the energy he possesses ignites the revival of numerous formidable undead entities, each aware of his presence and rising in reaction. This includes gold-tier warriors with robust endurance, considerable strength, and lethal abilities such as vengeful fire and fury of the undead. To confront them, Lin calls forth the Holy Sword Crown, radiating crimson flames. This grants a temporary enhancement to his powers, inflicting significant damage lessening incoming harm and applying sacred flame effects. Lin views the sword as a quick solution, but prepares it. The dungeon demands enduring 2 hours against the onslaught of the undead. It necessitates defeating at least one secret realm boss and fulfilling advanced tasks like vanquishing all bosses, obliterating the death altar, and eliminating all undead without the holy sword, all prior to the arrival of the holy knights. After that, Lin triggers the reversal of the brilliance of every star along with his divine healing technique. Disaster strikes suddenly, inflicting 1300 damage and eliminating the initial wave of gold tier undead in an instant. Due to his completely enhanced Demon Emperor set that offers a 90% healing boost without requiring the ultimate ability Emerald Sea Rising. A new wave emerges, encouraging the main character to overcome the barrier, enter to confront the antagonist, and obliterate the death altar, counting on the assistance of his 2 allies. To enhance his abilities, he utilizes various items: a greater acceleration potion for a 5-minute speed boost, a pill from the Wind Falcon egg for a temporary agility increase of 50 points, Thunder Liquid for a continuous 5-minute Thunder Flash dash effect to further elevate speed, and Smoked Earth Chicken to provide a temporary boost to Constitution. The main character triggers his reversal power and inspects the Death Altar, a structure possessing 10,000 durability, minimal defense, and no offensive capabilities, which perpetually summons undead from the underworld. Additionally, 5 of these altars exist in the realm of death, each protected by a hidden realm boss. Destroying one halts the emergence of new undead in that vicinity, although the already summoned remain. Next, he faces the Colossal Zombie Butcher, a level 15 creature with balanced stats across all attributes and various lethal abilities, including Plague Spread, Corpse Toxins, Regeneration, splitting into smaller forms, hook strikes, fatal blows, and a mouth in its stomach designed to consume foes. Lin employs a reversal control technique to freeze the massive undead, requiring just 30 seconds before initiating a series of counterattacks that shatter the altar and eliminate the butcher. Once it perishes, the creature splits into 2 smaller butcher zombies. He also obliterates it using the plunder effect, which activates the emergence of 2 significant undead bosses, Skeleton Hing and Undead Lich. Later, our protagonist observes that although the dungeon is of catastrophe level, the level cap allows him to handle it. He summons his gold-tiered Darkhurst Rider to assist him for an hour, preparing to face these awakened bosses. Skeleton Hing, who strengthens all nearby undead with powerful auras and group-based tactics. The Undead Lich, a high-level necromancer capable of advanced dark magic like death waves, frost spells, gravitational attacks, and blood-freezing techniques. After that, Lin issues orders to finish them. The shield-bearing warrior addresses Lin as his master, to which our guy responds with irritation before ordering him to act. After that, the warrior follows his command and uses Moonlight Thrust, striking the Undead Lich. She reacts in pain as her cursed shield activates. This shield can return all magic damage taken within 3 seconds back to whoever cast it. She cries out again and calls for the Lich King to support her, but our guy steps in, telling her that he is her real opponent. He unleashes the reverse tide of the Azure Sea, pushing the Lich King into a weakened, withered condition. The shield warrior then performs Rising Dragon Slash with 3 rapid hits, followed by the Lich's explosive curse attack. The Undead Lich tries to counter with Black Hole, preparing to destroy herself in the process. Our hero quickly warns his shield warrior that she is about to sacrifice her remaining life to drag him down, activating Blood Freeze. Is a suicidal spell that consumes her soul, releases a massive burst of ice magic, deals heavy freezing damage, and locks enemies in place. Shocked by the outcome, she realizes too late that she has failed, and the protagonist confirms that the target has been defeated and praises the shield warrior for his performance. In the end, the protagonist swings his sword with the force of disaster strikes, while the Lich King scoffs at humanity and warns that a greater darkness still awaits. With both the Lich King and the Undead Lich defeated, the important task of eliminating a secret realm boss is completed. This triggers the portal to open, allowing departure and granting rewards based on how many objectives were fulfilled. Close by, the Darkwing Dragon, formerly allied with the Darkhurst Knight, lies largely neglected despite their history. With this altar now down, the undead are no longer a threat. Our guy suggests they clean up later and move on to the next area first, since just the last 2 bosses are left. Lin observes that finding them here spares him from a lengthy trip and additional battles. Subsequently, our brother sees the foes spotting them and cautions his friend to remain vigilant. The Death Dragon emerges initially, an ice-manipulating creature empowered by energy from death. Positioned at level 15, it possesses diamond-grade attributes and abilities centered on freezing capabilities, powerful strikes, and deceleration effects. Alongside it is the Daughter of Death, formerly an elven ranger who championed justice before being resurrected as a dark archer, able to transform the deceased into undead minions with her enchanted arrows. Lin humorously claims that this one-time dungeon is is scarier than his instructor, particularly because it offers no opportunity for achieving an SSS rating. He then unleashes two formidable reversal techniques, inundating the surroundings with immense power. The Daughter of Death angrily labels him a trivial human for initiating the attack, to which he replies, vowing to reveal a genuine surprise. She launches a lethal pin in his direction. The Death Dragon's icy breath strikes Lin 2 times, yet his healing counters the harm. His skills eliminate one freezing effect, significantly enhance his speed, and greatly increase his strength. The Daughter of Death is stunned that her shot missed his heart and concludes that he must possess immunity against her assault. Sensing something amiss, she promptly commands the Death Dragon to move ahead. Health increases rapidly, first by 512, then by 539, shattering one frozen effect in the process. A subsequent boost raises it by 699, freeing Lin from her frozen condition as well. At this time, the Daughter of Death unleashes a swift barrage of arrows at the shield bearer, but each attempt fails to connect. Her annoyance intensifies as she notices the opponent's rapid movements. Additionally, she denies him access and summons every undead at her disposal, compelling them to create a barrier to shield against the foe. She empowers herself using silence magic and a draining spell, increasing her health. As her rivals depend on close combat, she opts to employ talismans that grant temporary control over living creatures. The more powerful the target, the briefer the control duration, varying from 1 second to a minute, ceasing only if she is overcome. With this effect, she can compel the target to inflict significant self-harm repeatedly until the talisman's influence concludes. Even just a moment of control suffices for her, and she confidently targets the protagonist. In this process, the Dark Talisman rider experiences significant movement slowdown, plummets significantly, attack speed declines, and attack power reduces. Lin swiftly signals for a defensive position. The rider creates a dense black barrier that significantly lessens damage but further hinders their speed. The Daughter of Death seeks a way past the shield, convinced that if she finds an opening, she can end the battle. She believes her rival is close to exhaustion and gets ready to attack, intending to proceed to the others afterward. However, our guide activates a counterspell that negates harmful effects and restrains the foe. A significant health improvement occurs, and adverse conditions are eliminated, shifting the circumstances to Lin's advantage. The Daughter of Death is astonished that Lin remains upright. Following that, the main character swiftly commands a shield charge to interrupt her move, then delivers a strong upward blow. The Dragon of Death falls first, and the Daughter of Death claims they are battling unjustly. Lin responds using a reversed healing method combined with a destructive power, which concludes the Daughter of Death permanently. Thus, Lin allocates the tasks, taking one direction while his partner handles the opposite side. The hero is convinced that eliminating the altar's power will complete the dungeon. Even with its unconventional design, he understands the difficulty isn't as great as anticipated, and unleashes a power that cascades over the undead like a tide, enabling them to complete everything in under 10 minutes, comfortably within the 2-hour time frame needed for the 4th task. System notice indicates that all undead in the vicinity have been vanquished, and the initial 4 objectives have been achieved. However, our brother feels that something remains amiss. A system notification indicates that the shadow version of the dual-winged angel hero is approaching, launching a 5th concealed mission titled Destiny's Choice. 2 choices emerge. The initial step involves embracing divine favor, which entails surrendering all gathered undead souls to the sacred sword and departing the realm with an instant S-level rating, albeit not the utmost level. The alternative is selecting the Godslayer route, necessitating the defeat of the hero's avatar. Success results in a rating above SSS, whereas failure reduces the score down to C. The protagonist understands that the dungeon conceals a rating higher than SSS, a fact likely unknown to most. He ponders whether experienced adventurers kept it a secret but concludes they wouldn't, as few could meet such a demanding criterion. He believes that hidden realms develop, suggesting this higher level may have been formed outside human perception. For him, this new rating seems as unattainable as ancient civilizations attempting to access space. Another notification indicates the Darkhurst Night is fading as its summon cooldown starts. Suddenly, enormous pressure saturates the space. Our character perceives the presence as the supreme authority of the angelic hierarchy. However, the implication indicates he should confront merely an avatar, rather than the actual entity. Subsequently, he searches for the location of the projection. The system discloses the specifics. A level 37 shadow manifestation of the dual-winged angel hero, significantly exceeding the suggested level for challengers. Numerous attributes remain concealed, yet it is evidently crafted to dominate foes aligned with death. Upon arrival, the avatar speaks directly to Lin, praising him for purifying the land. It conveys thanks from the Holy Kingdom, stating that the undead must be sealed again. Subsequently, the angel directs Lin to surrender the holy sword and vacate the vicinity. Our protagonist halts, pondering why he is left unrewarded after vanquishing all the undead in the realm. Upon hearing this, the angel hero responds sharply, perceiving Lin's inquiry as disrespectful, and insists that mortals should express gratitude and leave without meddling. Our hero observes how the angel communicates from a lofty stance, viewing humans as expendable instruments rather than partners. Additionally, angel hero discusses cleanup efforts, for which Lin believes there may be additional factors at play. The angel seeks recognition for it, despite Lin being the one who managed the threat. Subsequently, our brother confronts this mindset and declines to allow the angel to claim credit for his work, to which the hero diminishes humans, labeling them as trivial entities destined to serve the Holy Kingdom, and charges Lin with opposing sacred intent. The hero resolves to stop listening and swiftly initiates an attack, activating plunder instantly, to which the hero invokes divine strength as the battle commences. The angelic hero delivers fierce strikes, exposing all of Lin's vulnerabilities, while asserting that divine retribution will ensnare him. The angel wields the crimson flame crown and summons thunder, yet our hero perpetually heals, mending injuries and radiating with a luminous healing glow. Despite a single hit diminishing his health, he swiftly recuperates and receives a damage increase. Angel, the hero, continuously casts judgment spells. However, our brother observes that the angel's demeanor seems less menacing now, as if this iteration isn't its real form. Following this, the angel grows frustrated, astonished that none of the assaults, whether close range, long range, physical, or magical, are affecting Lin. Instead, they continually heal him. The protagonist replies, noting that had the angel seen how he overcame previous bosses, this would hardly be unexpected. Angel hero is astonished that Lin appears invulnerable and questions whether he possesses some form of unbeatable ability. However, Lin claims the angel can hardly inflict any harm on him. The protagonist subsequently activates a reversal skill that hinders the angel's phantom thrice, immobilizing it with diminished power and defense. He then delivers another reversed healing strike, resulting in significant bleeding, and an additional exhausting action that depletes more health. With these strikes, the phantom angel falls, signaling the dungeon's end. The system grants Lin a diamond grade chest for completing it and an additional diamond chest for fulfilling all hidden criteria, providing him the top SSS score. As the realm disintegrates, the weapon can enhance its power by consuming similar priest weapons, revealing additional abilities. Its healing mode allows him to rejuvenate allies and utilize a moonlight-based skill. The destructive mode enables a powerful area attack, while the shadow mode provides temporary invincibility and teleportation. Indeed, Lin observes that the weapon possesses enough strength to compete with dungeon treasures, leading him to ponder whether its ultimate rank might exceed the diamond tier. Upon unlocking both diamond chests, he acquires numerous enhancements, including additional attribute points, unique gear, rapid attack abilities, accessories such as an ancient dragon necklace, and items with special effects. After adding all points to intelligence, his statistics now look like those of a character close to level 20, despite being only level 11. His equipment, enhanced skills, and reversal-based powers significantly boost his strength. With his luck enhancement still in effect, he contemplates taking on another dungeon challenge. As our hero emerges from the dungeon, he discovers Chao waiting. Chao is enraged, holding Lin responsible for tarnishing his reputation, harming his connections, and driving others to urge him to leave school. In the meantime, Lin remains composed, recalling that his only goal was to prevent Chao from acquiring attribute points, never anticipating such an extreme outcome. Later, our protagonist retaliates using Chao's own rod, exposing that Chao's behavior included deceit and gossip rather than merely following a guide. In the clash, the main character observes a sinister, unnatural power emerging from Chao, and he identifies it as malevolent energy. Lin senses something amiss with Chao as an unusual presence reverberates in the background. Lord Mego's voice pierces Chao's thoughts, labeling him a worthless jester whom all overlook and loathe. The voice drives him further into rage, asserting that if he declines to remain at the bottom, even more individuals will despise him. Following this, Chao erupts in anger, shouting his desire to kill Lin. Simultaneously, Lord Mego lures him with enticing offers of immense power, pressing him to forsake his humanity and embrace the void. Meanwhile, Chao ultimately surrenders and requests the forbidden power. His form contorts as he morphs into a fallen being. The main character observes this transformation and immediately realizes that an abyss demon has seized Chao. Chao cackles with exhilaration as the newfound energy surges within him, astonished by the force igniting his being. Nevertheless, our hero offers him one final opportunity to cease. Understanding the rules enables professionals to eliminate a fallen individual to safeguard innocent lives. Should Chao persist in this direction, our bro will have no choice but to eliminate him. In the meantime, meantime, Chow Yuan erupts in maniacal laughter, believing the protagonist will finally face consequences. He releases a tainted sword attack fueled by the abyss. As the force strikes, Lin's body weakens significantly. Additionally, his stats plummet, his defense collapses, and a bleeding effect begins to sap his health. Simultaneously, Lin calls upon his strength. As Chow continues to escalate this battle, our brother hones his own sword technique, and his strike connects perfectly. Despite Chow now possessing abyss strength, the disparity remains too significant. Chow, shaken, understands Lin's blow caused significant harm despite being weakened. Following that, our associate notes that to him, Chow remains nothing more than a standard boss figure. Chow rejects the notion and yells that Lin is doomed, blaming him for depending solely on brute force despite his role as a priest. In this moment, our protagonist considers the future and chooses to withhold his most potent reversal ability, as abyss demons may be watching the battle. If they learn he possesses an invincibility power, they could flee and warn others, putting him at a disadvantage. Additionally, Lin understands that Chow lacks strong judgment and a proper grasp of combat. Furthermore, Chow is unaware that there is additional magical damage concealed within the physical attack. Lin intends to utilize this battle as a lure to attract any abyss demons lurking in the darkness. Ahead, our protagonist concentrates on preserving Chow's life just long enough to draw out the concealed demons. Simultaneously, he becomes increasingly frustrated with Chow's lingering weakness. Despite harnessing abyss power, a swordsman enhanced to this extent still falls to a priest, highlighting Chow's minimal potential. To the protagonist, he remains merely a disposable asset. In the meantime, the demon affecting Chow starts scheming. It seeks Lin's demise, convinced that if Lin is eliminated, Huang Xiaofeng's faith in Lin's abilities will collapse, allowing Mei Gao to manipulate Huang and draw him into their ranks. The demon weighs two choices: corrupting Huang via Lin or persuading Lin directly. Ultimately, it chooses to use Lin's death as the catalyst. In the conflict, Lin suffers additional health loss, however. He quickly rejuvenates himself with a healing skill that negates the bleed. Chow pauses briefly, astonished by the unexpected revival. At that moment, our brother declares that the figure in front of him is no longer Cow. It's the abyss demon inhabiting his form. Meanwhile, the demon understands that the alliance is approaching and grows impatient. It resolves to conclude the battle swiftly, compelling Lin to either perish or submit himself to the abyss. Our protagonist quickly realizes that the demon has taken the bait. He goes along with it, feigning contemplation of the proposal, and wonders what the abyss could possibly offer that makes joining appealing, pushing the demon to disclose its motives. Yet, the demon behaves as if its proposal should suffice, oblivious to Lin's tactic of buying time. Meanwhile, Cow confidently showcases the swirling abyss energy surrounding him, behaving as though this newfound power renders him invincible. Lin observes the shift with intrigue, finding the metamorphosis more entertaining than terrifying. He redirects the discussion to the demon's preferences and casually mentions Huang Xiaofeng, reminding the entity of how Huang once turned down its proposal and chastised its companions. Upon hearing this, the demon immediately responds, asserting that Huang was initially selected by it, yet the boy declined and even ridiculed the abyss. Their continued interest in him stems solely from his potential, which makes him an ideal candidate for abyssal corruption. Capitalizing on the demon's irritation, the protagonist starts crafting an entirely false narrative. He asserts that he has gained the Alliance's confidence and will ascend their hierarchy until he enters their inner circle. From that position, he declares he will stealthily bring about destruction, leading humanity to devastation and eradicating the world. Chow, haunted and erratic, struggling to grasp the motive, I question why such a revered person would seek destruction. Our bro responds with a blunt remark that people feign nobility but will trample over one another when it serves their interests. Additionally, he explains how the supposed protectors let his family down, forcing his parents to make sacrifices for his survival. In his view, the world operates on cruelty instead of kindness, and everyone bears guilt. Upon hearing this distorted logic, the demon becomes thrilled. It perceives Lin's resentment as genuine, believing it has discovered a companion with a similar perspective. The abyss demon attempts to lure the protagonist with its might, urging him to ally with it for ultimate power, to which Lin feigns agreement but is truly getting ready to strike. He calls forth his unique moonlight sword and engages its lethal mode. The demon is caught off guard, unable to respond quickly, and understands he has been deceived. As he progresses, our bro employs his abilities to strike the demon continuously, leveraging enhancements that amplify his attacks. The demon weakens and ignites, which significantly reduces its attack strength. Lin concludes the battle swiftly, and the sword starts to absorb the demon's leftover soul. This method enhances the sword's strength and all its attributes. Our hero discovers that weapons capable of growth can become more powerful by consuming the souls of abyssal beings. He ponders whether the souls of other beings might enhance the weapon. Onlookers are bewildered bewildered as they are unaware of what transpired during the altercation. They observe an individual lying on the ground and question whether the city's emergency responders have shown up yet. One person reassures them that the city patrol has been notified and will be on the scene shortly. In the meantime, Lin reflects that he ought to inform the Alliance about his growth-type weapon, particularly its ability to absorb the residual soul of an abyss demon. Just as he is about to depart, the patrol arrives. The officers quickly identified him and instructed him to set down his gear and put his weapon on the ground. The main character was not taken aback, as he anticipated their arrival. They yelled once more, commanding him to lift his hands and cautioning that they would strike if he opposed, with which our hero collaborates. A patrolling officer employs a mild poison-type paralysis technique on him. This is designed to briefly incapacitate suspects to prevent injuries. The effect is soft enough that he experiences no pain. These experts ensure the city's safety, and employing paralysis is a key part of their security protocol. They subsequently disperse to examine the battlefield, care for the injured, engage with onlookers, and search for any evidence. Shortly after, one of the officers informs that the severely injured individual lying unconscious is a student, but he exhibits signs of abyss energy within him, indicating he has been tainted by an abyss demon. The officer additionally highlights that a body of an abyss demon is present at the location as well. The patrol unit examines the area and uncovers a startling find: the remains of a level 20 abyss demon. Its form bears numerous cuts, but only a skeleton remains, as if something has utterly depleted it. The officers are in disbelief that the young man they just subdued might be responsible for its death. They verify Linya's details, a level 11 student from the primary academy in the city. The notion that someone of his rank could conquer such a beast appears unbelievable, leaving the officers astonished as they identify him as the gifted student frequently discussed. The team leader steps forward, presenting himself as Wang Michao from the Alliance's Abyss Demon Extermination Task Force. He commands the removal of Lin's paralysis and starts to interrogate him. Following this, he inquires if the protagonist was responsible for defeating the Abyss Demon and whether the badly injured student nearby transformed into a corrupted fighter due to the demon's influence. Lin verifies all details and elaborates that the injured student is Chao Yuan, who changed and tried to attack him, prompting his self-defense actions. When the captain inquires about how the demon was compelled to reveal its true form, Lin implies that it had been covertly observing its selected targets and swiftly took action to strengthen Chao Yuan. Consequently, it momentarily exposed its genuine form, allowing our bro the opportunity to ensnare it. The captain is shocked, as tricking an abyss creature is incredibly challenging, even for experienced experts. Lin not only dealt with a corrupt adversary and the demon's actual form simultaneously, but he also succeeded in keeping Chao Yuan alive with precisely 1% health remaining, level of control that even seasoned experts find challenging to attain. Intrigued yet wanting to delve deeper, Captain Wang courteously asks Lin to join them at the Alliance branch for thorough questioning. A soldier expresses astonishment upon discovering that the student in question is Lin Yi, renowned for his accomplishments. Wang remains concentrated on the emergency, emphasizing that the city's safety is paramount, thus necessitating adherence to standard protocols. Furthermore, Wang cautions that this scenario could interfere with Lin Ye's forthcoming professional examination, and he cannot ease the process for him. The main character remains composed and shows complete backing for the team's fight against the Abyss Demons. In the meantime, another higher-up intervenes, decisively declaring that our protagonist should not undergo questioning or surveillance. Wang is astonished as this contradicts the standard procedure and concerns about facing consequences for rule violations. The superior comforts him by clarifying that the decision isn't solely his. The president of headquarters and all department leaders have concurred, opting to postpone the case until after our bro finishes his professional examination. This reassures Wang, as he realizes there will be no repercussions. The superior mentions Lin Ye's previous accomplishment, detailing how he single-handedly overcame the renowned curse teacher and gained entry to the long-lost lair. Wang, who previously believed the tales were overstated, starts to reconsider after observing Lin Ye's composed demeanor. He begins to question if the protagonist has an exceptional talent or a distinct power that inherently controls dark-type foes. Additionally, our protagonist reveals that the demon they faced, Mego, is the identical entity that once sought to manipulate Huang Xiaofeng, and when that effort was unsuccessful, it shifted its focus to Chao Yuan instead. Upon hearing this, the superior is taken aback by Lin Ye's swift connections between the events, prompting him to speak freely. He further mentions that Huang Xiaofeng possesses an exceptionally rare characteristic associated with corruption, a trait found in only a select few individuals. The main character elaborates that he easily controlled the demon since Huang Xiaofeng persistently opposed the entity and often referred to Lin Yi. This caused the demon to perceive animosity between them, convincing it that usurping the protagonist protagonist would aid in winning Huang Xiaofeng's favor. The superior expresses admiration, commending Lin Yi for vanquishing the demon, capturing the tainted individual alive, and obtaining crucial intelligence, achievements that even seasoned experts occasionally struggle with. Furthermore, he intends to allow Lin Yi to proceed with his preparations undisturbed. Before departing, our friend halts him and mentions there's an additional matter he wishes to disclose, but it necessitates privacy, and he courteously asks for the area to be vacated by anyone not directly involved. The supervisor directs Ma Chao to clear the area as Lin Yi requested privacy. He tells Ma Chao to bring their assigned team but to leave the equipment behind for Lin Yi. Chao agrees with his boss's directives and commands his team to form up and clear the area. Shortly, the military withdraws. Ma Chao, with Lin Yi, expresses regret for his impulsive actions and returns his phone to Lin Yi. Once Lin Yi confirms that their privacy remains intact, he returns to the boss. The boss inquires about what he wanted to discuss with him. Lin Yi reveals his moonshade, stating that he acquired the spectral moonshade as a weapon after defeating Death Valley. It was essential for slaying the Abyss Demon, and subsequently, the weapon absorbed the demon's power into itself. The manager is astonished by the endless opportunities. However, Lin Yi informs him that there is limited knowledge regarding self-improving weapons such as moonshade. Even the finest libraries in the city lack accurate information regarding them. This led him to contemplate the weapon's potential if it could eliminate actual foes like the Abyss Demon and gain experience in the process. The boss clarifies that weapons capable of self-enhancement are extraordinarily uncommon, with only 3 documented since the formation of the Union. He mentions he cannot disclose sensitive details, but from his understanding, self-enhancing weapons boost EXP by vanquishing enemies within dungeons, and no real-world weapon offers such advancement. Lin Yi lifts his weapon and inquires if he is the very first to do so. The manager grins and acknowledges him, expressing gratitude for sharing such vital and personal details with the Union and placing trust in them. Lin Yi expresses his thoughts on the weapon, asserting that Spectral Moonshade is the first to accomplish this feat. However, he notes that if the first exists, a second one must also be present. He believes that the weapon cannot exist as a single entity. Moving forward, additional weapons or tools that humanity is currently unaware of may emerge to combat the Abyss Demons, which he views as a significant advantage for mankind. The manager is pleased to hear this, but insists that the information must stay secret. He cautions him against sharing it, as the old saying goes, holding wealth leads to difficulties, and with something exceptionally rare, envy will accompany him. The boss mentions that few young individuals possess his ability to see the broader perspective. The Union will become more robust and influential with someone of his caliber. He concludes by informing Lin Yi that he will notify the higher authorities, who will treat the issue with seriousness. For Lin Yi, the priority is to focus on his professional exam and the match, and he can reach out to the Union about this issue. With that, Lin Yi concludes the call. He approaches Ma Chao to return the phone. Ma Chao expresses his eagerness to see Lin Yi at the Union, hoping he joins their ranks, and asks him to refer to him as Old Wang from that moment. Lin Yi nods in agreement, stating he will take his leave now, and departs after addressing Ma Chao as Old Wang. On the opposite end, the supervisor inquires Tian Qi regarding his conversation with Lin Yi. Qi informs him that Lin Yi possesses extraordinary talent, composure, and an impressive ability to grasp the larger perspective. Guan Yan is the only other child close to Lin Ye's age who shares his talents and abilities. He mentions that he previously believed Guan Yan would be the leader of this generation. However, with Lin Ye's arrival, it's uncertain. The boss chuckles, remarking that the youth have their unique methods of managing situations. Lin Ye's constant gathering of demon-targeting weapons near dungeons indicates he possesses limitless potential. Lin Yi opens the door to his building and shouts that he has arrived home. Mumu is crouched behind the sofa, ready to shout and frighten him. However, Lin Yi notices her prior to her shout, exposing her for the prank. Mumu exhales in frustration, urging him to feign fear just this once. Lin Yi confronts her once more about her habit of sneaking snacks at home. She assures him she will put in more effort. Mumu rises from behind the sofa, checks her stats, and tells Lin Yi to notice her level. With a smirk, she announces that she has reached level 10 as well, leaving him stunned by her quick advancement. Mumu inquires whether she performed well and if he is pleased with her progress. She then wonders if they could visit the dungeon together the following day. Lin Yi gently strokes her head and inquires with worry if she is overworking herself and staying up all night, as he has noticed her statistics. Mumu, she shakes her head, insisting that she isn't. Mumu informs him that it was little Mumu, not her, who spent the night in the dungeons grinding for her. Lin Yi inquires about little Mumu, prompting Mumu to question whether he still hasn't figured out that it was her imitation tear. As long as the tear battles on her behalf, she will acquire the abilities and all the accompanying rewards. Lin Yi inquires whether she implies that there are no limits regarding time and distance for the tear. As long as her tear confronts the domains, it is acceptable, and she will receive the rewards. He inquires whether her tear can battle dungeons autonomously. Mumu checks her stats and responds that it can happen because her imitation tear is currently in the dungeon lockless nightmare at this very moment. He glances at her statistics and informs her that the system alerts indicate the boss is in a critical state, questioning whether the battle is nearing its conclusion. He inquires whether she can keep an eye on little Mumu's activities via the monitor continuously while she battles domains. Mumu teases him, questioning if he feels jealous, to which Lin Yi agrees, expressing his desire for a helper like little Mumu. He leans in and inquires again about whether the tear ever experiences fatigue, as it appears that little Mumu shows no signs of tiring despite her endless trips to the dungeons. Mumu gazes at him and replies that she cannot comprehend why Master Lin Yi is posing such foolish questions. Lin Yi exhales sharply, expressing his astonishment at her remarkable talent, as he realizes he must revise her level-up strategy from level 10 to level 20. Mumu nods, inquiring about what he means by her plans for leveling up. Lin Yi explains that he must take her abilities into account and incorporate all the latest equipment and skills to develop the best method for assisting her in leveling up. She consents to provide him the details, yet when he inquires about her height, weight, and measurements, Mumu feels shy and questions his curiosity. Lin Yi understands his mistake and explains that he needs this information to improve attribute record rates, and advises her to cease her strange thoughts. He mentions that her characteristics will later influence the effectiveness of her imitation tear in dungeon battles, and how this serves to maximize her potential benefits. Lin Yi enters full master mode and explains to her that defeating a monster from a lower-level dungeon is insignificant. However, high-level monsters are crucial because even minor discrepancies in attributes can drastically alter her results in an instant, and correcting such issues can be costly if they occur. Mumu, she conveys her understanding, but that implies he can readily request her measurements. He acknowledges her perspective and redirects the conversation by Ji inquiring if she is considering a career change, then requests Mumu to check with by Ji regarding her comfort level in sharing her information. It's fine if she chooses not to, as it concerns her privacy. His meticulously selected words do not resonate with Mumu, prompting her to question whether he genuinely desires access to others' data now, and shuts the door in his face. Lin Yi hits his forehead, attempting to convey that he merely intended to assist their teammate. Mumu is on her bed, fuming with anger, questioning whether providing her actual measurements is truly necessary, since it appears crucial to become even more powerful. She recalls every moment shared with Lin Yi, and she removes her fake implants from her chest and measures herself, gaining. Disappointed that her body hasn't developed despite consuming all that milk, she inquires whether Lin Yi will tease her. Mumu cradles her head in her hands, questioning how she always insisted she was truthful, yet now her reputation is on the brink of collapse. Then, she recalls little Mumu, believes she can measure little Mumu instead of taking her own measurements. She calls out her fake tear after confirming she has completed clearing the dungeon. Little Mumu seems bewildered as Mumu grabs a measuring tape and encircles her, resulting in a commotion in her room audible from outside. Lin Yi listens to the commotion coming from the room and questions what might be occurring inside with only Mumu present. 10 minutes later, Mumu emerges from her room, concealing her face. She gives the data sheet to Lin Yi, stating that she has completed the test. Mumu asks him to review it himself and cautions him not to disclose it to anyone else. Lin Yi picks up the paper and examines her data. Noticing Lin Yi's puzzled expression, Mumu inquires if there's an issue with anything. Lin Yi informs her that the data appears to be off. Mumu attempts to conceal her face and replies that it is identical to what she had from her previous physical exam. Lin Yi attempts to caution her about the potential outcomes, stating that if the data lacks accuracy, their strategy may collapse and prove ineffective. Mumu grabs the paper from him, then alters the response to her true measurements and angrily returns the sheet to Lin Yi. Lin Yi confidently accepts the sheet and grins, stating that this data is more precise than. Inquires whether she requested by Ji to provide hers. Mumu informs him that by Ji declined at that time, mimics by Ji's behavior to convey her exact words. She aims to prevent the big boss from stressing over something so exceedingly bothersome. Mumu enhances her mimicry further, stating that by Ji mentioned the big boss has already provided her with ample equipment and resources. She has accumulated sufficient attribute points, so how could she possibly request anything additional? Mumu, she shows Lin Yi her phone displaying by Ji's message. She clarifies that her decision isn't a privacy excuse and that she values the attribute point formula. To demonstrate her complete trust, she also shares her most recent physical report with him. Lin Yi exhales, remarking that if he weren't familiar with her, he might have assumed something different, but given his awareness of Bai Ji's Yi's true identity, it appears she genuinely wishes for him not to be concerned about acquiring her new gear. He forwards last year's physical report to himself from Mumu's phone, emphasizing that he cannot allow their teammate to leave without assisting her, given the incredible talent she possesses. Remaining focused, Mumu attempts to inquire about something from Lin Yi. After completing the form, he turns to her. Mumu shares that little Mumu has acquired a new skill and just received a notification from the system. The skill is named Soul Summoning Bell, enabling her to summon spirits for combat, though it did not clarify the types of entities she could call forth with it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi is taken aback and questions in bewilderment whether little Mumu can summon items too, pondering if they are engaged in an endless nesting doll game. Mumu shakes her head, indicating to him that it's not the same. What sets them apart is that her talent for summoning spirits is restricted to Secret Realm dungeons. However, Mumu faces limitations as she cannot utilize her powers in the real world, and unlike spirits that perish in realms, she can be revived in reality. She mentions that her knowledge is limited to little Mumu since she hasn't experimented with the others yet. Lin Yi intends to enter the dungeon and explore its unique effects. They both step into the secret realm of the Lizardmen tribe. Mumu inquires whether Lin Yi switched his priest weapon to knife form upon noticing his new sword. Lin Yi invites her to try it out. He reveals to her the consequences of the strike. Mumu informs him that it's not particularly remarkable and advises him to get ready for the impressive talents of her younger sister. She employs bionic tears and triggers the unique ability for the soul summoning bell. Shortly, the bell materializes in little Mumu's grasp, but the alert informs them that an unfamiliar spirit has responded to the bell's ringing and formed a link in their realm, and it will soon arrive to confront them. They were still in shock when a sudden loud thud interrupted their thoughts, and an enormous figure began to materialize before them. The system notifies them that the spirit giant tree guardian has arrived. The level 10 spirit, lacking detailed information, stands directly in front of Mumu. Lin Yi examines its statistics and understands that it is undoubtedly a top-tier boss surpassing the gold level. He believes that if Mumu advances later, she will be able to summon bosses of that level. The soul summoning bell resembles the item from the Curse Master. However, the Curse Master cannot be killed, and acquiring it is quite challenging due to the cooldown. Recognizing the circumstances, Lin Yi advises her to leverage the new giant for her benefit. She receives the signal and instructs the tree guardian to remove the lizardmen. The massive tree protector emits a loud roar. Attracting the lizardmen, he unleashes Heaven's Strike. It's a unique ability that hits the foe with the force of a war spear, and if an additional blow follows, the enemy cannot endure any longer. Lin Yi observes the massive guardian tree's attack. He reflects on how Heaven's Strike is similar to one of the Goblin King's abilities. Yet, the Goblin King's strike had a significantly broader range, inflicting damage that was tenfold greater and considerably more devastating. He inquires of Mumu whether he can attempt to battle it alone. She becomes perplexed and promptly rejects his request. She instructs him to sit back and take it easy, clarifying that the Guardian Tree guy is currently his ally. She mentions that one boss remains, which will provide Lin Yi a chance to demonstrate his true abilities in solo combat. Lin Yi shakes his head at her outburst, stating that she has misinterpreted his words. He clarifies that he was referring to battling with the bionic tears. Little Mumu is immediately stunned. She conceals herself behind Mumu, who defensively protects her. Mumu angrily rejects his suggestion. Lin Yi inquires about her refusal. Before she responds, he shifts the conversation. He tells Mumu to prepare the Great Guardian Tree for the upcoming region. He shares his rationale. When the Lizardman Chief arrives, everyone can observe the battle. The Chief will serve as a more challenging assessment of the Tree Brothers' abilities. Following that, Lin Yi will take care of everything on his own. He quickly transforms into the Blade of Destruction and has defeated the Lizardman Guard. Mumu asks in shock how a basic level attack could deal such high damage. He continues attacking the Lizardmen. At the same time, he reflects on something he hadn't noticed before. He never truly understood the bonuses of Spectral Moonshade. In the past, he mainly dealt long-range damage. He did so by reversing the numbers on healing skills. Now he can use Spectral Moonshade directly. It allows him to attack at a much higher speed. It also consumes less rage. The advantage is similar to before. However, these attacks are limited to common monsters. Enemies like angelic ghosts tend to ignore physical damage completely. Because of that, Lin Yi still has to rely on reversed healing skills. Those skills ignore all defenses. They are the fastest way to defeat powerful enemies. With that strategy, he finishes off the Lizardman. He then enters destruction mode. In a short time, he wipes out the entire Lizardman group. Mumu watches his growing strength. She tells herself that she cannot fall behind him. Little Mumu gives an order and tells the Great Guardian Tree to join forces with her and destroy all remaining enemies. He steps steps back and he instructs the tree to show off. Meanwhile, he calmly heals himself and switches his blade form back to the blade of salvation. He believes this is the perfect moment. It is time to witness the power of Moonshadow between the crevices combined with Oath of Ocean and Moon. With those abilities activated, the three of them push forward. They continue killing enemies until they reach the Lizardman's tribe. At the tribe, 300 lizard warriors stand ready to fight them. Mumu points out the obvious. 300 lizard warriors should be able to deal a considerable amount of damage. Lin Yi tells her to trust him and he promises to keep the tree man alive. For now, his priority is focusing on healing. After saying that, he gives another order. He tells the giant tree guardian to rush toward the wall and break it. The tree man charges forward and his speed increases dramatically. He crashes into the wall and smashes it apart, invading the warriors' formation. Little Mumu follows closely behind as she fights the warriors, trying to hold them back. Suddenly, Lin Yi activates the Moonshadow form on the tree man. This makes the summoner invulnerable to all damage for 3 seconds. It also increases movement speed and allows attacks to remain at a large capacity. Lin Yi thinks to himself that this miracle spell protects and attacks at the same time. He then summons an illusionary moon jellyfish. It absorbs power from the moon, which further enhances their attacks, and the effect lasts for about 15 seconds. At that moment, the Lizardman chief finally appears. Little Mumu steps aside and tells the Great Guardian Tree to fight the Lizardman chief. She wants him to show everyone what he is capable of. The tree man charges at the chief. Lin Yi watches closely and remembers that the tree man only takes instructions from Little Mumu. Since she is his summoner, Lin Yi observes the exchange of blows. He gathers information from the fight. He quickly realizes that the tree man has a disadvantage in close-range combat. After examining the situation, Lin Yi decides to intervene. He switches his blade back to the blade of destruction. He unleashes fallen hell upon the enemy. In an instant, the dungeon is cleared. The tree man suddenly speaks and points toward Lin Yi. He states that he can sense that this master is extremely strong. Lin Yi turns toward the giant guardian tree. He asks what it was just saying. Suddenly, the giant tree guardian kneels in front of him. It says that before returning to the spirit realm, it has something it wishes to ask. Lin Yi is caught off guard and he asks what the guardian tree wants to ask. At the same time, he begins to think. The guardian tree is a sentient being from another realm. It was only summoned through the soul summoning bell. That makes sense that this summoning can only happen once. If the guardian tree dies, it cannot be revived. He recalls the curse instructor, that being also possessed memories and intelligence. Yet it was only an illusion created by a summoning item. If the curse instructor were killed, it would simply revive again. Lin Yi quietly hides his destruction power behind his hand. He then asks what the guardian tree wants from him. Lin Yi asks another question. He wonders whether sentient beings from other realms are similar to abyss demons or the angels they have encountered before. He questions whether such beings pose a threat to humanity. The giant tree guardian replies only with the forgotten lair. This answer confuses Lin Yi even more. The guardian tree continues speaking. It says that it wishes Lin Yi would bring its master to the forgotten lair. It explains that Lin Yi carries a special mark. That mark grants him the authority to enter their lair. It adds something else. Its master also possesses the same mark. Because of this, Lin Yi can take her along as well. Lin Yi asks who the master is and asks who the guardian tree itself truly is. The giant tree guardian points toward Little Mumu. It replies that it is merely an ordinary, nameless soldier. Lin Yi falls silent. Then, after a moment, he instructs the tree guardian to stand up. Just then, a system notification appears. It asks whether he wants to open the reward chest now. Lin Yi tells the tree guardian that he still needs to confirm something. Only after that will he consider agreeing to its request. He then orders Mumu to leave. Mumu notices the sudden shift in Lin Ye's mood. She wonders what could have gone wrong so abruptly. Meanwhile, Lin Yi continues thinking. Normally, a professional's talent is under the absolute control of the awakened individual. A talent cannot exist without its professional. Awakening a talent is the very foundation of becoming stronger. Essentially, the professional and the talent exist in a symbiotic relationship. Once the professional dies, the talent disappears. This remains true no matter how powerful that talent may be. Even summoned creatures with intelligence would instinctively protect their own master. However, something feels wrong to Lin Yi. The fact that bionic tears can summon a creature from another realm troubles him. What troubles him more is that this creature acknowledges Mumu as its master. She even possesses a pass that allows entry into the Forgotten Lair. When Lin Yi thinks of Angel Kuro's projection, a chill runs through him. He realizes that Mumu could be in danger. Worse still, humanity itself could be at risk. He tells himself that he must resolve this matter as soon as possible. Lin Yi walks toward Mumu and tells tells her that something urgent has come up. He asks her to stay behind or continue clearing dungeons without him. Moo Moo observes his attention fixate on tiny Moo Moo. She inquires if something is amiss. Lin Yi replies with a shake of his head, mentioning that he may require some time away. Subsequently, he places a call to inquire if the other person is available at the moment. He subsequently encounters Huang Tiandu at Zhong City Center. Uncle Huang inquires about the pressing issue that prompted Lin Yi to see him directly. Lin Yi inquires if Uncle Huang or the Alliance knows he qualifies to access the Forgotten Lair. Uncle Huang chuckles and questions if Lin Yi is interested in discovering more about that dungeon. Lin Yi remembers that Tianqi was the one who initially mentioned the subject. He inquires if the Alliance prefers he complete the professional test first, sensing their concern about his mental state. Uncle Huang grins and acknowledges that this is certainly part of the reason. Nonetheless, he mentions he can still share some details. He indicates that Lin Yi probably fails to grasp the inherent risks of that dungeon. Uncle Huang elaborates further. The Forgotten Lair presents a challenge far greater than any dungeon Lin Yi has faced. Even the least powerful monsters within are at least diamond rank or above, leading to the demise of numerous challengers before they could even attempt to flee. Lin Yi inquires if the threat arises from insufficient gear or the diamond rank monsters themselves. Uncle Huang affirms that both are true. Nevertheless, individuals persist in venturing into the dungeon. He clarifies the reason. Overcoming the boss rewards legendary rank gear. A solo player might even acquire mythical gear and abilities. He comes to understand that the Alliance wishes to prevent his arrogance. Should he enter that dungeon convinced of his invincibility, akin to Shoufeng, he will perish immediately. Lin Yi inquires about the rank needed to access the Forgotten Lair. Uncle Huang states that the minimum requirement is level 15, but he highly advises waiting until level 20. Lin Yi assures him that he is not impulsive. He guarantees that he will adequately prepare before proceeding. Uncle Huang changes the subject, detailing how the Alliance has recently begun looking into the demons of the abyss and the fallen entities. He refers to a malevolent fallen entity called the White Clown, which has surfaced recently. They have also gathered intelligence. Numerous abyss apes are concealed within the Alliance. Given this scenario, the Zhong City Alliance is gearing up for significant measures. As experts, they need to uphold harmony and stop history from tragically recurring. Chairman Huang recommends that Lin Yi closely monitor his messages regarding upcoming changes to future arrangements that will be implemented soon. Lin Yi is taken aback. The chairman explains that the Alliance has initiated a citywide lockdown. Internal staff are currently undergoing a cleanup, identifying and temporarily isolating corrupt individuals. He elaborates that with the forthcoming vocational assessment, these corrupt individuals will face consequences. The information has not been disclosed to prevent unwarranted panic. He finishes by advising Lin Yi to concentrate solely on his academics. The Alliance will take care of everything else. Before the meeting concludes, Lin Yi drinks from his glass and mentions he has another question. He inquires if betrayal can occur. Specifically, he inquires whether a summoning type awakened talent could turn against its profession if the summoned entities are from another realm and have self-awareness and memories. Chairman Huang shakes his head, rejecting the possibility. He clarifies that awakened abilities are interconnected, deriving strength from internal sources. They exist and perish with their experts, resembling devoted companions. As a result, the origin or nature of the summoned entity is irrelevant. It will never pose a threat to its summoner. Regardless of their intelligence or distinct personalities, these beings remain completely obedient. To provide additional reassurance, Chairman Huang states that this has been proven in combat. Even advanced mind control skills cannot compel summoned beings to turn against their summoners. Lin Yi inquires about a particular scenario. He questions what would occur if the summoned entity turned out to be an abyss demon. The chairman reassures him once more, stating it still wouldn't happen. Such abilities are present within the Alliance. In these situations, abyss demons try to lure humans into the abyss. Instead, those experts become part of abyss forces. They serve as informants, tasked with communicating the activities of abyss powers. Once all inquiries are addressed, Chairman Huang adjusts his glasses and inquires if Lin Yi is the one who harnessed such talent. Lin Yi replies truthfully, stating that it is not his but rather belongs to a teammate and friend. While contemplating the discussion, Lin Yi comes to a significant realization. The Alliance will inevitably discover that the biomechanical tier is being introduced into the Forgotten Nest, as the giant tree guardian had asked. To clarify the situation, Lin Yi elaborates. He informs the chairman that his companions summoned a being that sensed his passage permit, requesting to enter the Forgotten Nest alongside him. Chairman Huang is taken aback by this revelation, rising to his feet in astonishment at the summoned entity's assertion of possessing a passage permit too. Lin Yi acknowledges his skepticism about the assertion. Chairman Huang approaches the window and offers reassurance to Lin Yi again. He assures him that the entity will remain loyal to Lin Yi and his companion, but suggests notifying the alliance beforehand. Chairman Huang describes the summoner as a promising figure. He reassures Lin Yi, stating that as long as the alliance verifies the being wasn't summoned via illegal rituals or dark forces, it will be allowed in human cities without restrictions. He assures another point too. Lin Ye's summoner companion will not face scrutiny. Rather, she will be nurtured and appreciated, gaining complete access to resources, training, equipment, and forthcoming advantages. Lin Yi ultimately feels a sense of relief and confesses his aversion to tension and lack of control. Chairman Huang observes that Lin Yi has completed his inquiries. He subsequently introduces an autopsy report related to an abyss demon. He states that a lead prosecutor investigated the body. The determination was that it had been slain by a unique magical assault. Despite the demon's charred appearance, its cells and organs experienced abrupt fatigue and atrophy, ceasing all function. This effect is akin to historical paraquat poisoning. Chairman Huang poses a question to Lin Yi. He inquires if his newfound ability is tainted. He submits the report. Lin Yi is struck by the detail's depth. Upon examination, Lin Yi verifies its accuracy. Chairman Huang grins and clarifies that the alliance had been debating the reason behind the death. The debate is now concluded, and the credit goes to Lin Yi. Lin Yi appears puzzled, prompting Chairman Huang to express surprise at his response. He inquires if Lin Yi is not aware of the bounty on abyss demons. Before Lin Yi can respond, the chairman elaborates. The professional alliance grants merit for each abyss demon defeated. He instructs Lin Yi to hold on for the awards ceremony. The prizes consist of platinum-level optional gear, skill books, rare resources, and unique items. Lin Yi articulates his desires clearly. Filled with enthusiasm, he inquires if the items can be delivered to him. Upon Chairman Huang's affirmation, Lin Yi requests to depart. He intends to lead his teammates into a different dungeon. As Lin Yi rises, Chairman Huang offers his best wishes, urging him to secure the top spot in the vocational test and bring pride to Jiang City. Noticing his zeal, Lin Yi makes a joke, inquiring if the chairman is wagering on him. Chairman Huang pauses, and they both start laughing. Later that afternoon, Lin Yi sees Baiju strolling through the town streets. He goes up to her and inquires about her concerns. Baiju spins to confront him. She states that she has reached a conclusion. She has chosen to provide him with her information. Upon concluding her words, she presents him with a file. It holds all her personal combat information. Lin Yi is astonished by the gesture, surprised by the level of trust she is showing towards him. After a short moment, Lin Yi comes to a conclusion. He decides he won't disappoint her. He informs her that when her level hits 2, he will guide her into the upcoming dual instance dungeon. Using her updated data for calculations, they will determine if she needs to switch her class. The news impacts Baiju deeply, and a powerful wave of joy radiates across her expression. Without delay, she eagerly makes her way to the next dungeon. Her objective is straightforward. She aims to increase her level as swiftly as she can. Lin Yi starts to speak further, but she has already dashed off. Not wanting to curb her enthusiasm, he chooses to let her continue. Now, he must finish his calculations. Lin Yi intends to use their recent 3-person dungeon run as a foundation. He will merge that data with Baiju's current physical stats. He reviews the existing records. All essential information is included. The skills data is thorough. The equipment data is likewise thorough. Nonetheless, an issue arises. Due to the previous dungeon requiring 3 participants, Baiju's individual statistics are not entirely precise. Regarding Baiju, her current performance leaves much to be desired. Beyond her fortunate buff, not much is particularly remarkable. Consequently, Lin Yi devises a contingency plan. He aims to guarantee that she successfully completes the final examination. Simultaneously, he needs to conceal her genuine abilities. Mere luck won't suffice for success. Deep within a dungeon, a secret meeting is being held by 4 malevolent followers. Black Fist is the first to speak, proposing that they focus on eliminating the murderer of their lord, Mei Gao. Card cuts him off and cautions the group that the Adventurers Alliance is monitoring them closely. Revealing their abyssal abilities could lead to their detection, putting them at risk of capture by the extermination team. Subsequently, Card playfully flirts with Fox, the female member of their group, while simultaneously teasing Black Fist by labeling him as large and awkward. Black Fist visibly displays irritation at Card's comment. Nonetheless, Fox dismisses it, expressing greater concern for another issue. She reveals her anxiety about who their master will appoint as the new commander, which she deems more significant than Mei Gao's demise. She then inquires if the group should move forward with the assassination plan. The smoke demon replies with arrogance, agreeing instantly. Black Fist reiterates that they shouldn't shouldn't halt their activities. They can keep functioning covertly without needing to intervene directly. Smoke Demon shares his perspective, stating that it's irrelevant if the target is Lin Yi, the remarkable student, or Shangguan Yan, their initial focus. He expresses his assurance that the strength of the Catastrophe Bringer will handle both effectively. This unique artifact elevates a dungeon's challenge to a disastrous degree. As Black Fist gazes at the Catastrophe Bringer, uncertainty clouds his thoughts. He struggles to comprehend why their master would deploy such a precious item. He believes their team is fully capable of overcoming their foes without it. Card looks down on him as usual. Without warning, he flicks 2 cards toward Black Fist. They stop just short of his skull. Card insults him, mocking his thinking. He says that believing the alliance would allow them to kill their most protected target is nothing more than an easy path to hell. Fox notices Card's arrogance and tells him to calm down. She explains that Black Fist is simply straightforward and his intelligence is not particularly high. Black Fist remains seated and stays calm despite being mocked once again. Card, however, grows even more irritated. He complains loudly about having stupid colleagues. He calls Black Fist a bald donkey and says that he will eventually bring disaster upon the team. Before Fox can warn Card about his sharp tongue, Black Fist suddenly stands up. To everyone's surprise, he bows his head toward Card and apologizes. Smoke Demon immediately tries to stop him. He reminds Black Fist that his strength far exceeds Card's. At that moment, the Catastrophe Bringer begins to glow brighter. The light rises higher into the air. A command echoes ordering them to welcome their master. The 4 of them kneel down. Within the light, the reflection of their master appears. Addressing Mego's death, the master announces his decision. Another Abyss Demon will be assigned to lead them. An evil fallen will assist as well. He then reveals the name of the evil fallen, White Clown. Smoke Demon reacts instantly, saying that they already know him. White Clown has killed nearly 1,000 people, and among them are more than a dozen high-level adventurers. He has set an infamous record. The way Smoke Demon speaks makes their master realize something. They do not want White Clown involved. When asked for the reason, Smoke Demon explains further. With White Clown's power, he would be a threat to their own lives. For that reason, Smoke Demon refuses to act if White Clown enters Jiang City. After Smoke Demon's declaration, the dungeon grows silent. The atmosphere becomes heavy and uneasy. Then, the master suddenly laughs and praises their way of thinking. He assures them that their rejection holds value. White Clown does not have the authority to restrain them or act alongside them. He explains further. White Clown has been sent to Jiang City for a different task. He will take over their original mission of killing Shangguan Yan. At the same time, White Clown will cover for them. He will help them complete a new mission. Their new target is Huang Xiaofeng. After those 2 tasks are finished, the master guarantees something else. Once this once-in-a-lifetime fallen genius completes his duties, they will be free to deal with Lin Yi. The master then gives them instructions. He tells them to keep their identities hidden. They must follow the same plan as before. They will throw the Catastrophe Bringer into the final test's secret realm. This will enrage the dungeon boss. By doing so, they can kill Lin Yi without suspicion. They will make the professionals regret everything. Smoke Demon finally voices his concern. He asks whether wasting such a valuable item on Lin Yi is truly worth it. After all, the item can permanently drop diamond-grade equipment. Black Fist adds his opinion and suggests continuing to gather diamond-grade equipment. Once their lord is strong enough, he can kill anyone he wants. Smoke Demon presses further. He points out that Lin Ye's threat level should not exceed Shangguan Yan's. If they must use the item, would it not be better to use it on Shangguan Yan instead? The master finally responds and reveals new information. The Professional Alliance is secretly hiding the fact that Lin Yi has obtained a qualification certificate for the Forgotten Nest. Because of this, Lin Ye's life is now more valuable than that of the Lin Yun sex leader. As a result, Shangguan Yan's secret protectors have shifted their focus. They are now guarding Lin Yi instead. This makes it extremely difficult. Even with White Clown's involvement, harming Lin Yi would be nearly impossible. Once the group understands the situation, the master makes a promise. He will take them to the Abyss for baptism. They will become true Abyss warriors. However, he adds a condition that if they fail, they will never receive deeper Abyss powers. The next day, during the award ceremony, the principal praises Lin Ye's achievements in front of everyone. He announces that Lin Yi is worthy of receiving a certification of recognition. Whispers spread throughout the crowd. People speak in awe about how terrifying Lin Yi is. He defeated Xiaoken and made Director Huang apologize. Now he has even killed an Abyss demon alone. The whispers continue and people mention that he is already the top-ranked student. They predict he will also dominate the final test and become a leader once he joins the alliance. Mumu feels proud as she listens. However, the tone shifts. People begin worrying that Lin Yi will become a target for Abyss demons. Mumu Mumu grows worried as well. Still, others reassure her. They claim that abyss demons are cowards who would never dare confront professionals head-on. While Mumu sulks over Lin Yi and not telling her about the danger, the principal steps forward to present the certificate. Once again, he praises Lin Ye's outstanding actions. He calls him the future hope of the alliance. He feels flattered by the attention. He responds humbly. He states that every professional is a hope for eliminating the abyss forces. After that, he is presented with several platinum-grade equipment pieces and skill books. He hesitates and says that he cannot take all of them, as he would not use many anyway. As he examines the options, he realizes something. Although the stats are tempting, they do not provide much improvement. In the end, he chooses 3 items: Invigorating Belt, Swift Boots, and Holy Light. He recalls that Holy Light is a skill of the White Spirit Rider. If reversed, it could drastically reduce enemy attributes or even cause berserk effects. As he acquires the items, he calculates further. With Swift combined with the Ancient Dragon Necklace, he gains a 50% reduction to movement's slow effects. This completely counters agile bosses. It also fills a gap in his attributes. The crowd admires his growing strength. The principal concludes the ceremony. He tells the students to return to studying, enter dungeons, and prepare for the exam. Before Lin Yi leaves, the principal stops him. He reveals something important. The Alliance has secretly assigned people to protect him. Today's public praise was deliberate. By placing Lin Yi in the spotlight, it becomes harder for abyss forces to act against him. Lin Yi confirms that he understands. The principal then asks about his plans. The final profession test is only 3 days away. Lin Yi answers honestly. He plans to upgrade his equipment to level 10 and pass the test alongside his teammates. At that moment, the principal's bracelet beeps 3 times. Urgent information has arrived. He asks Lin Yi for the names of his teammates. He tells him to come along. There is something he needs to discuss. Inside the principal's office, Lin Yi provides information about his teammates. He says that Sumumu is doing well. However, Baichi worries him. She lacks strong talent. On top of that, she is considering a class change. The principal jokes lightly. He says that she must have some ability if Lin Yi chose her. He then becomes serious. The exam will not give anyone special treatment. However, if she passes, her future will not be an issue. She will not be excluded from the school. The principal advises Lin Yi to relax. He should focus on leading his team and preparing. With that, he hands Lin Yi a letter. He calls it his real reward. It contains the Alliance's plan. Inside the Lizardman dungeon, Baichi continues fighting. She cuts down lizardmen with her blade. Lin Yi praises her attack range. He tells her to trust her judgment and improve her reaction speed. She follows his advice. She fights more decisively. She dodges the boss's attacks more cleanly. When the lizardman raises its weapon overhead, Lin Yi gives another command. He tells her to maintain her angle as it is perfect. He tells her not to hesitate and she obeys. She defeats the boss and Baichi reaches level 2. She gains a new ability, Lucky Hands. It increases gold drop rates. It also completely avoids bad class outcomes. This ability is a personal exclusive passive and no one else can use it. Lin Yi praises her progress, telling her to stop hesitating and she should trust his commands. Even so, Lin Yi feels uneasy. He once believed she was suited for great swordsmanship because of her natural strength. Now he doubts that. He asks whether she truly wants to change classes. She becomes confused and asks if she did something wrong. Lin Yi reassures her while he explains that he knows how hard she has worked. He knows about her accumulated strength points. However, a class change concerns her future. Simply put, her constitution is not suited for a great swordsman. If she forces this path, she may cause irreversible damage. That would end her career. Once Baichi understands, Lin Yi adds that changing classes requires clearing a difficult solo dungeon. Only she can enter it. He cannot provide a strategy. She may get injured and may lose hope. Even so, passing the exam will transform her combat experience. He pats her head and tells her the choice is hers. No matter what she decides, she will remain part of his team. Moved by his words, Baichi reflects on her teammates' sincerity. Despite being a support buff, she has always been treated genuinely. She announces her decision to change classes, to which Lin Yi feels relieved. After clearing another boss, the two exit the dungeon. Baichi feels dizzy, exhausted, and nauseous. At the entrance, they meet Sumumu as she complains that she could not find them. Tomorrow is the final test. Lin Yi walks up to her and tells her not to worry, showing her the letter and calls it a surprise. The professionals' test site, students are panicking about their tests, hoping they won't screw up. When they take a look at the dungeon boss's stats, most of them feel hopeless about clearing it and wonder what to do. By the time Lin Yi and his team get there, the place is already too crowded. As the girls prepare to enter, Mumu hears her parents cheering for them from the non-student spectator area while holding a board with their faces on it. The protagonist confusedly asks asks Sumumu if she didn't tell her parents about the plan, to which she says that she couldn't let them know. This makes him realize that the information is actually very classified for them to not even hear from other channels. Right then, Zhang Heng, the city's lord, arrives and greets the students gathered there. He announces that this year's professional test is being delayed for 3 days due to some unexpected turn of events, so the reason they are all gathered here is something else. This announcement causes a state of confusion among the crowd. They begin to chatter about what could have gone wrong and wonder if the demon tide is coming for them again. When they continue to discuss whether it's about the fight in the west of the city or the infiltration of the otherworldly creatures, the city lord silences them by declaring that the city has some special recruit for the first time. The city lord then adds that according to the new regulations from the professional association, the special recruits will have to challenge a special dungeon instance with their teammates before the final professional test. This challenge will be streamed live and recorded for all students to view and gain insights from it. That being said, he proclaims Lin Yi as Zhang Cheng's inaugural special recruit, a student from a professional academy. This declaration brings a surge of astonishment and joy among the assembled students, who all gaze at the protagonist with expressions of admiration. The Wicked follower group learns the news, and Card updates Smoke Demon about the 3-day postponement of the final test and our boy's announcement as the special recruit in Zhangcheng. He also mentions that the dungeon out guy will take on a solo challenge, which is, in fact, the original final test dungeon. When Smoke Demon inquires if he has activated the Catastrophe Bringer, Card affirms it, then remarks that it's too coincidental for the Alliance not to have relocated to a new dungeon. Card's worry regarding the situation prompts Smoke Demon to reassure him, stating that their master merely instructed them to activate the Catastrophe Bringer and guarantee that the assassination target approaches it. Thus, he instructs Card to verify that the protagonist has accessed the dungeon containing the item and then promptly reunite with the team at the base, avoiding any distractions or delays. In a state of anxiety, Card reassures him that he has already triggered the trap unnoticed, even by the city lord. Smoke Demon suggests that the patrolling experts might detect Card's abyssal aura or notice the dungeon's difficulty shifting, leading them to seal off the venue entirely, which would ultimately spell permanent doom for Card. He employs his spell of concealment at this, and states that he will come back as soon as he can. Having been on guard at that location, he learns that the target is nearing the dungeon. He then inquires with Smoke Demon if Black Fist has taken care of Huang Xiaofeng in the black market. Smoke Demon verifies that it has been completed. However, they have not reached out to Bai Xiaoqiu. He reassures Card not to be concerned about that individual, as their fate is irrelevant as long as Shangguanyen is eliminated. Meanwhile, in Jiangxing City, the city lord summons Lin Yi and his team to the upper floor. The students enthusiastically express that Lin Yi is worthy of being the special recruit due to his significant contributions to the professional association and his god-level awakened abilities, which even Huang Xiaofeng lacked. Upon reaching the summit where the city lord resides, the city lord requests the protagonist to remain there for a moment, suggesting that the principal must have informed him of the news beforehand. After the protagonist confirms, the city lord activates a portal to access the unknown dungeon. Lin Yi and his teammates enter to obtain the return bone fragment, allowing them to swiftly exit the dungeon after utilizing it. Out of nowhere, the three receive a warning indicating that the return bone fragment cannot be utilized while under attack. A further alert indicates that the dungeon's challenge has escalated to disaster level because of the Catastrophe Bringer's influence. This impacts the return bone fragment, which starts to vanish, rendering their escape from the dungeon impossible. At that moment, they are overwhelmed by scorching heat, which proves too challenging for them to endure, and they come to understand that the dungeon has changed. Due to the influence of the Catastrophe Bringer, the dungeon's layout has transformed, generating new maps and creatures, while certain areas stay the same. Therefore, survival is essential. As soon as the trio steps into the hidden realm, Lin Yi promptly commands the formation. He directs his teammates to gather in the defensive formation practiced in earlier simulations. Lin Yi reflects, recalling that the ultimate boss in Yonan Forest features 3 clever humanoids. He notes that at the golden level, their primary difficulty arises from coordinated attacks happening at once. The evaluation centers on the time taken to clear and specific details about their health depletion. Errors in battle are inconsequential, as unnecessary health will be wasted through improper use. Baija Huff's remarks that the dungeon's difficulty is moderate, yet now seems perilous. The Corrupted One's involvement has significantly raised the challenge beyond what was initially intended. Outside the entrance hall for the professional exam, onlookers gather to review the team's statistics. Some remember how Yonan Dungeon nearly claimed their lives during past tests. Others express disdain. In the midst of these intense discussions, the deceitful individual stays concealed, plotting against the overconfident genius. He believes that Lin Ye's hubris and naivety will ultimately bring about his ruin. In the hidden realm, Lin Yi informs his teammates about the alterations from the catastrophic bringer. He clarifies that up to now, only high-temperature flames have manifested, with mobs and terrain staying the same. At that moment, the initial foes emerge, half-serpent humanoid beings from the nearby vegetation. Mumu notes that they have been patiently anticipating Lin Yi and his team's arrival. These snake-human hybrids dwell in Yonan Forest, striking with daggers and toxic blow darts. They choose to conceal themselves in shrubs or high grass, ambushing foes with rapid, unexpected strikes. The snakes initiate their assault instantly, allowing a venomous dart to hit Lin Ye's shoulder. Lin Yi defends and retaliates, effectively utilizing the surprise attack spell Azure Sea Tide. The snakes disperse to avoid harm, trying to retreat and regroup carefully. Lin Yi organizes his teammates, strategically placing them in various positions on the battlefield. He directs Mumu to utilize Gale Butterfly to discreetly gather the 5 serpents concealed nearby. Baiji is instructed to advance to a different area and directly engage more hidden foes. Mumu agrees and activates Little Mumu, then releases Gale Butterfly at the specified targets. Lin Yi tells her where the serpents' lairs are and advises her to merge spells. She starts with Flamestorm, then Ignite, and finally casts a frost spell to freeze them. Ignite engulfs the serpents in flames, subjecting them to unending torment and suffering. The frost spell encases them in ice, halting their movements entirely and blocking any retaliation. Little Mumu drops her sword, swiftly dispatching all 5 serpents with accurate lethal blows. Lin Yi watches as his teammates battle in flawless unity, vigilant for potential threats. A sudden hiss warns him of the nearby serpent stealthily concealed in hiding. He transitions into destruction mode. He quickly pivots to confront the serpent, launching an immediate strike. A single basic attack eliminates the last serpent, effectively neutralizing the lingering low-level danger. He instructs the girls to move forward while attentively tracking mana consumption for the upcoming wave. The girls nod, recovering from the overexertion of their skills in earlier battles. Outside, at the venue, onlookers converse about Lin Ye's weapon, pondering if it is indeed a sword. They also talk about Mumu's clone, speculating if it signifies her officially acknowledged awakening talent. One person comments that the Alliance is already aware of her skills and acknowledges her remarkable abilities. The audience observes that Lin Ye's teammates exhibit impressive talents, making them stand out alongside him. Mumu's parents breathe a sigh of relief, proud that their daughter is now officially competent. They realize that others are starting to appreciate her skills, talents, and many good actions. The crimson-haired antagonist lurking among the observers grinds his teeth, vocally condemning Lin Ye's triumph. He proclaims that Lin Yi and his allies would fare better aligning with abyssal powers. With that, he swiftly retreats from the venue, vanishing without a trace right away. Concealed operatives surface later, indicating that Target 3 has successfully exited the venue. They ask if Target 1 has unlocked the Abyss Gate, enabling them to tighten the net. Beyond the city, the girl with blue hair instructs the assassin to maintain the target's confinement. She directs him to shut the net as Abyss Demon Suppression Team 2 aligns. The team initiates their mission seamlessly, dashing toward their objective without pause. The assassin and the team leader race after the escaping target. In the meantime, the red-haired man intentionally relinquishes his life cards, letting his soul fade. As the genuine evil fallen, his cards start to activate with the influx of Abyss energy. The Veil Fallen mocks the expert's ineptitude, cursing them for their inability to facilitate his transformation. From this point forward, he officially starts his transformation into a fearsome Abyss warrior. The red-haired man surrenders to the deep darkness, allowing it to engulf him completely. Today, he reveals his intentions and readies himself to be reborn as a vengeful fighter. Out of nowhere, a voice shouts his name, indicating that the experts have quickly encircled him. The girl with blue hair, a leader among others, insists he clears the fog surrounding him. She allows him just 10 seconds to extract the Abyss's energy from within him. Soldiers approach from the rear, holding him back and ready to stop any additional transformations right away. The red-haired man fights fiercely, trying to dislodge the soldiers endangering him. He asserts that a traitor has severely betrayed him, intensifying his furious struggle. The leader begins counting down from 10, indicating that the opportunity to surrender is nearing its conclusion. When it hits 8, he conjures a diamond-tier mage weapon, striking without pause. Universal demon cards soar in every direction, hitting soldiers and challenging their coordination and defense. The girl with blue hair automatically harnesses the Abyss's energy via her equipment set bonus. The red-haired man, however, remains steadfast and refuses to yield, drawing an additional card forcefully. A soldier attacks stealthily with a silent arrow, disrupting the card's influence. The soldiers unleash fire attacks, turning him into a sheep and neutralizing his threatening abilities. The wicked fallen suffers in torment while the soldiers apply relentless pressure. He pledges to destroy the whole professional league league, fueling his anger and animosity. At last, the abyssal energy unleashes its complete force, posing a risk of devastating annihilation and reaction. The commander cautions troops to remain vigilant as the foe harnesses all 10 dark energies. The red-haired man regains health with a final attack, challenging the professionals to engage. A sudden shadow attack strikes him through the heart, executed perfectly by the skilled assassin. The assassin moves with deadly speed, ending the battle using a swift triple sword attack. Elsewhere, observers watch the ongoing fight in the secret dungeon with growing curiosity and awe. They notice Linya preparing to advance toward the level 20 venomous frog strategically. One remarks that fighting the frog is unnecessary since defeating it does not affect completion. Another suggests Linya intends to use the frog's pawn to kite and maneuver tactically. Meanwhile, the level 20 venomous frog approaches, its movements deliberate and intimidating as it advances. Linya and his teammates face the frog, activating reverse healing and plunder spells efficiently. The frog launches its attack using the deadly tongue stab aimed directly at Linya. Outside, observers scream for him to dodge, shocked, as Linya absorbs the hit calmly. The tongue wraps fully around him, but he activates reversal, divine healing, and catastrophe simultaneously. The frog's tongue is sliced apart instantly, unable to withstand Linya's powerful magic combination. Linya steps closer to the enemy, and his shoulder injury appears completely non-existent afterward. Observers notice Linya combines treatment and catastrophe simultaneously, enhancing his attack's potency remarkably. The boss moves aggressively toward Linya as he dodges skillfully while retreating strategically backward. Spectators question whether Linya intends to kite the frog or why the girls wait. Soon the frog enters attack range and Mumu unsheathes her weapon, ready for a strike. Baiji empowers Mumu's attack, and together their Gale Blade and Fireball execute a combo skill. The combo attack makes the boss monster's HP decrease by a heavy amount, though it is not particularly significant. Baiji notes that this is expected in a disaster-level dungeon, where even defeating low-level boss monsters has become unusually difficult. Mumu wipes her sweat, acknowledging that it is normal, and points out that their combination attack, despite using so many skills at once, consumes very little mana and requires no recovery time. Mumu returns to her position, observing that everything unfolds exactly as Linya instructs, and asks how many seconds have passed since their attack on the boss. Baiji begins counting from 30. Meanwhile, Linya uses his plundering technique on the venomous frog while it is in a low HP state. Almost immediately, the system announces that the venomous frog is defeated and that they have obtained the secret realm buff. Baiji cheers, noting that it takes them less than 40 seconds to defeat the boss monster, which means their record is maintained. Across the city, the evil fallen's health depletes completely until the system declares him dead. The leader informs the upper head that target number 3 is eliminated and instructs the assassin, Wu Lu, to immediately lead his team to the Abyss Gate, rendezvous with other units, and advance toward the Abyss with the full army. She emphasizes that such an opportunity is rare and must be utilized to its full potential. Wu Lao removes his hood and faces his soldiers, explaining that the upcoming battle will be far more dangerous than the enemy they just encounter, is comparable to a large-scale demon tide, and it is possible that none of them will survive. He gives anyone who wants to back out the option to do so, making it clear that he will neither stop nor blame anyone. He emphasizes that their mission is to protect families and safeguard the residents from the demon plague creatures lurking in the abyss. After a moment of silence, the soldiers collectively commit to the battle, vowing to fight the demons and restore peace with no regrets. Wu Lu leads them forward, charging into the abyss, determined to bring back the Abyss King's head while the soldiers chant their resolve, affirming that humanity will triumph. Within the secret realm, the 3 warriors have already defeated the giant python elite, the demonized spider elite, and the giant wild boar elite. Checking their stats, they notice that Mumu has scored higher than Linya, prompting her to wonder whether she has grown stronger or the monsters have become weaker. Linya suggests that since there is still time and the first stage boss has yet to appear, Mumu should summon the giant tree guardian. Using the summoning bell, Mumu calls forth the guardian tree, which descends with a platinum level buff. Observing the scene, the professor expresses shock, recognizing that this is not the first stage monster, and acknowledges that Linya's potential is limitless, especially given that the creature is summoned by Mumu's avatar. The system then sends an alert that the shadow of Yanin has detected their presence. Linya informs the others that it is approaching, and soon a humanoid monster of level 20, modified by level 10, appears before them, with a description stating that it attacks and brutally kills anyone who comes near. Linya commands the guardian tree to attack, instructing it to use the Knight's Charge, follow with Heaven's Strike, and anticipate the ending. The guardian tree executes the attack, striking the knight and sending the shadow of Yanin into a down state. Linya then tells the girls to stop conserving their mana and use all their skills to quickly reduce its health. Mumu activates activates her ice seal technique, freezing the night as its health drops rapidly. Baidu positions herself and strikes with a firestorm. The trio combines their techniques and considers switching to close combat skills since their large ranged attacks have already been used. Before they act, the system informs them that the shadow of Yanin is defeated. Suddenly, the knight rises in fury and launches a direct attack toward Lin Ye. The man states the intelligence report confirms the abyss prepared traps on two fronts. Yen says they intend to strike two prey with one arrow simultaneously. Another professor agrees, saying their primary target is eliminating Lin Ye first. He adds they predicted Lin Ye's movements and attempted luring the tiger away. Yen mocks them again, saying the abyss believed itself extremely clever. He calls them cunning fools who mistake recklessness for bravery. Even after heavy losses, they still charged blindly, exposing their desperation. Lin Ye removes his disguise mask and reveals all reported good news was fabricated. He explains the abyss spread false information to lower their guard deliberately. The professor decides Lin Ye must be informed of the real situation immediately. He orders Lin Ye to enter the secret realm once recruits fully relax. The gates will be opened prematurely according to their plan. They observe Lin Ye closely as Uncle Huang grows visibly worried. He tells the professor his son may be in serious danger. The professor reassures him, saying this also serves as a crucial test. He explains the Abyss Lord wants to recruit Xiaofeng, not kill him. As long as Xiaofeng behaves, the Abyss will not harm him. Once the gate opens, their mole will secretly escort him through Jiang City. The assistant reports their main forces already entered the Abyss Gate successfully. She adds that within 5 minutes, a monster tide will invade Jiang City. Yen announces everyone should retreat into the inner city and wait. He confidently declares they are one step ahead this time. Yen concludes they will win this battle with 0 casualties. Inside the secret realm, the Tree Guardian asks Lin Ye for permission. He tells Lin Ye to leave all matters to him confidently. Lin Ye executes Heaven Strike, Hoof Flying Kick, and Death Triple Slash consecutively. He slashes the monster's face directly with overwhelming force. Viewers assume the Triple Slash has wiped out every boss present. Another observer comments he killed a platinum-level boss within 5 strikes. Someone says his skill usage suggests a powerful awakening status. One person voices objections regarding the priest-student's combat talent. He argues Lin Ye lacks tank toughness and sufficient mana sustainability. He insists Lin Ye is too fragile if controlled during battlefield combat. He advises priests should avoid such frontline tasks altogether. Another observer counters that Lin Ye may be deliberately holding back. After all, Lin Ye is still a newly recruited student. Someone notes his dodges in timing are flawless and precise. They recall he scored full marks in every practical examination. He asks the teacher whether he agrees with this assessment. The teacher replies a true all-round genius could easily replace him. Another observer highlights Mu Mu's uniqueness through her advanced clone techniques. When used correctly, her combos excel against penetrating otherworldly creatures. Someone whispers urgently into the leader's ear. The leader hastily announces the viewing is paused due to imminent danger. Chaos erupts as people scatter and shout in panic. He urges everyone to stay calm, promising safety through composure. The pink-haired girl speculates another demon tide is approaching. He reassures them, stating the alliance's strength is overwhelming. He orders everyone to retreat, refusing to endanger the students further. Meanwhile, inside the realm, a girl hands Lin Ye a golden barrier scroll. She explains the alliance prepared it as a new abyss map. Mu insists on following Lin Ye forward. Lin Ye stops her, instructing her to stay with Bai Ji. He says he will enter the gate alone with the Tree Guardian. Lin Ye cautions that the path forward is highly perilous. Ye indicates that the risks in this area are unpredictable and unproven during assessments. He assures the girls that their performance is outstanding and remaining behind is more secure. He pauses, understanding he has already activated the Tree Guardian. The girls quietly plot to bribe him into bringing them along. Mu provides various supplies and potions, claiming they will assist in the abyss. When all three display their sad baby faces, Lin Ye finds it impossible to say no. Ultimately, they proceed together without any more disputes. Feeding the potion to the guardian tree significantly boosts its speed. Its motions grow quicker as energy flows through its wooden structure. They surge ahead in unison, a fierce energy coursing through them. A black armored puppet emerges, level 10, unskilled yet highly perilous. The Tree Guardian swiftly activates the Night Charge instant kill ability. Lin Ye then delivers a triple slash normal attack, eliminating the puppet decisively. A new black armored puppet appears, quickly attaining level 20. The Tree Guardian inquires whether it should remove it right away. Lin Ye asserts he can conquer it in under a minute. Without warning, Lin Ye perceives a threat and commands everyone to remain still. He exclaims claims that unseen forces lurk in the surrounding shadows. He instructs them to be patient, assuring that he will drive the foes out. Lin Ye employs Qi technique and invasive divine Qi therapy, bringing immediate clarity to the battlefield. A duo of black-armored male and female appears, causing Lin Ye to frown. He grumbles that foes continuously emerge in this area. As he eliminates them, he instructs Mu Mu to restrain herself, clarifying that the ninja will instantly detect her actions. Directs the Tree Guardian to engage with the puppets. Lin Ye instructs to eliminate the initial minions and draw them towards the ninja. The Tree Guardian bellows fiercely, cautioning Triants to stay away. Lin Ye promptly initiates moon concealment. He yells heaven, hell, and earth, indicating the next stage. He informs Mu Mu that it's her turn to strike. The Tree Guardian bellows with vibrant energy as they clash. Mu Mu sends a flurry of windstorm butterflies at the ninja duo. The black armored puppet ninja is quickly vanquished. Another black puppet starts calling for more reinforcements right away. Lin Ye employs inversion healing thunder incantations, defeating the last ninjas, while observers at the underground camp shout in shock at Lin Ye's AoE damage. One claims his damage surpasses that of both bosses together. Another asserts he took down most foes in mere minutes. A commentator claims that even top schools cannot reach such results. A teacher wipes his brow, suspecting Lin Ye has SS or God-tier talent. The principal taps his shoulder, inquiring if he is feeling ill. The teacher coughs and expresses regret for his previous rudeness, acknowledging that Lin Ye is exceptional and incredibly talented. The audience cheers, insisting that all should advocate for Lin Ye's admission. The girl with pink hair follows Lin Ye's lead and commands her team onward. Lin Ye and the Tree Guardian halt, detecting more powerful monsters approaching. Suddenly, a witch appears on a broomstick, smiling at Lin Ye. A notification emerges declaring the Annihilation Witch's arrival. Another message indicates that enemy strength in the Hidden Realm has risen. The unexpected arrival of the Annihilation Witch surprises the giant Tree Guardian, and Lin Ye understands that the Tree Guardian is also aware of her identity. He glances at the witch, contemplating the presence of both a clone and an unfamiliar leader, which appears to be a summoned being. However, the data identifies it as a clone. The main character remembers the moment he engaged in a fierce confrontation with such a creature and glares furiously into the Annihilation Witch's eyes. The Annihilation Witch expresses her interest in seeing everyone gathered. Soul Summoning Bell, Giant Tree Guardian, and Tear of the Life Attendant were assembled there. Upon her comments, the Guardian of Trees and Mumu's divine gaze fixed on the witch, our boy quickly tells them to settle down and inquires if they are already familiar with her. Sumumu's goddess shakes her head in refusal. The Tree Guardian mentions that she appears familiar to him, as she bears the same mark that Lin Ye possesses. However, the hero clarifies that it should denote the Forgotten Nest Pass. Casually, the witch advises him against being so resentful, as she plans to allow them to pass this stage without charge, owing to their destiny. She subsequently wishes for them to traverse the Forgotten Nest too, before vanishing into nothingness, leaving them bewildered and stunned. He gazes into the emptiness, pondering how she could simply flee and vanish, solely due to his possession of the Forgotten Nest's pass. When he inquires whether she is another being from the nest, the giant Tree Guardian responds that while he cannot recall her identity, she bears several origin marks reminiscent of the Forgotten Nest. After a brief moment of reflection, he suggests that the Annihilation Witch cannot be a creature of the secret realm. Instead, he theorizes that she was drawn to this realm when he was summoned by his master using the Soul Summoning Bell. This could mean that his master allowed him to harness some of the Catastrophe Bringer's power, as she shares a similar aura and strength with that artifact. Thus, she could potentially be the origin and may have directly infused this secret realm with new energy, transforming the instance. Although he wishes to explore this further, Lin Ye chooses to disregard the giant Tree Guardian, as his vital memories are unclear. Therefore, our protagonist tells him to stop concerning himself with the Annihilation Witch. He highlights the absence of the puppet's general, also called forth by the witch, and wonders about the identity of the ultimate foe since there hasn't been a clearance prompt yet. At that moment, Mumu and Baiju arrive and share their perception of shifts within the instance, prompting them to regroup in case something significant is unfolding. Once they share their relief at being safe together, the prompt shows up, indicating that the black armored puppet mage's curiosity in the mage profession has been noticed. When the black armored puppet mage rekindles the battle spirit, Mumu fears she may have misinterpreted the situation yet again, instructing her not to squander her time overanalyzing it, as they wouldn't have received the clearance prompt regardless. He anticipates that the puppet mages will serve as the ultimate bosses, even if she had not shown up. Consequently, he begins to battle against them by countering their assaults with his own. The giant Tree Guardian and Mumu's divine being also participate in defending against the puppet mage's threats. Lin Yi directs Mumu Sumumu to freeze the remnants of their energy orb to prevent further explosions. Following instructions, she swiftly employs her ice sealing strategy against the opposing forces. Initially, the black armored puppet mages are taken aback, but they will soon call upon a greater portion of their forces for assistance. As the Tree Guardian reveals to the protagonist the truth behind the covert summoning of 1,000 armies, Baiji looks to Lin Yi for advice. Without a hint of fear or doubt, our boy reassures her not to be concerned, as he will also summon a strong ally at this moment. With that, he immediately calls forth the Darkhurst Knight, and with a massive burst of light from his sword, a massive armored knight emerges behind him. As a level 20 combat knight for an hour, the Darkhurst Knight approaches the black armored puppet mage without delay. Noticing his level rise from 15 to 20, Sumumu inquires about it with Lin Yi, who admits he hasn't observed this. Internally, he wonders if there's a chance that the Darkhurst Knight's power could grow alongside that of the protagonist. Conversely, those witnessing the emergence of the Darkhurst Knight are in disbelief, voicing their excitement and astonishment as they praise Lin Yi. They refer to him as the god who altered the challenge of the historical dungeon and earned the right to summon cursed knights. As the crowd cheers for Lin Yi and the knight, a group of men steps away from the gathering of students and choose to take initiative as they are confined here and have lost communication with all their superiors. One of them shares his excitement about finally having the liberty to act freely as their abyssal demon commanders are in trouble. Consequently, he conjures the demon-bound teleportation gate. Within the dungeon, Lin Yi directs the Darkhurst Knight to refrain from using the Moonlight Pierce, as the opposing forces are employing a human wave strategy, and instead orders him to draw them all to the present location. At that moment, the knight's attributes rise significantly, and he rushes ahead toward the black armored puppet mages. Upon noticing the approaching threat, the puppet mages, they start to assault him, yet he defends himself exceptionally well. Furthermore, he retaliates against the puppet mages, instilling pride in the hero as the knight effectively draws in the enemy troops. He informs the girls that the four bosses cannot act impulsively until the puppet mages are eliminated, as their plan is to exhaust Lin Yi and his team with lesser foes. He also points out that he has observed the mana reserves being supplied for the magic circle by the puppet mages rather than launching an attack, ridiculing the general line of puppet mages for their foolishness as well. The Darkhurst Knight valiantly battles the black armored foe, puppet sorcerers, and after he creates a large sphere of mana, he unleashes it against the enemy forces at the protagonist's order. This divine blow inflicts significant harm on the puppet mages, and utilizing the poison bubble, flamethrower, and frostbite techniques, the girls launch a coordinated assault on the enemy. Finally, the Darkhurst Knight unleashes his sword, and with Moonlight Pierce, he obliterates the entire group of black armored puppet mages. The magic circle shatters, and their supervisors face significant criticism. Lin Yi employs the reverse clarity confinement technique against the bosses, instructing his team to prevent them from recuperating and summoning additional minor foes. He instructs them to continue defeating the bosses separately. He confidently executes the reverse healing plunder technique, leading to the demise of the general of the black armored puppet mages. Lin Yi surveys the area and notices that both Sumumu and the giant tree guardian have successfully defeated the black armored puppet mage generals they were battling against. When the tree guardian's foe doesn't perish immediately, he employs the absolute shadow single slash technique and splits Slazer in two. At last, the secret realm dungeon concludes and the rewards begin to be assessed. While affected by the special ability Glaze of the Goddess of Fortune, all clear treasure chests advance to diamond tier, revealing two large treasure chests in front of them. The team is presented with two diamond tier treasure chests, and Lin Yi instructs them to open them. Upon his command, the treasure chests reveal four remarkable rewards: a diamond tier priest skill called Blessing of the Stars, a diamond tier mage weapon known as Book of Divine Thunder, a diamond tier A keepable item named Eye of the Sun, and a rare tier item. Our boy gazes at the priest's skill with sparkling eyes and finds it entertaining. He subsequently refers to falling stars as a great weapon. The students gathered outside the dungeon observe intently the rewards that have been released. They jostle against one another, eager to catch a glimpse of the screen. At the same time, Wang Machao approaches the Jiangqing city lord and quietly shares a message with him. The city lord seeks information regarding the war conditions in the abyssal realm, to which Machao asserts that victory is imminent. He goes on to add, stating that they have arrived at the abyssal palace and concludes that today is the optimal day to eliminate the abyssal lord. He then proclaims the impending demise of all abyssal demons. Jiangqing city lord values the hard work of Machao and his team, urging him to remain vigilant at all times, as the abyssal demons will go to any lengths to commit malevolence. Machao attempts to express concerns about the consequences of completely eliminating the abyssal force in a single sweep. However, at that moment, Lin Yi and his team emerge from the secret Spirit Realm dungeon. The students start chanting the protagonist's name in excitement. As they enter the shelter, our boy notices Wang Machao and assumes that everything is proceeding according to the Alliance's strategy. Pondering the current status of the Alliance's forces, he experiences a sense of discomfort, sensing that they might be missing an important element, and visions of the incredible outcome if they manage to eradicate the abyssal forces in a single decisive action. Abruptly, the student's screams fill the air, and when turning around, everyone looks, observes the tide creatures that have invaded the shelter and are assaulting the students. The officials are astonished as they ponder the presence of those creatures among themselves while the students in distress plead for aid. Wang Machao swiftly moves towards the tide creatures, urging the student to remain calm and assuring him of his rescue from the creature's grasp. He then calls for urgent assistance from his team, notifying them of the situation, them regarding the unexpected arrival of the tide creatures, adding, he believes that an insider has transported them to this location. Simultaneously, Lin Yi charges at the tide creatures and employs his plunder technique. He understands that something is amiss because the city guards stationed outside are exceptionally powerful. Wang Machao has returned to inform the city lord, in addition to the plans established by the Alliance's leadership. Thus, he determines that the beings must have been summoned internally by someone within. The city lord, Zhang Cheng, instructs the skilled fighters nearby to swiftly draw their weapons and safeguard the students. That being stated, the skilled fighters follow instructions given. They all start battling the tide creatures to safeguard the students. Some would rush to safeguard the students, while others would notify the authorities about the attacks aimed at them. Wang Machao warns the city lord regarding the flames from the tide creatures. The city lord calls forth his wyvern, reassuring the students that its flames exclusively harm abyssal beings. They should remain calm. Frustrated with the circumstances, Wang Machao furiously asks if this is a summoning artifact and demands to know the location of the insider's hideout. Then, Sumumu steps up and offers herself and the girls to clear the area. She instructs everyone to stay vigilant for tide creatures emerging from any direction. In the meantime, Lin Yi contemplates a solution to escape this predicament and thinks about coordinating everyone to exit the shelter initially, but he becomes torn between the urgency of apprehending the insider and the reality that the shelter is likely still concealed within the inner city, distinct from the primary venue. With stringent security measures in place, fleeing seems unfeasible. Simultaneously, he recognizes that the situation will escalate if they fail to capture the insider promptly. Out of nowhere, two men burst into the shelter, declaring that the tide creatures have surfaced in the inner city, with the shelter and abyssal creature levels projected to be between 30 and 40. This prompts the mobilization of all encirclement teams, and all trained combatants are summoned for urgent combat. Lin Yi, the city lord, along with Wang Machao, is engaged in a fierce battle against the tide creatures. Overcome with fatigue, the city lord asks Machao why assistance from the inner city has not yet come, and the location of the skilled fighters near the shelter. At that moment, a seasoned fighter arrives at the refuge, wounded, and reports that several demon tide teleportation gates have encircled the inner shelter. Additionally, the tide creatures roaming the streets have proven to be extremely aggressive, indicating that the monsters emerging from these gates are formidable. The guard team is also short-handed, rendering them unable to offer assistance within the shelter. Given the circumstances, the main character understands that if this continues, the external tide and the urban tide will trap them and confine them until they are utterly destroyed. Conversely, Su Mu Mu and Bai Ji observe that Mu Mu's strikes are particularly potent against the creatures, leading them to conclude that these monsters possess low magic resistance. Mu Mu then addresses our boy regarding his mana usage, to which he reassures her that he's alright and suggests she manage her own mana by allowing Xiao Mu Mu to take on more of those tide creatures. Continuing to combat the abyssal beings, the hero realizes that a significant stock of recovery items will be necessary if the tide creatures keep appearing without pause. This is due to the presence of his team, officials, and numerous skilled fighters and spectators from renowned schools who are here just for the excitement of the event. He then addresses the city lord, explaining that these monsters are approximately level 10 to 20, indicating that the higher level gates have emerged in different locations. Additionally, the beings they are battling possess low resistance to magic and substantial physical defense, exceeding 100%. When he proposes that all the student mages assist from afar, the city lord commands them, and they bravely consent to make their contribution. Lin Yi subsequently employs his newly acquired ability, Blessing of the Stars and Punishment of the Falling Stars, leading to a decrease in the health of tide creatures. This action boosts the enthusiasm of the student mages, and they assist one another in replenishing mana and health. Yet, the main character is concerned that the mana recovery abilities and items won't suffice to keep them going until help arrives. He considers their demise upon reaching the limits of humanity. He asks the city Mighty Lord about the quantity of supplies stored in the shelter. The Lord responds that the shelter was recently activated. Adhering to the principle of avoiding waste and expiration, the supplies must be organized with the guard team for distribution. This declaration reveals to him the severity of the circumstances, as a majority of the top elite fighters have engaged in the encirclement of the abyssal forces, resulting in a significant depletion of personnel in both the outer and inner city. Suddenly, a realization strikes him, prompting him to shout that they have been deceived. He then asserts that it's a strategy to draw the tiger down from the mountains. He senses a hand reaching from behind, urging him to relax. In a fit of anger, our boy swats the hand away, insisting that the person not disturb him at this vital time. To his astonishment, it is Shangguanyin whose unexpected presence completely takes him by surprise. When questioned, Shangguanyin clarifies that the full strategy does not involve him enticing the White Clown. Rather, it was a substitute provided by the Alliance. He then discloses that he has been observing Linya's impressive performance. Consequently, he suggests collaborating with him to overcome and battle the tide monsters in order to locate the source. Upon reflection, our boy inquires about the duration required and any potential setbacks that might result in casualties. To resolve the boy's misunderstandings, Shangguanyin demonstrates his ability by linking their souls. Consequently, any harm intended for Linya will be shared between them, and the hero's skill damage sees a boost of 100%. When the hero casts unsettling glances at Shangguanyin, he describes his awakened talent, Soul Link, enabling him to transfer his soul to another individual. This transfer lasts for an hour and offers additional capabilities beyond this function. With doubt, our boy inquires about the price and its effects on his body, believing it to be a legendary tier unleashed ability. Nonetheless, Shangguanyin guarantees that the sole individual impacted will be himself, resulting in a 1-week coma, with the consequence being that he must bear Shangguanyin with him once he loses consciousness. After Linya comprehends the strategy and the characteristics of the talent, he seizes Shangguanyin by the arm and leads him to begin. They encounter a cockroach man creature, prompting Shangguan to warn Linya to avoid its mucus. Following this instruction, Linya swings his blade, using his abilities to slice the cockroach man in two. Shangguanyin then directs Linya further in, steering him straight toward the concealed insider. Linya quickly understands that the Lingyan sect master is aware of the insider's identity. When asked, the leader of the sect readily acknowledges the reality without pause. He clarifies that covert monitoring has consistently been present in this region. Insiders intentionally concealed the summoning scroll within the monitoring room. This tactic is simultaneously foolish and astute, as monitors can see the monitoring room itself. Beyond Zhong City, endless abyssal creatures wander through desolate streets. Huang Xiaofeng fights valiantly against the relentless swarm of monsters, cursing loudly as he struggles. Remembering how these vile beings had the audacity to seize and degrade him, he feels bitter about their squandering of his time and compelling him into such shame. After defeating another creature, he pivots and snaps at Black Fist's follower, commanding the shadow to cease its pursuit at once. Black Fist replies serenely. He declares he can't continue with Xiaofeng, insisting she must proceed solo due to pressing issues elsewhere. Black Fist gestures toward the unusual mark appearing on Xiaofeng's forearm. He clarifies that bound creatures will cease their attacks due to this. Nonetheless, skilled fighters may confuse him for a tainted individual. Black Fist recommends immediate surrender or concealing oneself until the demonic wave subsides. Subsequently, Xiaofeng must clarify the abyssal mark to the authorities. Xiaofeng mocks Black Fist's suggestion and insists on a more effective strategy. Black Fist declines, stating he has more pressing issues to address. In that instant, Fox and Smoke Demon show up, relieved to have found Black Fist. They confront him furiously, accusing him of betraying the abyss. Black Fist reveals he was previously an undercover operative known as Smoker. He implores them to retreat while they still have the chance. Smoke Demon explodes in rage, swinging his arm to strike. Black Fist contends his motives are just, yet depending on the abyss is misguided. In response, Smoke Demon delivers a devastating punch directly to Black Fist's face. In the meantime, Fox mockingly greets Huang Xiaofeng. Already annoyed, Xiaofeng insults her by referring to her as a rat. Furious, Fox slams him against a nearby wall with immense strength. She ridicules his inability to escape. Xiaofeng seizes an opportunity and swings his elbow at her head. Fox swiftly catches his arm and strikes back. Hit against the wall, Xiaofeng's face and arm are held down as Fox tightly clutches his neck. She viciously berates him, labeling him a worthless, corrupt entity. In response, Xiaofeng savagely targets her looks and dignity, inflicting deep wounds on Fox's ego and shattering her composure entirely. She conjures tendrils of force, choking his body and neck ruthlessly. Xiaofeng understands she genuinely plans to end his life this time. Smoke Demon sends a mental reminder about about their objective. Fox states Xiaofeng's corruption ability exceeds even Lord Mego's. She claims he is a 1 in 10,000 king-level corrupt talent. Their objective is to seize him alive and manipulate him into becoming a weapon. She taunts Smoke Demon, urging him to assist in holding down Xiaofeng. Once Smoke Demon consents, Fox dismissively tosses aside Xiaofeng. Out of nowhere, Black Fist shows up and collides with Fox on the street. Her stats drop significantly due to serious internal injuries. Smoke Demon is frantic, confused by how Black Fist dominates them both. Enraged, Fox and Smoke Demon attack him simultaneously with all their strength. Black Fist stays calm, declaring their changes entirely ineffective. He ridicules Fox, claiming she is enhancing him instead. As they approach, enormous energy bursts forcefully from Black Fist's body. The shockwave propels them backward, their faces reflecting disbelief. Black Fist's awakened ability surges as the abyssal sound crossing triggers numerous potent advantages, particularly aimed at abyssal beings with demonic traits. The tainted dragon emits a shrill cry while flames sear her scaly form. Black Fist holds back, expressing that he wished to provide one last opportunity. For the sake of their former friendship, he hoped she might reconsider. Yet her obstinacy and erroneous convictions leave him with no other option now. With determination, Black Fist lunges straight for Fox's heart. In the midst of the punch, Fox forcefully reverts to her human form. She falls hard to the ground as Black Fist silently says goodbye, urging her to embrace humanity in her next life. He raises her once more and delivers a meteor uppercut with immense power. Her dragon shape shatters as the blow strikes. Black Fist proceeds with a grand slam, crashing her shattered form onto the ground. She remains still, blood smeared all around as the system assesses her state. The system verifies her demise and commends Black Fist for vanquishing the corrupted entity. Black Fist gazes quietly at his deceased companion. Emotions hold firmly. A sudden loud sound disrupts the moment as he spots Smoker escaping. Internally, he apologizes to Fox, thinking that survival always carries hope. He sprints ahead without pause, pursuing Smoker unyieldingly. He cautions Smoker that there's no way out for him now. Smoker shifts into his beast form, charging Black Fist with extreme brutality. He rushes ahead with a frantic strike directed at Black Fist. Unfazed, Black Fist responds with Vajrapalm, employing a patriarch technique. He swiftly follows with force displacement and a light Arhat fist. The combined impact sends Smoker hurtling violently across the battlefield. Black Fist concludes with an uppercut. As the system declares Smoker's demise, Black Fist faces Xiaofeng, who remains unconscious and oblivious to the fight. He determines that Xiaofeng's psychological state is profoundly unstable. He raises. Xiaofeng chose to put him in a secure spot. Abruptly, his superior commands him to halt at once. The boss inquires about Black Fist's present location. Black Fist states he is positioned outside the north gate of Jiang City. He mentions his intention to guide Xiaofeng back into the city, noting that Xiaofeng was disabled by chasing corrupt foes earlier. He promptly confirms that both Fox and Smoker have been taken out. The boss tells Black Fist that the entire plan has shifted. He instructs him to bring Xiaofeng straight to him instead. Black Fist expresses confusion, asking if Xiaofeng is aligning with them. He contends that Xiaofeng is untrained and would perish as an undercover operative. The boss discloses startling information about Xiaofeng's corruptive abilities. Reports indicate that his potential greatly surpasses the judgment of the abyssal demon Migo. His talent may exceed that of a corrupted lord, achieving king-level corruption. Black Fist is profoundly stunned as the boss goes on explaining. The supervisor asserts that Xiaofeng could acquire significant power in the abyssal realm. Nevertheless, Xiaofeng's distinctive determination enables him to resist total corruption. This contradiction provides him the capability to defeat entities surpassing abyssal kings. He might even confront the Emperor of the Abyss directly. No such tainted being has ever existed in their past. The boss mentions that he validated this choice with Xiaofeng's father. The Alliance and other officials fully endorse the plan. He guarantees Black Fist that Xiaofeng can safely obtain abyssal power. The corruption can be managed without losing his humanity completely. Black Fist questions the outcome if Xiaofeng declines and stays human. He notes Xiaofeng's incessant murmuring of Linya's name, suggesting that granting abyssal power would remove the possibility of a fair fight. The boss confidently asserts that he has a solution ready. He cautions Black Fist against assessing Xiaofeng based on his difficult demeanor. Xiaofeng's tenacious convictions and genuine abilities surpass typical judgments. Neither experts nor abyssal demons can completely evaluate him. The boss reveals that Xiaofeng's shortcomings arise from childhood trauma, a truth that remains a well-kept secret known solely to his father. He thinks Linya made choices after grasping Xiaofeng's character as well. Linya can effortlessly eliminate abyssal demons, but Xiaofeng is intense. He may transform Linya into an obsession and inner demon. Xiaofeng seeks to defeat Linya and showcase his bloodline dominance. These two brilliant minds are essentially mismatched as partners. Nonetheless, they can continue to collaborate independently for greater efficiency. The boss informs Black Fist that he will detail the rest of the plan later. Black Fist recognizes the commands and vows to return Xiaofeng. He notes that something significant happened recently in Jiang City. The boss exhales, acknowledging that an incident occurred. Luckily, Linya stepped in and turned the situation around. Linya transitions from his destructive form to his standard combat state. He notes it's odd that these beings are devoid of intelligence yet still fear him. He observes that, despite the large portal, no monsters are appearing now. Linya inquires of Yen if this is a result of the Abyssal Lord's demise, proposing that the Alliance fighters might have dispatched the controlling Abyssal demons. Yen agrees with a nod, acknowledging that this situation could happen. Describes how tide creatures pursue Abyssal demons fueled by Abyssal energy. They possess the ability to engage in telepathic communication with entities within the Abyssal realm. Yen notes that previous bravery stemmed from commanders pushing them ahead. They were driven to attack instead of voluntarily sacrificing their lives. With their leaders gone, primal fear halts any further aggression. Yen rises and starts to securely tie up the vanquished corrupted allies. He acknowledges that he still cannot grasp how they reached such unusual conditions. Typically, corrupted individuals lose consciousness once abyssal surveillance is interrupted. After restraining them, Yen states that identifying the cause is not essential at this moment. What truly matters is stopping their escape and ensuring severe consequences. Linya. He hands Yen the scroll and inquires about the next steps. Yen clarifies that the scroll seems summonable and cannot be destroyed by his powers. Yen acknowledges that handling the scroll is quite bothersome. Linya remarks that the scroll hasn't shifted even a bit up to this point. Abruptly, beings start emerging from the portal once more. Both the men quickly prepare for another fight. Yen informs Linya that they need to replicate their previous actions. Linya promptly activates Reverse Red Sea and Sea of Undead. Yen cautions him to preserve the corrupted ones, as drowning won't be effective. Linya acknowledges this, clarifying that his strikes focus solely on bound creatures. He transforms back into destruction form and casts spells to defeat foes. Yen observes, considering Linya's combat adaptability to be truly remarkable. In an instant, Linya inflicts damage, applies debuffs, and manages crowds effortlessly. Linya faces Yen and informs him that the way forward is clear. Yen remains silent, prompting Linya to inquire if anything is amiss. Yen urges him to continue without elaborating. Linya clarifies that sealing the portal is the next step, but the scroll must be destroyed because of its link to the portal. Cannot eliminate it directly, Linya engages his annihilation mode. He propels the scroll ahead and hits it with moon concealment. Powerful shocks reverberate through the surroundings, causing spectators to believe an earthquake has started. The city lord commands all to stay calm, guaranteeing the stability of the reinforced shelter. He then ponders if something significant is occurring on Linya's end. A startling screech surprises both men, halting them briefly. Yen inquires if portals are capable of imitating human voices, which is unusual. A voice begs Linya to cease stabbing the scroll. Linya quietly puts in the earplugs that Mumu provided him, leaving Yen even more puzzled. Before long, the scroll unfurls by itself, reacting fiercely. Yen verifies that the item has triggered on its own. The scroll proclaims it will seal the portal if let go. Linya halts her assault as the scroll ascends, instantly rips apart, dispersing pieces below. Linya inquires if everything has truly ended now. Yen gathers the ripped pages and verifies that the threat has subsided. No more tide creatures will emerge, and everything has returned to normal. Throughout the city, Alliance troops observe portals shutting one by one. They cheer on, ready to swiftly dispatch the remaining creatures. Before long, energy transforms as luminous, jellyfish-like orbs illuminate the heavens. They glide elegantly, each infused with a mysterious force. The seaman's route comes to life, enabling transport. Linya moves ahead. As he sprints, the broken roads below him start to mend. Gaze in amazement as jellyfish protect him during his approach. Health starts to improve as numerous Alliance members come forward to commend the students. A member of the Alliance inquires if this is the recently graduated student they heard of, joking that a celestial being has come down from the heavens to the earthly realm. Another member comments that Linya isn't technically a priest by strict definition. They think the showcase talent is likely a bonus effect from his soul link, as a typical bonus ability could never encompass such a vast area. A person inquires if they genuinely identify him within the throng. They gesture towards him, addressing him as Linya, the emerging priest. Following that, a person doubts if it is truly him at that instant. Linya shuts his eyes and invokes the divine radiance of the star blessing. The nearby environment is bathed in radiant celestial light. Witnesses identify the spirit moon concealment engaging with the summoned entity. Following the absorption of the massive gate, its strength escalates swiftly. Though an active skill, purification starts to radiate autonomously. The Oath of the Sea unfolds, enveloping the city in an instant. A system alert indicates decreased damage taken by all allied forces. Subsequently, every healed target starts receiving complete attribute bonuses at once. Observing this, the city lord clutches his snow-covered boots firmly. He identifies the spell as extensive healing throughout the battlefield. He proclaims it a divine intervention, erasing wounds like melting snow. Mumu and Baiji gaze upward, curious about what is descending from above. Mumu suddenly recognizes that the figure coming down is Linya. Other students observe their injuries healing and diminishing. One person exclaims that their state has nearly improved instantly. Other girls celebrate, expressing that their backs and legs feel fine now. They enthusiastically commend Linya as an emerging star. Muscular fighters chuckle, asserting they can battle the formidable beast countless additional times. Baiji grins at Mumu, claiming they have ultimately triumphed in this struggle. At that instant, members of the City Lord's faction step onto the field. Their leader leads the way, proclaiming the clan's complete return. A voice announces they have reclaimed the lost territory. In the meantime, Linya triggers Spirit Moon concealment in its ruined form. The clan leader enthusiastically declares he will now fight alongside brother Linya. Other members advise him to be patient, cautioning that Linya's blade aims at the abyss. The City Lord describes Linya's weapon as one that inflicts lethal damage on foes, autonomously purifying and absorbing souls while enhancing its quality. Linya notices a message indicating that over 100 spirits transform. Effects start stacking once the Jade Shield absorbs 500 allied damage points. When paired with Guardian Land's Jade Seal Shield, protection radiates outward. A gigantic shield envelopes the entire city entirely. Observing this, the City Lord boasts about Linya's accomplishment, stating that the boy single-handedly transformed the standing of professional fighters. Addressing the students, he announces that priests will be significantly more valued. A reporter outside the city updates the inner city that Zhang's sources have returned. Sector A is now clear, with sweeping teams conducting thorough searches of buildings. All concealed tide creatures in stairwells and homes have been eradicated. The outer city has been restored, and signal towers are operational again. The professor inquires about the present state of the inner city. The journalist reports that the initial legion now oversees central wall defenses and has started systematically clearing the inner city. The second legion is verifying losses of shelter and survivor numbers. The professor contemplates that corrupted individuals were never truly acknowledged. They underestimated the extent of corruption within the student groups and miscalculated the seriousness of the demonic tide's emergence. He questions how the issue remained undetected for so long. The outer city experienced greater devastation from the many teleportation gates. The initial examination site was significantly ruined. He reminds himself to continue assisting the remaining students. Thankfully, no regular citizens lost their lives in the event. He contemplates depending on the City Lord and Linya, who effectively safeguarded the inner arena from complete destruction. He attempts to remember who got resources previously but struggles to recall. Uncle Huang later states that Yen repaired all monitoring systems. They verify that the inner city had no casualties. Amid ongoing discussions, all concur the students excelled remarkably. Teacher Shuang asserts that 0 casualties were unattainable without Linya. In the meantime, the cloaked woman approaches silently, donning a subtle knowing smile. After the conflict between the professionals and tide creatures concludes, all creatures are entirely eradicated. The origins of the demonic tide are also completely eliminated afterward. With the threat neutralized, the city promptly initiates structured post-disaster cleanup efforts. Simultaneously, all educators, learners, guardians, and skilled fighters are guided to exclusive lounges. These areas are set aside for thorough physical evaluations and medical care. They endured extended periods of intense combat, straining their physical limits perilously. Numerous participants owe their survival to the ongoing healing efforts of Linya and other priests. Following the inspections, the outcomes are promising, revealing no significant injuries or enduring effects. Additionally, all receive complimentary high-level recuperation services organized by the Alliance. Nevertheless, Shangguanyin is the most impacted among all participants. The backlash from the Soul Link plunges him into a coma right after the fight. Consequently, his people transport him straight back to the spiritual rhyme sect. As soon as the insider is recognized, Alliance supervisors promptly take custody of him. He will serve as a key figure to probe into other corrupt individuals. Those corrupt individuals were accountable for unleashing the demonic tide. Numerous supervisors managing city defense are also involved in the inquiry. They are terminated and probed for failing failing responsibilities and abandoning shelters unattended. Their inability leads to the deaths of tens of thousands. Even with everything resolved, Linya senses a significant issue persists. The principal's message indicated that the Alliance was aware of the insider scheme. They had proactively set up counter-deployments, meaning that defenses in the inner city and examination sites should have been well protected. Nonetheless, reality completely contradicts these alleged preparations. Linya remembers asking Shangguanyin about the earlier assault on the Abyss. Shangguanyin spoke vaguely of a planned document. Despite orders to attack, he never made it there, instead hurrying to the central control room upon noticing irregularities. In contemplation, Linya examines his eyes, pondering if Shangguanyin's talent might lead to diminished intelligence as a consequence. Suddenly, Shangguanyin remembers their assurance in swiftly defeating abyssal forces. Due to this certainty, all main city troops were redeployed externally. Even after hearing this rationale, Linya stays skeptical. He notes that it appears everyone has overlooked shared deployment experiences. Despite any errors, it wouldn't make sense to shift all primary forces. This action essentially grants the insider a chance to unleash demonic portals. Following the card incident, elite encirclement units ought to have come back. They should have safeguarded students and bolstered security in the inner city. Instead, they were abruptly commanded to assault the abyssal realm. Surprisingly, all complied without any objections or prompts. Shangguanyin acknowledges they entirely overlooked the initial orders and deployment strategy. This understanding profoundly disturbs him as it contradicts logic. If a person genuinely altered memories, their influence would be frightening. This power could easily annihilate both the city and the abyssal forces. As Shangguanyin probes the motive, Linya presents an alternative view. He proposes that the manipulator might not be as divine as thought. In another location, the city lord vividly remembers their initial defense strategy. They aimed to deploy several guard teams for thorough protection. The strategy also considered abyssal corruption within the general populace. Chairman Huang validates these details and provides additional insights. Numerous corrupt individuals come from diverse backgrounds but exhibit minimal strength. The majority have yet to acquire abyssal powers. They lack skills, remain dormant, and seamlessly integrate with civilians. Furthermore, they maintain only one-way communication with abyssal demons, complicating the process of identification and evidence collection. The city lord remembers implementing draft strategies to address these unstable, corrupted individuals. Since nobody adhered to the strategy, Chairman Huang proposes a bleak scenario. A powerful corrupt figure might have wiped everyone's memories. Nevertheless, he finds it hard to accept such an extreme situation. If an insider were real, why would they let things turn back so easily? Why not alert the abyssal forces sooner or withdraw strategically? Instead, the insider observed their master perish without taking action. This moment ignited a realization within the city lord. He ponders whether there is internal strife among the abyssal forces. Maybe their real aim has been the abyssal king from the start. Disturbing scenarios rush through his mind. He instructs Chairman Huang to reach out to fighter coalitions in other cities without delay. These concealed factions could pose a greater threat than abyssal demons. They undoubtedly conceal more profound conspiracies and hidden goals. He additionally requests a comprehensive reassessment of all staff involved. They need to pinpoint memory-altering techniques, objects, and dubious individuals. In another location, the cloaked man and woman debate if their deeds were revealed. The man asserts that the discovery holds no significance as they were transparent. He mentions that they have acquired all of Lin Ye's combat data. He acknowledges that Lin Ye's talent and power are truly exceptional. Overcoming the dark curse of night unscathed demonstrates remarkable skill, earning the gatekeeper's acknowledgement and reinforcing his worth. Upon hearing the compliment, the woman wonders if he cares for that human child. She cautions him regarding potential assassination attempts from the abyss aimed at Lin Yi. He dismisses her worries with calm assurance, clarifies that their strategy to draw the tiger from the mountain is harmless. Lin Yi was simply a means to evaluate his genuine power. The man and the woman commend Lin Yi as they watch the current events unfold. Suddenly, their winged eye glimmers with a red light, indicating the protagonist's team has come. This signal enables both of them to view and access the entire dungeon footage. They start analyzing the footage together, paying close attention to the hero's fighting skills. Upon closely watching Lin Yi, the woman concedes that he has remarkable and exceptional strength. The man playfully mocks her, recalling how she insisted on evacuation earlier while lauding Lin Yi. Before she can reply, an unforeseen element emerges in the footage. Both are taken aback immediately. Their eyes grow wide with disbelief as a question slips out at the same time. They find it hard to grasp what they see in the dungeon footage. Their surprise stems from the emergence of biotears and the colossal tree guardian. They declare that these are not mere summons generated outfitted with typical summoning tools. Amazement swiftly shifts to bewilderment when the woman spots the Annihilation Witch too. She identifies the witch as the originator of the fluorescent descenders observed previously. Slowly, the pair comes to understand they were wrong in their beliefs all along. They recognize Sumumu and realize she is in command of both mighty summoned beings. The man tightens his fist in fury, shattering the winged eye immediately. He states that the prophecy associated with the third umbilical cord pertains to Sumumu. It was Mu, not Lin Yi, who triumphed over the dark-cursed knight unscathed. Recognizing Sumumu as the long-awaited chosen individual, she abruptly begins sneezing. Simultaneously, Lin Yi and his team get alerts on their smartphones. Alliance coins have been added to their accounts as a bonus for performance. While the credited amounts range from millions to much smaller figures, everyone gets something. All individuals connected to the incident are compensated without fail. The Alliance's choice to provide long-term pensions to every participant is truly praiseworthy. Yet, apart from the heroes team, another set of students encounters significant challenges. These individuals must concentrate on healing while simultaneously getting ready for the final exam. They are required to broaden their efforts despite persistent physical and mental fatigue. After researching online, Lin Yi discovers the final exam is set for 1 month from now. This assessment is vital as it measures physical recovery and mental stability. A sudden knock at the door interrupts Lin Ye's contemplation. Upon his opening it, he discovers Chairman Huang Tiong waiting outside the residence. The chairman states he came at the city lord's request. He subsequently awards Lin Yi an honorary medal for his contributions. Chairman Huang mentions that Lin Yi has the opportunity to enhance his equipment skills once more. As Lin Yi and Bai Ji exit, they observe many security guards around. Nonetheless, the protagonist and the girls concentrate on the tablet given to him. The tablet shows a list of newly accessible equipment choices. Chairman Huang anticipates Lin Yi to stay composed, believing the equipment will be predictable. However, Lin Yi clarifies that he intends to swap out his boots and belt. He mentions that enhancing his recovery effect has become unnecessary at this point. Furthermore, the magic resistance merely mitigates basic attacks from magic-oriented classes. Given that priests inherently have greater growth in magic resistance, the belt seems ineffective. He thinks the belt of invigoration has redundant or outdated features. Lin Yi confesses he initially selected the belt just to meet final exam criteria. Now, he aims to swap the swift boots to boost his potential power. He insists that in combat, excessive speed does not exist. He clarifies that both the Blackhurst Knight and Giant Tree Guardian depend on speed. Their superiority stems from exceptionally high attack speed that relentlessly overwhelms adversaries. Lacking this speed, even dungeon bosses would find it hard to stay invincible. Lin Yi goes on to clarify that their fighting strength would decrease by 50% if not. After elaborating, Lin Yi ultimately halts and declares his final choice. He chooses the flame boots and a skill book for Healing Wave. Sumumu quickly doubts his decision, labeling Healing Wave as a mediocre platinum tier ability. To clarify his point, Lin Yi touches the screen, revealing the skill's characteristics. The skill restores 500 health and inflicts 800 damage on an opponent. He notes that activating his talent greatly enhances the skill's damage. It outperforms healing spells and holy light in damage dealt to a single target, provided there are at least 2 enemy targets present. With all matters resolved, Chairman Huang notes the next step is locating Shangguanyan, predicting that he will undoubtedly exploit resources for the spiritual rhyme sect. Prior to departing, Lin Yi inquires if Huang Xiaofeng has any problems. Chairman Huang states that his son possesses unique talents and a distinct purpose. While Xiaofeng may not match Lin Yi, the chairman accepts complete responsibility. Once Chairman Huang and his guards leave, Sumumu inquires about Xiaofeng's location. Lin Yi refers to it as a secret and departs, wishing her a pleasant holiday. When the girls request to join him, Lin Yi declines their help, asserting that this forthcoming mission is intended to be carried out solo. Chapter 56. Several educators traverse the town, inquiring with residents about Lin Yi after being unable to find him. Following multiple requests, they arrive at his home and knock decisively on the shut door. The door swings open, revealing Sumumu, who stands composed before the visiting teachers. She starts to explain that the protagonist has gone to tackle a dungeon beyond the city limits. Before she can complete her thought, a female instructor suddenly cuts in with an impatient and disrespectful tone, demanding Sumumu pay attention, fully aware that she is a special recruit sought after by universities. Without waiting for a reply, the teacher persists in her speech, her tone laced with subtle contempt. She asserts that it is Mu's decision to enroll in a top 3 prestigious university or another option. In her view, the leading institutions boast the best faculty and most robust academic structures. She juxtaposes this with schools that disregard standards to attract attract students. The teacher insists her comments stem from genuine concern and benevolent advice. She intentionally discloses Lin Ye's choice to apply to Apocalypse University, which is ranked 10th. Highlights that Apocalypse University is the sole institution ready to accept Ji. The suggestion is evident, intended to undermine Su Mu's confidence and sense of purpose. The same teacher had previously confronted Lin Yi to talk about recruitment. Lin Yi replied firmly, insisting he would not join any university without his whole team. He made it clear that this was his sole condition and would not negotiate. The teacher reacted with anger, retorting that no university would take in such a subpar student. She ridiculed him for depending on connections despite his top ranking. Unexpectedly, Apocalypse University agreed to all of Lin Ye's terms. The result profoundly startled the female teacher, leaving her noticeably disturbed. Lin Yi emphasized that university rankings were not significant in his personal choices. He stated he was looking for a university truly appropriate for his development and future. Positioned at the entrance, the teacher icily conveyed to Su Mu the ultimate deadline. She emphasizes that today marks the final chance for special recruitment opportunities. Following today, prestigious universities will definitively shut their doors to Su Mu. She implores Mu to deliberate carefully and make a prudent, irreversible decision. Su Mu quietly consents to think it over and shuts the door behind her. Alone, she ponders how abrasive Lin Yi appeared, even if he was right. She pulls out her phone and sees he hasn't responded yet. In the meantime, Lin Yi is immersed in a dungeon, constantly battling monsters without pause. He depends on extraordinary combat instincts and immense strength to conquer the battlefield. He repeatedly utilized the reverse skill, effectively eliminates the dungeon creatures. Upon finishing the area, he moves toward the exit portal, assessing his progress. He understands that defeating 10,000 boss monsters is no longer necessary. At this rate, completing the massive requirement before the holidays conclude appears easy. While leveling speed is sluggish, dungeon resources still aid his progress. Shang Guanyen and Huang Tianke have communicated with the principal of Apocalypse University. This guarantees that Lin Yi will have uninterrupted access to the university's dungeon resources. Above all, Lin Yi believes Apocalypse University is his ideal option. The leading 10 universities nurture elite professional fighters. Their students are gifted individuals with remarkable abilities, ample resources, and influential family connections. These universities have established exclusive networks and chains of hierarchical disdain. At the top are the elite 3 institutions, entirely dismissing average students. They turn away applicants based solely on connections, irrespective of individual merit. Lin Yi appreciates Shang Guanyen and Chairman Huang for their support, which helped him evolve beyond merely being a connected student. As Lin Yi approaches the exit portal, a hand unexpectedly rests on his shoulder. A known voice calls out his name, stopping him abruptly. As he turns, he spots Su Mu and Baiji positioned behind him. They arrived solely to assess his health and dungeon advancement. Lin Yi clarifies that dungeons house between 2 and 500 minor monsters. He reassures them that fulfilling the requirement before the holidays conclude is very achievable. He also announces that all 3 have been accepted into Apocalypse University, where they will form a permanent team to keep clearing dungeons together. Su Mu advises Lin Yi to take a well-deserved break from relentless dungeon grinding, noting he has spent excessive time inside dungeons despite his efficiency. The final exam for the graduating class has successfully wrapped up. Moreover, the much-anticipated graduation trip is set to start. Lin Yi suddenly remembers he entirely overlooked the trip. The graduation journey is a semi-recreational occasion arranged by the Combatant Alliance. Participation is complimentary, irrespective of academic performance, placement, or career trajectory. All costs are officially contracted and completely funded by the Alliance. In this age of dark tides, humanity confines itself to cities for safety. Despite the massive tides, monstrous creatures still roam the wild. Occasionally, small-scale demonic tides threaten unprotected areas. The Alliance performs routine patrols and cleanup activities throughout regions. Every city operates outposts that consistently observe nearby wilderness. Areas beyond city limits have transformed into semi-tourist, semi-training zones designed to enhance cohesion and resilience among people. Upon reflection, Lin Yi decides to join the graduation trip. The train platform is crowded with students and locals on departure day. Students eagerly talk about their upcoming plans and review their grades. Lin Yi observes that some individuals present are evidently not students. Among Shang Guanyen's presence leaves Lin Yi visibly puzzled. Lin Yi wonders why someone like Shang Guanyen is here. Shang Guanyen clarifies that he remains of eligible age despite his leadership role and intends to arrive early at Apocalypse University to get acquainted. He then nonchalantly discloses his plan to become part of Lin Ye's permanent team, leaving the protagonist utterly surprised. In the shadows, a man quietly eavesdrops on all that transpires. The man in the dark hoodie reports that all tide creatures inside and outside the city have been completely swept away and the demonic tide source is cleared, while the city proceeds with orderly post-disaster cleanup. Two men stand near a hospital bed where a patient lies within 4 drip, while a woman in medical attire explains that all involved in the combat were sent for inspection and treatment due to prolonged high-pressure fighting. Sumumu cheerfully informs a seated woman that everyone's inspection results showed no major issues or after effects, while gently checking her heartbeat with a stethoscope. A girl with a surprised expression looks at a glowing holographic screen displaying medical data, while noting that they even received free high-level recuperation services. Two characters carry an unconscious man, while a woman explains that the most affected person was Shangguan Yen, with a glowing blue portal in the background. A man with long silver hair uses glowing green energy to put another person into a deep sleep, explaining that the Soul Link side effects caused this and that he was taken back to his people. Two officers report that the insider was handed over to a dedicated Alliance supervisor, while the restrained figure below trembles with fear and anxiety. Armed soldiers fire their weapons inside a cave, determined to investigate and punish those responsible for unleashing the demonic tide without mercy. A man in a suit strikes a gavel while explaining that the lack of guards in the inner city and shelter caused the deaths of tens of thousands. Several supervisors responsible for city defense who neglected their duties were implicated, dismissed, and taken away for investigation by officers in dark uniforms and sunglasses. He sits on a hospital bed, deep in thought, feeling that a huge problem remains unsolved despite everything. An older man with a long beard explains that the Alliance already knew the insider's plan and had countermeasures, while a young man in a hoodie listens quietly in the background. The young man supports the white-haired figure while recalling he asked about the Alliance's strategy. Then the latter mentions remembering a plan document. The young man listens silently while the other, holding a wooden object, explains he didn't go to attack the abyss but rushed from the central control room after discovering something had happened. He wonders if the guy's talent has a side effect that lowers his intelligence. A man with a monocle recalls that their confidence in eliminating the abyssal forces in one swift attack was the reason behind their actions. A group of armed soldiers walks purposefully through a corridor, one explaining that all the main forces in the city have been transferred to provide support. He expresses doubt, feeling that something is wrong as everyone seems to share a collective amnesia, missing a shared memory. A character with light hair and blue eyes calmly explains that even if they got carried away and forgot about defense, they wouldn't transfer all the main forces. Van Shui sharply questions if they are all fools for deliberately allowing the insider to create the demonic tide portals, his intense gaze emphasizing the gravity of the situation. A group of elite encirclement team members, heavily armed and armored, stand alert in a dark, cavernous urban environment while discussing the need for some members to return to the inner city with students to maintain security after handling the card. A serious man with cracked skin and reflective glasses explains that they were suddenly ordered to attack the abyssal realm, and no one objected or reminded them otherwise. Two men with cracked skin and red eyes stand in front of a shadowy figure, while one of them questions if everyone is really that stupid. The white-haired character admits they all forgot the initial orders and deployment plan, while the dark-haired one listens closely. A tense character with white hair and glasses, sweating nervously, reflects that if someone could truly manipulate minds, their power would be strong enough to destroy the city and abyssal forces at will. Van Shui, with a confident smirk, remarks that he is not as godlike as they had imagined, while casually holding someone by the shoulder. A man with long hair explains that their initial plan involved sending several guard teams for full deployment while standing with 4 other men in a high-tech room. A serious man with long blue hair explains that abyssal demons might be planting corrupted ones among ordinary people. A man with glasses explains that there are several people with mixed backgrounds, but their strength is low and many have not yet gained abyssal power. A long-haired man explains that they initially arranged countermeasures and drafted a deployment plan against low-level corrupted ones and their unstable factors. A man with glasses realizes that a high-level corrupted individual was among them and that their memories were wiped. A man in a uniform, frustrated and holding his head, questions how it's possible that despite all being checked, a powerful insider could exist if they managed to turn the situation around so easily. A man adjusts his glasses, questioning why the abyssal forces weren't warned to retreat earlier and if they just watched their master get beheaded. Dark, menacing creatures with glowing red eyes appear amidst swirling shadows, while one wonders if there could be internal conflict within the abyssal forces. A man with long purple hair thoughtfully considers the possibility that their target might have been the king of the abyss all along, questioning if it was a rival king from another region trying to plunder Jiang City. The city is engulfed in a menacing red glow with dark tendrils spreading, while an urgent message orders Tianji to contact professional combatant alliances in other cities, warning about dangerous new enemies with hidden agendas. A hand gestures while explaining that to find out who they are, it is necessary to understand the methods and items used used for wiping memories. A commanding figure with long hair orders all relevant personnel to re-examine everyone, while others stand around in a tense, dimly lit room. Two robed figures stand on a balcony beneath a large, ominous red eye, with one asking if their actions have been discovered. A hooded man with a sinister smile and a glowing red mark on his forehead confidently admits that being discovered was inevitable because they were too obvious. He notes that they already have the combat data and admits the kid's talent and strength are extraordinary while standing inside a fiery, intense eye. A towering armored figure looms menacingly with green flames around, while a smaller cloaked person stands defiantly before it, reflecting on how he defeated the Darkhurst Knight without injury and earned recognition. The cityscape stretches under a clear sky as a voice explains that their plan to lure the tiger from the mountains was merely a test of his strength and posed no real threat. Two hooded figures notice the arrival of someone, with one of them saying they have arrived. A fierce battle unfolds as a cloaked figure attacks a monstrous opponent, while a voice demands the full dungeon footage. A confident figure with red hair and a hood smirks while acknowledging that no one before had extraordinary strength like him. A woman in a hooded robe asks who urged her to evacuate just now, while a man in a similar robe stands silently behind her, and a fiery figure appears in a smaller inset. Van Shui, with a sharp and intense expression, demands to know what is going on, his voice filled with urgency and confusion. She is amazed by the biotears and the giant tree guardian, noting they are not simple summons created with summoning items and expressing shock at the sight. A hooded figure mentions that even the Annihilation Witch who created the fluorescent descenders was attracted here, while a glowing, ethereal witch-like figure looms above them. A man with a towel over his head looks shocked and questions if they made a mistake. A glowing figure with long pink hair appears surrounded by white birds, while someone holding a star-shaped weapon questions if the human female student's talent controls the giant tree guardian. A pink-haired girl with horns, surrounded by glowing energy, wonders aloud about someone's background, expressing certainty that she couldn't be mistaken. A monstrous figure with glowing red eyes angrily admits that they were all wrong, surrounded by dark, swirling shadows and a chaotic red background. A man with a serious expression reveals that the prophecy from the third umbilical cord's guidance was not about Lin Yi, but about a human female student who defeated the Darkhurst Knight without injury. Sumumu suddenly sneezes loudly, catching Van Shui off guard as he looks at her with surprise in the cozy room. The screen shows a notification that 1 million alliance coins have been credited, while a surprised voice questions if this is an alliance bonus. Van Shui stands relaxed with his hands in his pockets while Sumumu excitedly shows her phone, saying she got some too, as another girl nearby also looks at her screen. Ana's eyes sparkle brightly as she excitedly exclaims that she got some too. A man in black armor happily presents a large certificate of 100,000 alliance coins to two men resting in hospital beds, explaining it as a reward for their contributions during the demonic tide invasion. A confident young man explains that besides their team, another group of students must heal, extend battle lines, and prepare again for the final exam, while two others listen attentively behind him. A young man reads from his phone that the final exam will be held in a month, noting it will be a significant test of physical recovery and mental state. He opens the door cautiously and asks who is there. A man in a suit with glasses smiles warmly, explaining that the city lord is too busy and has specially entrusted him to come. A man in a suit presents an honorary medal and explains that the recipient can upgrade their equipment skills again, while several suited men and a small girl watch nearby. Van Shui is focused on a tablet while two girls lean in close, one suggesting he might not be impressed with what they're seeing now. He is browsing items on a tablet, explaining that he plans to replace his boots and belt because his recovery enhancement is redundant and magic resistance only defends against magic-based attacks. Lin Yi analyzes his magic resistance, noting the priest profession's growth and that the belt of invigoration has some redundant attributes, admitting he chose it just to boost his final exam numbers. The young man decides to replace the swift boots to increase his potential strength, reasoning that one can never have too much speed. A powerful armored figure surrounded by glowing energy asserts that it doesn't matter if it's the cursed knight or the giant tree guardian. Парень объясняет, что без достаточной скорости атаки боевая мощь упадет на 50%, и соперники смогут победить их волнами изматывающих атак. A young man with dark hair looks intently at a device, stating that he has made his choice. A hand points at a picture of flame boots on a screen while the character expresses a desire to obtain the boots and a skill book for healing wave. A fiery boot slams down, unleashing an explosive burst of flames, while a detailed description of the flame boot's powerful abilities and effects is displayed below. He explains that flame boots significantly raise the potential ceiling, while she questions why the healing wave skill was chosen, finding it average for a platinum tier ability. A character activates the healing wave skill, releasing a green energy wave that randomly jumps among designated targets, restoring health with each jump. The scene shows a detailed description description of an active skill called Reverse Healing Wave Pursuit Wave (LV5), which releases a purple energy wave that jumps randomly among targets 10 times, reducing 800 health per jump with a 10-second cooldown. He explains that after using his talent skill, it deals higher single-target damage than healing spells and Holy Light, though it's not area of effect, and it requires 2 or more enemies to activate. A man in a suit tells the group they can enjoy their time off, while another mentions needing to find Shangguan Yen, expecting him to demand a large sum for his spiritual rhyme sect. A man with glasses asks to wait a moment, while Van Shui, standing in the background with a relaxed posture, responds with a questioning HM. A young man with dark hair and red eyes asks if there is any problem with Huang Xiaofeng, showing concern in his expression. A man named Huang Tianqi confidently states that Xiaofeng has his own talent and mission, and he will take full responsibility if anything goes wrong. Sumumu asks about Huang Xiaofeng's disappearance, but he only replies that it's a secret, prompting her to start addressing him again. Ana tells everyone to enjoy their holiday as she still has things to do, while he questions if they are not coming along with her. The girl nervously insists that if the captain needs them, they should be ready to help. Van Shui firmly tells that the mission is only for him and that involving others won't benefit them. A fiery skeletal figure appears with glowing eyes, while a message reveals that the reverse universe upgrade conditions are unlocked, requiring level 20 and killing 10,000 secret realm dungeon creatures with a reverse skill. A man in a suit asks if student Lin Yi is here, while a group of people, including a girl in a school uniform shaking her head, stand nearby. A group of serious adults discusses their failure to find student Lin Yi, standing thoughtfully in a courtyard, while one expresses concern about the situation. Sumumu tells the teacher that Lin Yi is in a dungeon and suggests waiting for him at the dungeon exit. An older person with glasses sternly tells someone that although they are a special recruit sought by all universities, they need to be clear about something important. An older woman with curly hair passionately urges the girl with pink hair to choose between an elite top university with strong staff or a lower standard university that recklessly recruits students. Sumumu looks surprised and asks if someone is the teacher. A character with large round glasses smirks and reveals that Captain Lin Yi is going to Apocalypse University, which is ranked 10th. A man with a mustache explains to a blonde girl that only Apocalypse University is willing to make an exception and admit her other teammate. Lin Yi firmly tells the teacher that he must bring his teammate with him, stating it is his only condition, while the teacher reacts with surprise and calls out his name. Van Shui shakes hands with a woman in the principal's office, explaining that Apocalypse University has agreed to all his requests and their team will report there. Van Shui says that university rankings are not a big factor for him and that he is looking for a university suitable for him, while someone advises him to go back soon. A figure clenches their fist and warns Lin Yi not to think he's invincible just because he has a god-tier talent, while Lin Yi walks away in the distance. A woman with curly hair and glasses warns that today is the last day for special recruitment slots and urges careful consideration before the doors close forever. Sumumu sighs thoughtfully, reflecting on Lin Yi while acknowledging that although his decision is valid, he shouldn't be so offensive. She notices Lin Yi hasn't replied to her messages for 2 days while scrolling through their chat on her phone. A hand with a chain around the wrist is shown as the text reveals that a reverse skill was used to kill monsters, with a progress of 1,500 out of 10,000. A figure is seen leaving a dungeon as a massive green energy sphere looms overhead, while he thinks that at least it didn't require killing 10,000 bosses. He thinks to himself that at this rate he can probably finish the monster count before the end of the holiday, though the leveling speed is a little slow. A confident woman explains that Shangguan Yen and Huang Tianqi have spoken to the principal of Apocalypse University, ensuring special attention and ample dungeon resources, while 2 men listen attentively. The narration explains that the 10 major academies are the foundation for training elite professional combatants, with students being prodigies possessing top-tier talents and family resources. A white-haired young man calmly explains that ordinary students with connections are not accepted, adding that if Shangguan Yen and Huang Tianqi hadn't spoken for him, he wouldn't have been accepted. A man in glasses adjusts them thoughtfully while explaining that even Apocalypse University, ranked 10th, would have rejected his request for a permanent team. He reflects on how having influential connections is crucial for success, realizing he has become an extraordinary student with such ties, while walking confidently through a rocky, dimly lit area. The young man, startled and sweating slightly, reacts with a questioning HM as someone calls out Lin Yi while placing a hand on his shoulder against a dark red background. The girl with pink hair confidently announces she has found the dungeon exit, while the blonde girl with a red bow asks the captain about their current progress. A character explains that a dungeon contains 200 to 500 minor monsters, and finishing it before the holiday ends is more than enough time. He confidently explains that they have decided to attend Apocalypse University together and will remain a permanent team clearing dungeons in the future. Van Shui smiles confidently and agrees without hesitation, while Sumumu stands with crossed arms watching the cheerful girl with the red bow excitedly confidently respond. She tells him that since everything is planned and there's plenty of time for his mission, they should stop grinding for now, and he responds with a questioning HM. Sumumu anxiously reminds him that the final test for their graduating class is over and the graduation trip is about to start, while he sheepishly admits he forgot. The graduation trip is described as a semi-recreational event organized by the Professional Combatant Alliance, emphasizing that final test scores and future paths do not affect participation, while four figures look out over a sunlit park toward a city skyline. The scene shows a massive demonic creature looming over a glowing city, while narration explains that humans have enclosed safe cities with lines to keep people inside, forbidding them from leaving at will. The city is heavily guarded with spotlights and surveillance cameras, while leftover monsters roam outside, making the area synonymous with danger even after the demonic tide ends. The Alliance regularly conducts cleanups and patrols, with city-states maintaining outposts that monitor the wild around the clock as armed guards and a large white wolf move cautiously near a fortified wall. Outside the city, two armored men engage in semi-training activities by shooting arrows at a creature, demonstrating the area's development into a semi-tourist zone to enhance human solidarity. He agrees to go, emphasizing that experience in the wild is still very important. Sumumu excitedly asks if he agreed so easily, and the girl with the red bow confirms that the captain would agree, while the young man listens quietly. A group of students walk along a street. One asks old Lu if he passed with an A grade, who confidently replies he did as a legendary troll, while another laments their B grade and considers giving up, prompting a protest. Van Shui questions why there are people who aren't students mixed in here, while Sumumu remains silent, looking thoughtful. A white-haired man with an eye patch smiles warmly while holding snacks and reminds that despite being a sect master, he is still young, gently patting a blonde girl's head.